Chapter 335. If he disappeared for 3 days for no reason and missed more than 100 calls from his boss, the consequences would be very serious. Unless he was not doing it for personal reasons but to get investments for his company. If he could tie Lu School to his and the Empress's war chariot, then even if the old and new parties joined forces, they could only be evenly matched with her. After chatting with the Empress for a while and coaxing her, Li Mu put away the conch. His body was still a little weak, and he did not know how long it would take for him to fully recover. Sitting on the bed, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Lu School was inhumane. The Saint-level Fulu consumed a lot of mental energy. Even the Lu School's headmaster would not be able to draw it. A few 6th and 7th realms actually tricked a 4th realm rookie like him into wasting his mental energy to work for them. Was this something a human would do? Li Mu could not take this lying down no matter what. Soon, Xiaobai finished cooking the porridge and made a few side dishes with Wanwan. She brought them to the bedside and fed Li Mu spoonful by spoonful. At the same time, in the Taoist palace on the main peak, the Lu School's headmaster and several heads of the sect stared unblinkingly at a Fulu floating in the air. Spiritual power flowed in this Fulu, and it seemed to have a strange power. Even the surrounding heaven and earth became illusory. This aura, it really is saint-level. How many years has it been since a saint-level Fulu appeared in the ancestral court? Unbelievable, this is unbelievable. He's only at the 4th realm. If he's already like this at the 4th realm, when he grows up in the future, as long as he has enough materials, won't he be able to mass-produce saint-level or even god-level cultivators? We must keep him in Lu School. He is the hope of our sect's prosperity. The few of them looked at the saint-rank talisman amulet with burning gazes. The significance of a saint-rank talisman amulet to the talisman amulet sect was too great. If the saint-level Fulu could be mass-produced, the structure of the 6 Taoist sects might be completely changed. Master Ashen Pine revealed a pondering expression and said, "I still can't figure out how he could draw a Fulu. Could it be that he was once a powerhouse in the upper realm and his current body was just a body he possessed?" Hyun Jinko shook his head and said, "If it was a body possession, how could it hide from the supreme leader and the empress of the Great Zhou?" Master Ashen Pine said, "But this matter is too inconceivable. It's even inexplicable." Hyun Jinko looked at him and asked, "Junior brother, do you remember that there is a special constitution in this world?" Master Ashen Pine thought for a moment and said in surprise, "Senior brother, you mean that he possesses the rare heart of 7 orifices? In this world, most people were ordinary people, but there was no lack of talented people. For example, pure yin, pure yang, 5 elements body, and other special constitutions. If they chose the right cultivation direction, 1 day of cultivation would be equivalent to several days of cultivation for others. There were also natural spiritual eyes that could control fire and water. Although their cultivation speed might not be very fast, they were born with magical powers. After stepping into the path of cultivation, their strength would far surpass their peers. The heart of 7 orifices was one of the special constitutions. This kind of constitution could not increase the speed of cultivation, nor did it have magical powers. However, if they stepped into the path of cultivation, they would have an advantage that no other special constitutions had. They would not have inner demons. Not only would they not have inner demons, but any illusion, soul control, or soul-searching techniques would be useless against them. This was because their heart of 7 orifices was exquisite. They could maintain their inner calmness at any time and would not be disturbed by external matters. This was a trait that even upper realm cultivators envied. Cultivating the Tao was easy, but cultivating the heart was difficult. Inner demons did not care about the cultivation level of the cultivator, whether it was soul refining or transcending. Even transcending cultivators could not completely rid themselves of the inner demons. For cultivators with profound cultivation, the reason why they failed in writing talismans was not because they could not remember the runes, nor was it because they did not have enough magical power. It was because they could not calm their heart. They could calm their heart for a moment, but writing heaven rank or saint rank Fulu would take too long. It was difficult to maintain a calm heart for a long time. However, for those with the heart of 7 orifices, this worry did not exist. Others used their mind to control their heart, but he used his heart to control his mind and body. The heart of 7 orifices was the special constitution that all talisman writers desired the most. It was a pity that the quarter-hour physique was too rare. They had only heard of it in rumors. After thinking about it, they could basically confirm that Li Mu was an extremely rare person who possessed the heart of 7 orifices. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why he could draw a saint-rank Fulu with only a 4th realm cultivation and the help of the sect master. This ability was a gift from the heavens, and it was something that anyone could only be envious of. He has the pure yang physique and the heart of 7 orifices at the same time. Could he be the son of destiny? He is really blessed by the heavens. Not only does he have the pure yang physique, but the heart of 7 orifices is even rarer, they sighed. Master Ashen Pine suddenly asked, why did martial uncle Fu Daozi suddenly return after leaving the sect for 20 years? Hyun Jinko shook his head and said, martial uncle passed the position of sect master to senior brother and not him. Martial uncle Fu Daozi left the sect in anger. This time, he returned to the sect and used his incarnation to disturb the Talisman Dao trial. If it was not for Li Mu, this matter would not have ended. I'm afraid he came with ill intentions. Master Ashen Pine seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, where is martial uncle Fu Daozi? They looked at each other and exclaimed in unison, oh no! White Cloud Peak, the small residence. As an injured person, Li Mu was enjoying the feeding service of Xiao Bai and Wanwan when he suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion. When he realized that something was wrong and recited the heart-calming technique, Wanwan and Xiao Bai had already collapsed. At the same time, an old man had appeared in his room. The old man's hair and beard were completely white while his face was densely covered in wrinkles. He looked extremely aged and seemed as if he would step into the coffin at any moment. When he saw Li Mu was still conscious, the old man revealed a delighted expression and said, it really is the heart of 7 orifices. This old man gave Li Mu a very familiar feeling. After checking Xiao Bai and Wanwan and discovering that they were only unconscious, Li Mu asked sternly, who are you? The old man looked at Li Mu with burning eyes and said, I am Fu Daozi, the supreme elder of Fulu School. The current head of Fulu School, Shen Jizi, has to call me martial uncle when you see me. Little fellow, are you willing to take me as your master? Li Mu looked into the old man's eyes and finally knew why he felt this old man was so familiar. Wasn't he the young man who had almost defeated him in the Talisman Dao trial? Li Mu was stunned. He looked at him and asked, you are the supreme elder of Fulu School and a transcendent expert? Fu Daozi coughed and said awkwardly, I am Dongxian, but I am only 1 step away from transcendent. Only 1 step away from transcendent. The meaning of this sentence was very subtle. The Taoist priest that Li Mu knew was also 1 step away from transcendent. Vice Principal Huang of 100 Rivers Academy was said to have 1 foot in transcendent. But his other foot might not be able to step into transcendent even if he died. If he wasn't transcendent, then he should forget about taking him as his master. Li Mu's cultivation was guided by the Empress. Even if he was transcendent, Li Mu wouldn't agree, let alone if he wasn't transcendent. He wouldn't even consider it. Li Mu shook his head and said, I don't want to. Fu Daozi was stunned and asked, why? Li Mu asked in return, what can you teach me? Fu Daozi said, I have traveled for many years and know countless divine arts. Li Mu shook his head and said, someone taught me divine arts and divine arts. Fu Daozi frowned and said, who is it? Is he stronger than me, or is he more knowledgeable than me? Li Mu said, the Empress of Great Zhou. Fu Daozi couldn't catch his breath and coughed a few times. He couldn't compare to the Empress of Great Zhou. She had the Emperor's qi and her cultivation was transcendent. She relied on the Great Zhou court. Among the 4 sects and 6 schools, who could be more knowledgeable than the royal family? Fu Daozi thought for a moment and said, no one in Fulu School can compare to me in Talisman Dao cultivation. Li Mu asked, can you draw a saint-level Fulu? Fu Daozi, I can. Li Mu looked at him and continued, I don't need anyone to teach me the Tao of Fu Lu. Fu Daozi thought for a moment and suddenly walked forward. He grabbed Li Mu's shoulder and rushed out of the room. He flew out of Baiyun Peak and was about to fly out of the mountain. At the critical moment, Li Mu whistled. Under the support of his dermic powers, the whistle spread far and wide. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the main peak. A golden light flew over and slammed into Fu Daozi. Fu Daozi's expression changed, and he hurriedly threw Li Mu aside. A golden rune appeared in each of his palms and faced the golden light. The Dao Bell ignored Fu Daozi and directly enlarged. It changed direction in the air and covered Li Mu. At the same time, several auras soared into the sky from the main peak. Several figures surrounded Fu Daozi. Fu Daozi's face was gloomy as he asked, Xianxia, are you going to go against me again today? Xianxia looked at Fu Daozi and shook his head. His identity is special. I can't let Uncle Master take him away today. Fu Daozi said coldly, what special identity? Didn't all of you take a fancy to his heart of 7 orifices and want to keep him in Fu Lu school? Xianxia said, didn't Uncle Master take a fancy to that too? Fu Daozi didn't say anything. He just looked at Xianxia and the other peak masters with a complicated gaze. After a while, he looked at everyone and shook his head. It's been 20 years since we last met. All of you have become sect masters and peak masters, he said in a self-deprecating manner, and his body exuded a strong sense of lethargy. Hyun Jinko and the others had complicated gazes. The senior of the sect that they once respected greatly and was like the sun in the midday sky was now unavoidable. Fu Daozi looked at Xianxia again and said, I only have less than half a year left in my lifespan. Let me take this kid away. I can't leave my legacy without a successor. Xianxia didn't say anything. A Fu Lu floated out of his sleeve and flew towards Fu Daozi. Looking at the talisman, Li Mu's face revealed a bitter expression. For the sake of this talisman he had nearly worked himself to death in the past 3 days. Fu Daozi looked at the Fu Lu and his expression changed drastically. He exclaimed, Heavenly Secret Talisman. This talisman was called the Heavenly Secret Talisman, and its function was to conceal the secrets of the heavens. This saint-grade Heavenly Secret Talisman could help him conceal the secrets of the heavens. It could at least increase his lifespan by 10 years. Xianxia looked at Fu Daozi and said with a smile, This young friend is a subordinate of Her Majesty the Empress of the Great Zhou. If Martial Uncle wants to accept a disciple, you have to ask for his opinion. If he agrees, we won't stop you. If he doesn't agree, Martial Uncle will bring disaster to you by taking him away. After that, he looked at Li Mu and asked, Young friend, are you willing to be Martial Uncle Fu Daozi's disciple? Li Mu waved his hand and said, We'll talk about this later. First, return the talisman that you owe me. Xianxia flipped his hand and a jade talisman appeared in his palm. It slowly flew towards Li Mu. Li Mu took the jade talisman. It was unusually warm in his hand. There was a flowing golden rune in the jade talisman. Although he didn't recognize the Fu Lu school's talisman, he thought that the head of a sect wouldn't lie to him. After accepting the talisman, Li Mu's face darkened. He said, I'm afraid your sect has to give me and Her Majesty an explanation for using me, right? Li Mu originally wanted that saint-grade talisman amulet, but it was of great use to Talisman Daozi. In any case, Talisman Daozi was still young and had nothing but a long life, so Li Mu took it as pity on the old man. However, Li Mu didn't intend to let Xianxia and the others off so easily. Xianxia knew what Li Mu was talking about. He asked, What explanation do you want, Lord Li? Since Li Mu called himself, this official, Xianxia called him Lord Li. At this moment, the conversation between the two was between the Fu Lu school and the great Zhou court. Li Mu was waiting for him to say this. He said, 5 saint-level Fu Lu. Xianxia nodded and said, Okay. Li Mu was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he regretted it. He felt that he had suffered a loss. He asked for 5 saint-level Fu Lu, but Xianxia actually agreed without hesitation. If he had known, he would have asked for 10. He still hadn't seen the world. His vision was too small, however. Since he had said it, Li Mu couldn't go back on his words. Otherwise, not only would he lose face, but also the Empress's. He could be shameless, but the Empress's dignity had to be protected at all times. Fu Daozi held the saint-level Fulu with a complicated look in his eyes. Xianxia looked at him and said, "Welcome back, martial uncle." Hyun Jinko and the others also cupped their fists and bowed. They said, "Welcome back, martial uncle." Li Mu didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the Fulu school. He took the Dao Bell and flew to Baiyun Peak. He saw Wan and Xiao Bai looking anxious. Beside them was a figure that Li Mu had missed for a long time. "Young master, benefactor." Li Mu flew to the courtyard and patted the heads of the two little girls. He said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Then he pulled Lu Hanyan into his arms and said, "If you didn't come out of seclusion, I would have to return to the divine capital." Lu Hanyan said with a red face, "I counted the days and thought that you should be here. Master said that I was restless these 2 days and that seclusion was useless, so he let me out." After she said that, she thought of something and held Li Mu's hand. She asked, "I heard from Wan and Xiao Bai that you participated in the Talisman Dao trial. Didn't you say that you didn't want to become a disciple of the Fulu school?" Li Mu was stunned for a moment. Then he hugged her tightly again and said, "Because I want to be in the same sect as you." Chapter 336. Participating in the Talisman Dao trial was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. They could get the talisman and give Li Qing a chance to return to the Fulu school in the future. They could also become fellow disciples with Lu Hanyan and have a closer relationship. They could also take the opportunity to infiltrate the Fulu school and become the Empress's spy in the Fulu school. The 3 of them could answer to anyone. It was the best of 3, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Lu Hanyan was touched and snuggled in Li Mu's arms. The 2 of them were affectionate for a while. While Lu Hanyan was bathing, Li Mu went to the main peak of Baiyun Mountain. He still had not settled the score with the Fulu school's head teacher. He had no choice but to join the Fulu school. Otherwise, he would be exposed in front of the Empress and Lu Hanyan. Of these 2 women, one could make him unable to attend court, and the other could make him unable to sleep. He could not afford to offend either of them. However, he still had great use for the talisman in the future, so he could not use it on himself. Fortunately, the Fulu school's head teacher said that he could join the sect without the talisman. It should not be a polite remark. However, before joining the sect, Li Mu had to settle the score first. When he became a disciple of the Fulu school, he would be family with them. This score was not easy to settle. Baiyun Mountain, Taoist Palace on the main peak. The Fulu school's head teacher, Xianxia, looked at Li Mu and asked, "Young friend, your mind is injured. Why don't you recuperate on Baiyun Mountain?" Li Mu cursed in his heart. How shameless! How could they not know why his mind was injured? If they did not use him, how could his mind be injured? Li Mu looked at him and said calmly, "I'm here to get my 5 heaven-grade Fulu." Xianxia said, "There are only a few heaven-grade Fulu in the ancestral court every year, and they are all given to core disciples. I don't have any now." Li Mu's face darkened as he asked, "You lied to me?" Xianxia smiled and said, "When your mind recovers, I can ask the peak masters to help you draw 5 of them. The materials used for the talismans will be provided by the ancestral court." Li Mu looked at Xianxia in a daze. He couldn't imagine that someone like him who looked like an immortal could actually smile and say such shameless words. It was one thing to use him, but to compensate him for his Fulu, he had to draw it himself. Was this something a sect leader would do? Li Mu took a deep breath and swallowed his anger. After all, his wife was still in Fulu school, and he would need their help in the future. As long as he had the materials, it was fine for him to draw it himself. Sooner or later he would get his revenge somewhere else. Today he blackmailed him for 5 Fulu, and tomorrow Li Mu would kidnap his family's zhong. At this time, Xianxia said, "According to the past practice, the disciples recruited by the Talisman Dao trial can only become the 4th-generation disciples. If you enter the Fulu school, I can make an exception and let you become a disciple of a peak master." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure walked into the Dao Palace. Li Mu looked back and found that the person was Fu Daozi, who was called Uncle Master by Xianxia and the others. Talisman Daozi walked up to Li Mu and passed a jade slip to him. He said, "Even though you're unwilling to take me as your master, you've given me 10 more years of lifespan. I'll give you my lifetime's comprehension of the Talisman Dao. I hope you'll be able to bring my Talisman Dao to greater heights." Xianxia looked at the old man and said, "There are many talented disciples in the ancestral court. If Uncle Master is willing, you can choose one of them to inherit your mantle." Daoist Talisman revealed a proud expression as he said, "They aren't worthy of inheriting my mantle." Xianxia shook his head but didn't say anything. Although this Uncle Master's attainments in the Talisman Dao were extraordinary, he had a strange temper. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the Fulu school 20 years ago. He could only give him advice on this matter and couldn't make the decision for him. Li Mu stood in the Dao Palace and thought quickly. He definitely had to join the Fulu school. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the Empress and Lu Hanyan. Xianxia just said that he could choose a peak master. In this way, he would become a third-generation disciple like Lu Hanyan. The sect master and the peak masters were all second-generation disciples. Li Mu had been unhappy with them for a long time and didn't want to be inferior to them after joining the sect. If he became Fu Daozi's disciple, he would be a second-generation disciple and be in the same generation as the sect master and the peak masters. He would also be able to take charge of the Fulu school in the second half of the plan. Now that he had the status, the only thing he lacked was his cultivation. When his cultivation improved, he could draw Fulu at will and bring glory to the Fulu school. At that time, how could Xianxia still have the face to occupy the position of the sect master? Thinking of this, Li Mu suddenly looked at Fu Daozi and said, "I'm willing to be your disciple." Xianxia was stunned. Fu Daozi was stunned for a moment before he looked at Li Mu in surprise and asked, "What did you say?" Li Mu cupped his fists and bowed to him. He repeated, "I'm willing to be your disciple." Fu Daozi grabbed his hand and said excitedly, "Good, good, good. I didn't expect that I would be able to take in a disciple with the heart of 7 orifices before I die. Don't worry, before I die, I will teach you all my Talisman Dao comprehension." Li Mu didn't know what the heart of 7 orifices was, but since Fu Daozi had the first impression and explained it for him, he didn't even have to make up a reason. Originally, he was slightly resistant to taking a stranger as his master. But at this moment, when he saw an old man with 1 foot in the grave, who was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears and his white beard was trembling, for some reason, that trace of resistance quickly disappeared. Li Mu said with a smile, "When my mind recovers, I will draw a few more heavenly secret talismans for you." Fu Daozi said with a gratified expression, "The heavenly secret talisman can only conceal the heavenly secret once. After 10 years, if I can't advance to the transcendence realm, it will be the day of my death. However, I have no regrets to take in such a disciple. So what if those old fellows have a higher cultivation than me? Can their disciples be as powerful as my disciples?" A moment later, in a Dao palace behind the main peak, Li Mu knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully to Fu Daozi 3 times. He said, "Greetings, Master." The Grand Elder's disciple recruitment was supposed to be a grand ceremony. 3 months in advance, all the disciples of the Talisman Puppet Sect's ancestral court and the sect masters of the subsects were supposed to come from all over to congratulate him. As soon as Xianxia proposed it, Li Mu and Fu Daozi rejected it at the same time. Li Mu didn't want to be high profile, but Fu Daozi obviously had other reasons. Fu Daozi personally helped Li Mu up and said, 20 years ago, I was dissatisfied with senior brother passing the position of sect master to Xianxia, so I left Mount Baiyun in anger. This time, I returned to the mountain only to find a disciple to pass on my Talisman Dao before the end of my life. As for other miscellaneous matters, it's better to avoid them." Li Mu could feel the lethargy in his body and the unwillingness in his tone. He could only say, "There are still 10 years. Perhaps in these 10 years, Master can find a way to transcend." Fu Daozi shook his head and said, "If I could find it, I would have found it long ago. You don't have to feel sorry for me. I have experienced everything in my life. If I can find a disciple who can pass on my Talisman Dao before the end of my life, I will die without regrets. At that time, You can find a mountain on Mount Baiyun and bury me. Every year, you can come to burn an incense stick, so that we won't be in vain." He was disappointed for a while, but then he became excited again. He looked at Li Mu with shining eyes and said, "There are still 10 years. You can do a lot of things in 10 years. You have the heart of 7 orifices, so you can definitely pass on my talisman Dao. Unfortunately, it's difficult for you to break through to the transcendence realm in 10 years. Otherwise, I can see with my own eyes that you become the sect master of Fu Lu School." Li Mu was stunned for a moment and said uncertainly, "Sect? Sect master?" Fu Daozi sneered and said, "When you break through to the transcendence realm, as long as you have the materials, you can have as many saint-level Fu Lu as you want. At that time, Fu Lu School will rely on you to develop. Xianxia won't have the face to hold on to the position of sect master. He stole my position, so I will let my disciple steal his position." After Li Mu came back to his senses, he looked at Fu Daozi and said firmly, "Don't worry, master. I will work hard to improve my cultivation and avenge you." "Good disciple." Fu Daozi laughed and said, "Let's go. Let's get to know your senior brothers and sisters again. It's a pity that those 2 old guys are not here. They have more good things." Li Mu soon understood what "get to know them again" meant. He touched the flask heaven ring on his finger and thought, "Sooner or later, I will have to change to a bigger space ring." On Jade Emperor Peak, Master Xingyang took out a Fu Lu with extreme heartache and passed it to Li Mu. He said, "This is senior brother's gift for our first meeting. Junior brother, you must accept it." On Azure Profound Peak, Hyun Jinko had an embarrassed expression as he looked at Fu Daozi and said, "Martial uncle, I don't have anything good in my possession right now. Can I?" Fu Daozi frowned and said, "Where's your Azure Profound sword?" Hyun Jinko sighed and said, "I gave it to junior brother Li's Dao companion last time." On Songling Peak, Master Ashen Pine passed a stack of Fu Lu to Li Mu and said, "Senior brother doesn't have any heaven rank Fu Lu, but these are high-grade earth rank Fu Lu. Junior brother, please accept them." On White Cloud Peak, Fu Daozi listened to the report of an elder and said, "What? Yuzhen is in closed-door cultivation? Where is she? I'll go wake her up." Li Mu hurriedly stopped him. "Master, forget it, forget it. It's not too late to wait for her to come out." 2 hours later, Li Mu landed on White Cloud Peak again. He touched the ring on his hand once again. Other than Yuzhen, who had yet to come out of closed-door cultivation, all the first seats, including the sect master, had been severely blackmailed. If it wasn't for Li Mu stopping him, Fu Daozi might have forcefully called Yuzhen out of closed-door cultivation. Lu Hanyan had already finished bathing. She walked to Li Mu's side and asked, "Have you joined a sect?" Li Mu nodded. Lu Hanyan looked up at him and asked rather proudly, "Then are you going to call me martial uncle in the future?" Li Mu shook his head. He was now a second-generation disciple of the Fu Lu School and was of the same generation as the Fu Lu School's sect master, her master Yuzhen, and the first seats of the peak. Lu Hanyan was slightly stunned and then said, "Could it be that you've also become the disciple of a first seat of a peak?" Li Mu continued to shake his head. Lu Hanyan thought for a moment and muttered, "Could it be that your master is the sect master? Even if that's the case, you still have to call me senior sister." Li Mu knocked her head lightly and looked at her with a smile. "Martial niece Lu, don't be rude to your martial uncle." Chapter 337. Martial niece, I'll give in to you." Yu Han-yun pinched Li Mu's waist and said through gritted teeth, "You're not allowed to get on my bed tonight." Being a second-generation disciple of the Fugu School, the same generation as the head of the sect, was something to be proud of. But Li Mu obviously showed off to the wrong person. It was late at night. He lay alone on the bed in the wing room, staring at the roof in a daze. There were always many unpredictable things in life. Before coming to Mount Baiyun, Li Mu didn't expect that he would participate in the trial of Talisman Taoism, become the disciple of the Grand Elder, and shoulder the heavy responsibility of becoming the next head of the sect. Whether it was for the Empress or for Talisman Daozi's last wish, he inexplicably had another great goal. Late at night, Li Mu took out the jade slip given to him by Talisman Daozi and put it on his forehead. In this jade slip, there were more than 100 years of Talisman Daozi's comprehension of Talisman Taoism. Compared with these powerhouses who had been immersed in talisman Taoism for decades or even hundreds of years, Li Mu didn't even know a little about talisman Taoism. He only knew how to draw talismans, but he didn't know anything about talismans. This jade slip undoubtedly opened the door to a new world for Li Mu. It let Li Mu know that talisman Taoism could be used in this way. Talisman Daozi was a once-in-a-century genius of talisman Taoism, but his talent in cultivation was not particularly outstanding. So far, he had not taken the key step. Even though with his attainments in talisman Taoism, he could fight against a transcendent realm master with his cultivation in Dongxian, but he was still not a transcendent realm master. Under the transcendent realm, the lifespan of cultivators was not much longer than that of humans. Because of cultivation and health preservation, cultivators in Dongxian could live for more than 60 years, which was equivalent to the oldest among mortals. If there were no accidents, cultivators in the divine power realm and the creation realm could live for more than 100 years. The reason why cultivators seemed to live longer was that they were free from disease and disaster, and they knew how to cultivate and maintain their health. Therefore, they could easily live for decades or even hundreds of years. Mortals lived for decades. If they paid attention to their health, their lifespan might not be shorter than cultivators. Talisman Daozi had already lived for 2 cycles of 60 years, and his life was about to end. Even though the heavenly secret talisman could buy him 10 years of time, he would still perish if he couldn't advance within these 10 years. The jade slip contained all his comprehensions of the Tao of talismans. Li Mu could sense the expectations that Talisman Daozi had for him. He truly regarded Li Mu as his personal disciple. Li Mu and the Empress were actually the same type of people. Because of loneliness, if anyone treated them well, they would return the favor tenfold. Li Mu wanted to help Fu Daozi, but unfortunately he was powerless to do so. He let out a long sigh. Suddenly, the door was opened from the outside. Yu Hanyun walked to the bedside and said angrily, "Why don't you come over?" Li Mu put away his thoughts and said sadly, "Weren't you the one who didn't let me go over?" Yu Hanyun glared at him and said, "You don't go over just because I don't let you. When did you listen to me?" Li Mu knew that her self-control was worse than his. She would definitely lose it before him. At this time, he couldn't be stubborn anymore. He pulled her into his arms and said, Okay, it was my fault during the day. In the future, we'll talk about our own matters. Anyway, we won't stay on Mount Baiyun for long. By the way, your cultivation is already at the divine power realm. Do you want to go back to the divine capital with me? Yu Hanyun sighed and said, I want to, but my cultivation is now at a critical moment. If I go into seclusion with Master for a few more months, I'll be able to break through to the 5th realm. Li Mu was shocked and asked, So soon? Yu Hanyun said proudly, I'm now cultivating the pure Yin technique. Every step of my cultivation is guided by Master. Mount Baiyun is full of spiritual energy and there are endless spiritual jades. If I go into seclusion for a few more months, then, Li Mu asked, then what? Yu Hanyun lowered her head and said softly, then, as long as we really do dual cultivation, I'll be able to borrow your pure yang energy. When Yin and Yang converge, I'll break through the bottleneck. Li Mu and Yu Hanyun hugged and kissed. They had done most of the things that couples should do. However, there was still one most important thing that they hadn't done. Firstly, the concept of this era was different. That step had to be taken on the night of the wedding. Only then would there be a sense of ceremony. Secondly, when the Yin and Yang converged, it was the best time to break through. If they lost it now, their cultivation would increase a little. However, they would still encounter a bottleneck when the time came. The bottleneck between each realm was the hardest to break through. Being stuck at a bottleneck for decades was nothing new in the cultivation world. There were only a few months left. When he returned to Shendu, Li Mu had to start preparing for the wedding. The attraction between pure Yin and pure Yang was irresistible. The two of them reunited after a short separation. They only came out of the room after lunch the next day. Li Mu's original plan was to accompany her for 3 months. However, her cultivation was at a critical moment. 3 days later, she went into seclusion again. 3 days later, Li Mu came to the main peak of Mount Baiyun again. He still had something important to do. When Yu Han-yun entered the sect, Hyun Jinko gave her a chance to comprehend the Tao page. Although what she comprehended was a copy, she gained a lot. As a second-generation disciple, Li Mu could directly comprehend the original page of the Tao page. In the Tao Palace, Xianxia stretched out his hand. A yellowed piece of paper appeared in his palm. There were no words on the paper. It looked simple and unadorned as it floated quietly in Hyun Jinko's palm. Fu Daozi stood beside Li Mu and said seriously, "The Tao page is a page of the Tao scripture. It contains the supreme Tao." The founder of the Fugu school obtained this page. After comprehending it, he left the Fugu school's orthodoxy behind. This is a rare opportunity. Study it well. It will be of great benefit to your future cultivation. Xianxia looked at Li Mu and said, "This page of the Tao scripture contains the talisman's Tao. Different people will comprehend different things. How much you can comprehend will depend on your luck." Li Mu had a good understanding of the Tao scripture. It was said that most of the supernatural powers, Tao techniques, talisman, pills, and array formations in the current cultivation world originated from the Tao scripture. Anyone who obtained any page of the Tao scripture could establish a sect. That was how the 6 sects of the Tao sect came about. The Tao page slowly floated over from Xianxia's palm. Li Mu reached out and pressed his hand on it. In the next moment he entered a white world. Unlike the world he entered when he participated in the trial, this world was a vast expanse of white. Even when Li Mu put his hand in front of his eyes, he could only see white. He was wrapped in a white fog that he could not see clearly. In the fog, there was a flash of golden light from time to time. It was so fast that one could not see it clearly. Li Mu tried to chase after the golden light, but the golden light flashed and disappeared. The more he wanted to see it clearly, the faster the golden light flashed in the white fog. In the end, he could only see a blurry afterimage. This feeling was similar to when Li Mu first drew talismans. The more he wanted to draw it in one go, the more restless his heart was and the greater the possibility of failure. Therefore, Li Mu sat down cross-legged and began to recite the Clear Heart Sutra. In the Tao Palace of the main peak, Xianxia looked at Li Mu, who was sitting cross-legged, and said indifferently, "It seems that he has found the trick. I wonder how many talisman he can comprehend in the end." Talisman Daozi asked, "How many did you comprehend back then?" Xianxia said, "I'm ashamed. I only comprehended 10. I can't compare to Martial Uncle." Talisman Daozi glanced at him and said, "But your luck isn't bad. The talismans you've comprehended are new talismans that no one else has comprehended. Amongst the 15 talismans I've comprehended, 8 of them were comprehended by others." Xianxia looked at Li Mu and said, "I just don't know how lucky Junior Brother is." In the white fog space, as Li Mu's heart calmed down, he noticed that the white fog in front of him seemed to have faded a little. At the same time, the golden light flashing in the fog slowed down. He could vaguely see that it was a talisman made of runes. However, the talisman was still very fast and he could not see the details clearly. Li Mu was not in a hurry and continued to recite the Clear Heart Sutra. The white fog in front of him became thinner and the speed of the talisman became slower. Gradually, Li Mu could see the details of the talisman. This was a talisman that Li Mu had never seen before. Judging from the complexity of the runes, it should be above the mid-grade of the heaven rank. Li Mu remembered the talisman in his heart and looked further ahead. As the fog gradually faded, Li Mu could gradually see the talisman flashing in the distance. Obviously, as long as his heart was calm, he would be able to see further, more clearly, and more talismans. Li Mu was no longer anxious. He closed his eyes and began to recite the Clear Heart Sutra again and again. After reciting it countless times, Li Mu slowly opened his eyes. The scene in front of him stunned him. The surrounding white fog was gone. He sat cross-legged on the ground and there was an extremely vast land in front of him. On the land, there were many monsters that Li Mu had never seen before. These monsters were hundreds of feet tall and emitted an extremely terrifying aura. They wreaked havoc on the land. Wherever they went, mountains collapsed and rivers flowed in reverse. These ugly but incomparably powerful monsters were slowly walking towards Li Mu. Behind Li Mu, there were countless figures floating in the air. These people stretched out their hands and drew lines in the air. Wherever their fingertips passed, golden light condensed and formed runes. Finally, they converged into a talisman and flew towards these monsters. The golden light that Li Mu had seen just now was the scene of these talismen flying in front of his eyes. It was just that at that time, his eyes were filled with white fog and he could not see where these talismen came from or went. These talismen flew over the heads of these monsters. Some summoned incomparably thick lightning dragons and smashed the monsters into ashes. Some turned into balls of flames and engulfed the monsters. Some froze the monsters and then collapsed. In this place, Li Mu had seen many talismen that he had never seen or heard of before. Many doubts appeared in his mind. What were these huge monsters with terrifying auras? He had read a lot of books and was familiar with the records of monsters in the 10 continents, but he had never seen any description of them. If these things really existed, even if they were not in the ancestral state, there would definitely be records of them. And who were those people behind him wearing strange clothes? Their fighting style was so strange that they could actually draw talismans out of thin air without using talisman materials. Although today's transcendent experts could also draw talismans out of thin air, the power of the talisman was far from being comparable to the ones in this scene. Li Mu had many mysteries in his heart that had not been solved. Just as he was about to look for a while, the previous scene suddenly changed. He returned to the Dao Palace on the main peak again. In front of him were Xianxia and Fu Daozi. Fu Daozi looked at Li Mu and asked expectantly, "How many talisman did you see?" "How many?" Li Mu recalled for a moment and recalled the talismans that filled the sky and densely covered the entire sky. He said, "There should be around 1,000. Chapter 338. Qian or 800? Fu Daozi looked at Li Mu in a daze. Even Xianxi's expression was full of shock. The Tao page was extremely mysterious. Since ancient times, those who could comprehend several Tao pages from it were already geniuses. Those who could comprehend more than 10 Tao pages were geniuses among geniuses. Those disciples later became famous masters of the Fugu school. They couldn't find a single word to describe it. Li Mu couldn't figure out their expressions and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" After Fu Daozi came to his senses, he asked again, "How many talisman do you remember?" Li Mu said embarrassedly, "1." In fact, he had only carefully memorized the first talisman. Later, Li Mu was stunned by the scene after the white fog dissipated. The huge monster and the strange human were beyond his knowledge and experience. How could he be in the mood to memorize the talisman? That's impossible. Fu Daozi's face was full of disbelief. Then he asked Li Mu, "What did you see in the Tao page?" Li Mu said, "A continent where powerful monsters wreaked havoc. Some human beings could condense talismans in the void and draw powerful talismans. They used the talisman to attack and seal those monsters." Fu Daozi was stunned. He looked at Xianxia and asked, "What did you see at the beginning?" Xianxia said slowly, "White fog." Occasionally, a golden talisman flashed through the white fog. Fu Daozi looked at Li Mu again and said in confusion, "It's strange. All the people who comprehended the Tao page saw fog." "Why did you see this?" Li Mu explained. "In the beginning, there was only white fog. However, as one's heart calmed down, the white fog would become thinner. When one's heart calmed down completely, the white fog would completely dissipate. The golden talismans that you saw flashing through the white fog were created by those humans. They used their fingers to draw talismans in the air. Their purpose was to attack some of the monsters in the fog." I knew it. After Fu Daozi finished listening to Li Mu's description, an excited expression appeared on his face, and he said, "During the ancient times, the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth was extremely dense, so writing talismans didn't require the assistance of spirit liquids. Later on, the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth thinned greatly, so the seniors of the Dao sect relied on various spirit objects of the heavens and the earth to liquefy their spirit energy and use it as materials for writing talismans. This old man's guess is true, it's true." Li Mu said regretfully, "It's a pity that I didn't pay much attention to the talisman just now. If I can comprehend the Dao page again, I should be able to remember it." Xianxia shook his head. You can only comprehend the Tao page once. Everyone only has one chance. Even if you touch it again, you won't be able to enter the world just now. However, what you see on the Tao page will be deeply engraved in your memory. As long as you meditate, you'll be able to recall it again. Hearing Xianxia's words, Li Mu closed his eyes and thought back to the scene he had just seen. Sure enough, the things he had seen on the Tao page appeared once again, and very clearly. Fu Daozi asked expectantly, "Do you remember now?" Li Mu nodded, "Yes." Fu Daozi continued to ask, "What kind of talisman are there?" Li Mu closed his eyes and stretched out his finger. According to the scene in his mind, he drew a few talismans in the void and said, "This talisman can turn an area into a sea of fire. The fire is blue and doesn't seem to be ordinary fire. As long as you touch it, you won't be able to get rid of it." Then he changed to another talisman and continued to speak. "This talisman can summon a lightning dragon. This talisman can freeze an area of 10,000 feet. This talisman can turn the earth into magma. This talisman can summon huge meteorites." After copying dozens of talisman, Li Mu opened his eyes and said, "There are too many talisman. I'm afraid there are more than 1,000 talismans. I can't finish them all in a short time." Fu Daozi looked at Li Mu in shock. After a while, he finally came to his senses and looked at Tianjizi, saying, "You should abdicate." He put one hand on Tianjizi's shoulder and said, "The Fugu school is destined to prosper in the hands of my disciple. If you don't give up the position of the headmaster, you will be hindering the prosperity of our sect. You have to apologize to the ancestors." Li Mu hurriedly said, "Master, forget it. There's no hurry." Fu Daozi didn't insist to the end. Instead, he said happily, "After seeing those talisman, I have comprehended something. I need to cultivate in seclusion for a few days to comprehend it." Fu Daozi left in a hurry. Li Mu stood in the Taoist palace and asked Xianxizi, "What are those monsters?" Xianxizi shook his head and said, "In ancient times, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was rich and everything flourished. However, there weren't many things that were really passed down from that era. Everything that happened in that era has always been a mystery in the cultivation world." Li Mu asked doubtfully, "The Tao scripture didn't seem to be born that long ago, did it?" Xianxizi explained, "People think that the Tao scripture was compiled by countless Taoist seniors more than 1,000 years ago. But in fact, the Tao scripture has existed for even longer. Perhaps it can be traced back to the ancient times. At that time, the Taoist seniors only passed down the orthodoxy of the various Taoist sects by comprehending the Tao pages. The ancient times were a long time ago for the people of this world. There were few records about the ancient times in this era. For some reason, the inheritance between the two eras was broken. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was very rich in the ancient times, which was many times richer than today's. The cultivation of cultivators was related to spiritual qi. The masters of this era all stopped at the transcendence realm. In that era, there should have been cultivators at the 8th or even the 9th realm. Li Mu thought of those monsters. Their strength might be related to the density of spiritual qi. With the thin spiritual qi of heaven and earth, it was difficult for such huge monsters to be born. They might have gone extinct in the long river of time. No one could explain the scene that happened in the Tao page to Li Mu. Li Mu stopped thinking about it and asked Xianxizi, "Is there any way to show the scenes that I saw in the Tao page?" Xianxizi shook his head and said, "You can show ordinary memories with the cultivation strength of the 5th realm. However, you can't show the insights in the Tao page." Li Mu found that he couldn't show the scenes in his mind with spiritual spell visual projection. It seemed that the problem didn't lie with him but with the Tao page. He waved his hand and said, "I'll go back now. Don't forget that you still owe me 5 heaven-level talisman." Standing in the Taoist palace, Xianxizi watched him leave as if he saw the beginning of the change in the cultivation world. White Cloud Peak. Li Mu had been in seclusion cultivation for 7 days after he returned. After 7 days, he opened the door and stood in the courtyard. Under the long-awaited sunlight, he stretched lazily. During these 7 days, he had watched the scenes that he saw in the Tao page countless times. He recorded all the talisman that he could see and organized them into a jade slip. Similar to a USB flash drive, jade slips were used by cultivators to store information. If it was recorded on paper, it would take at least 1,300 pages. If it was recorded on jade slips, one jade slip would be enough. Li Mu flew up and came to the main peak again. Then he landed in a Taoist palace. Talisman Daozi walked out. Li Mu handed him the jade slip and said, "Master, take this." Talisman Daozi took the jade slip and asked, "What's this?" Li Mu said with a smile, "You'll know when you see it." Talisman Daozi pressed the jade slip to his forehead. His expression gradually became sluggish, and even his body trembled slightly. Li Mu looked at him and said, "These are all the talisman images in the Tao page. I hope you can understand the great Tao of the talisman from them, Master." Talisman Daozi looked at Li Mu with his beard trembling. He tried to speak several times but failed. Li Mu bowed and said, "I won't disturb Master. I'll go back now." He flew out of the Taoist palace and returned to the White Cloud Peak. He let out a long sigh of relief. This was the only thing he could do for Talisman Daozi. Li Mu used the talismans on the Tao page to repay the favor of Talisman Daozi for giving him the comprehension of the Tao of talismans. As for whether Talisman Daozi could comprehend the Tao of transcendence from it, that would depend on himself. Not long after, an aura familiar to Li Mu landed outside the small building. Li Mu opened the door. Elder Su said respectfully, "Uncle Master Li, the sect master invites you in." In less than half a month, he had changed the way he addressed Li Mu from Lord Li to Uncle Master Li. Although Xianxia listened to Talisman Daozi and didn't publicize this matter in the sect, he still informed the third-generation elders in the sect. Li Mu came to the main Peak's Tao Palace and found that other than Xianxia, the other heads were also there. Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, sect master, senior brothers and senior sisters." With a master who was a supreme elder, it was much more convenient for him to move around Baiyun Mountain. Even if he met the sect master and the sect master, he only had to greet them as equals. Xianxia looked at Li Mu and said, "The materials for the talisman are ready. Junior brother, you can start at any time." After this period of rest, Li Mu's injuries had healed and his mind had returned to its peak state. Drawing a saint-level talisman might be a little difficult, but for a heaven-level talisman, it shouldn't be a problem for him to draw 5 of them in one go. Drawing talismans wasn't difficult for him. The difficult thing was to gather the materials. The cultivators in the ancient times could draw talismans in the void because the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was rich at that time. When the spiritual qi was thin, they had to find natural treasures that contained spiritual qi to replace it. Li Mu borrowed Xianxia's magic power and drew 5 heaven-level talisman in one go. He let out a sigh of relief. At this time, Xianxia said, "There is still some talisman liquid left. Junior brother, do you want to draw a few more?" Li Mu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in a bad mood, "Draw? Do you think I'm a tool for drawing talismans?" Xianxia sighed and said, "The great competition of the peaks is about to begin. In every competition, the top 3 disciples will be rewarded with a heaven-level talisman. In the ancestral court, except for junior brother, no one has 100% confidence. This talisman liquid is extremely precious. As a member of the Fugu school, junior brother can't bear to waste it, right?" Li Mu looked at the serious face of Xianxia and understood that he still had a lot to learn if he wanted to be the sect master of the Fugu school. Chapter 339. Li Mu had originally thought that he had profited greatly by becoming Fu Daozi's disciple and becoming a second-generation disciple of the Fu Lu school for the Empress. Now, he realized that these old foxes seemed to be even more scheming. Although there were many people in the Fu Lu school who could draw a heaven-grade Fu Lu, they didn't have a 100% success rate and might cause a waste of precious talisman fluid. In order not to waste materials, they seemed to be planning to use Li Mu as a tool. He had always been the one to use others as tools, so this was how it felt to be used as a tool. However, Li Mu couldn't refuse. Xianxia's reason was very sufficient. Li Mu was a disciple of the talisman sect, so he naturally had the responsibility to save resources for the sect. If Li Mu refused, it would be disloyal to the sect. How could someone who was disloyal to the Fu Lu school become the Fu Lu school's headmaster? Thus, Li Mu was able to draw 3 more heaven-grade Fu Lu. The function of these Fu Lu was to repair the physical body. Even if one's limbs were chopped off, they could be regenerated in an extremely short amount of time. In the underground karst cave, Wu Bo had been ambushed by senior brother Qin and crushed his heart. He had used this talisman to regenerate a new heart. Anyone wouldn't be able to endure 8 times in 2 hours. After Li Mu finished the last stroke, he supported himself on a stone pillar in the Dao Palace and walked to the front of the hall. Then he collapsed comfortably on a chair. He would rather return to the divine capital and be squeezed dry by the Empress than be squeezed dry by a group of old men here. Li Mu only lacked magic power to draw heaven-grade or even saint-grade Fu Lu. If he had the Empress' magic power and enough materials, he could draw as many as he wanted. He had always been taking from the Empress and had never given anything in return. When he returned to the Immortal's capital, he would also draw some Fu Lu for the Empress. Although the Empress was rich, she didn't have a lot of good things on her. For example, the heaven rank Fu Lu was a rare item in the Fu Lu school. In the 10 continents and 3 islands, besides the Fu Lu school, almost no one could draw a Fu Lu of this level. The only one the Empress gave to Li Mu was one that Li Mu gave to Xiao Bai for protection. Other than that, the highest rank Fu Lu she gave to Li Mu was only Earth rank. This was obviously not in line with the status of the Empress of the Great Zhou. She always carried a stack of heavenly rank Fu Lu with her. In the future, when she rewarded her meritorious subjects, she would be able to take it out. The position where Li Mu was lying was the headmaster's position. Fu Lu school had a hierarchy, and his action was against the rules. However, the heads only looked at each other and didn't say anything. They had already heard from the headmaster that he had comprehended all of the pages. The founder of the Fu Lu school only comprehended a portion of the pages, and yet he was able to establish the Fu Lu school. What would happen if he comprehended all of it? At that time, the title of the number 1 Taoist sect would change hands. Xianxia looked at Li Mu, who was lying on the chair, and asked, "Junior brother, have you comprehended all of the pages?" Li Mu extended his hand, and a jade slip appeared in his palm. He threw the jade slip to Xianxia and said, "The Fu Lu that appeared in the pages are all in here." Nothing ventured, nothing gained. The future leader had to have the bearing of a future leader. Li Mu was not worried that he would starve to death if he taught others the way of talismans. The stronger the talisman sect was, the more beneficial it would be for him and the Empress. Xianxia placed the jade slip on his forehead, and a moment later, he passed it to Hyun Jinko, who was beside him. After Hyun Jinko read it, he passed it to Xianxia. Apart from Yuzhen Zi, who was in seclusion, the other 6 heads all looked at the jade slip with longing and excitement in their eyes. They all knew what this jade slip meant. The founder of the Fu Lu school founded, and Li Mu would lead the Fu Lu school to an unprecedented peak. Not to mention that he had completely comprehended the pages and contributed the complete contents of the pages, just by relying on his heart of 7 orifices. If he was tied to the Fu Lu school and drew talismans day and night, in the future, the Fu Lu school's disciples would each have a saint-level attacking Fu Lu. Their attacks would be at the 7th realm, and they would be able to beat the 10 demonic sects together. Unfortunately, they couldn't tie him up. Not to mention that the materials needed for a saint-level Fu Lu were hard to find, and it was impossible to create an unlimited number of them. Martial Uncle Fu Daozi would also not allow them to do so. Not to mention, he had the Empress of the Great Zhou behind him. He was a treasure in the Fu Lu school, and in the heart of the Empress, he would also be a treasure. If the Fu Lu school forcibly detained him, it was very likely that the Great Zhou court would send a large force to suppress them. The strength of the Fu Lu school was unquestionable, but in the Great Zhou, the strength of any sect could not compare to the Great Zhou court. Xianxia put away the jade slip and bowed to Li Mu with cupped fists, saying, "Thank you, junior brother." As the head of the Fu Lu school, his bow represented the highest etiquette of the Fu Lu school. He bowed to Li Mu for his contributions to the Fu Lu school and for bringing the Fu Lu school to a new height. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "We're on the same side, there's no need to thank me." Xianxia smiled and said, In that case, senior brother won't be polite. In fact, there's another important matter that concerns the future of the sect, and I need junior brother's help. Seeing Xianxia's expression, Li Mu began to regret what he had just said. As the head of the sect, Xianxia's face was as thick as his cultivation. Li Mu had become a second-generation disciple of the Fulu school, but he had not obtained any benefits, and had become a tool for them. Now, he actually had something to ask of him. How could he not feel embarrassed? Li Mu did not speak, but Xianxia took the initiative to say, although the ancestral court holds a trial of the Tao of Talismans every 4 years, the disciples who pass the trial have the aptitude for the Tao of Talismans, but most of them lack the talent for cultivation. Junior brother is a pillar of the great Zhou, a favored minister of the Empress. Can you borrow the power of the imperial court to help the sect recruit some cultivation geniuses with special constitutions from the common people, and nurture them from a young age? This head of the sect was really squeezing Li Mu's value in all aspects. Li Mu's face revealed a difficult expression. He said, senior brother also knows that the imperial court has its own rules. In principle, the local government is forbidden from revealing the people's birth characters. At this point, his tone changed and he said, of course, although I'm an official of the Great Zhou, I'm also a disciple of the Fulu school. I'll definitely think of the sect. After I return to the divine capital, I'll mention this matter to Her Majesty, but I don't know if Her Majesty will agree. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, senior brother thanks junior brother in advance. Li Mu continued, the imperial court's attitude towards the various sects is the same, and it's not easy to make an exception. I think that if we can show some sincerity, the possibility of Her Majesty agreeing might be greater. Xianxia asked, what sincerity? Li Mu looked at him and said leisurely, Her Majesty has just ascended the throne and is short of manpower. If the ancestral court can cooperate with the imperial court and send some elders to be stationed in the imperial court in the capacity of a consecrator, then make a request, wouldn't it be difficult for Her Majesty to refuse? Li Mu needed to correct the misconception of the upper echelons of the Fulu school that they always liked to freeload when they encountered problems. Freeloading would not last long. Cooperation was a win-win situation. Only with effort would there be returns. Not everyone was like Li Mu, willing to indulge their bad habits. After thinking for a while, Xianxia nodded and said, this is not difficult. Since the two of them had reached an agreement on this issue, the following matters were much simpler. Li Mu was not only a second-generation disciple of the Fulu school, but also an official of the Great Zhou. It was more than suitable for him to be the middleman. The Empress was already short of manpower, and the internal guards had undergone a wave of purges. If an expert of the Fulu school joined, she would not have to experience the awkwardness of having no one to rely on. He could not wait to tell the Empress this good news. After watching Li Mu walk out of the palace, Xianxia thought for a while and said, I've decided to pass the position of headmaster to junior brother Li. This was originally the most important matter of the Fulu school, and it required everyone to discuss and decide. However, after Xianxia spoke, none of the heads objected. Hyun Jinko hesitated for a moment and said, the current him is not suitable for this position. After all, he's only at the 4th realm. It's not a good thing to push him to the front so early. Xianxia shook his head and said, of course not now. At the very least, we have to wait until he enters the 7th realm. Hyun Jinko's eyes were filled with anticipation. He said, I wonder what heights he will bring the Fulu school to, Bayun Peak. Li Mu had just returned to his room. Having learned his lesson from last time, he first cast a soundproof spell, then took out the conch. After activating it with his transcendence energy, he said impatiently, Your Majesty, let me tell you a piece of good news. Chapter 340. Li Mu wondered if he was born to be busy. Taking advantage of his vacation time, he even facilitated the cooperation between the Fulu school and the court. In the past, although the court had cooperated with the various sects, it was only at a superficial level. For example, the large sects allowed their low-level disciples to be stationed in local government offices to help the local officials govern their areas. The court gave the sects their territories and allowed them to recruit disciples in the vicinity of the power they belonged to, and so on. This kind of cooperation on a deeper level rarely happened in the past. The reason was naturally the distrust between the two sides. The power and strength of these sects were too strong enough to threaten the rule of the court. Moreover, the court had absolute control over the 36 counties in name. The 4 sects and 6 schools' activities in the secular world were greatly restricted. Because of this suspicion and distrust, the Great Zhou court had never had an official from the 4 sects and 6 schools. Even a minor official was required to not have a sect background, and the high-level positions of these sects were not held by officials of the court. Li Mu was probably the first person to hold both a high position in the court and a high level of a sect. With him as the middleman, it was most appropriate. Li Mu did not tell the Empress anything else about the Fulu school. He only said that he intended to facilitate the cooperation between the Fulu school and the court. The court would pay attention to the talented disciples of the Fulu school, and the Fulu school would also send powerful elders as guests of the court. The Empress was currently lacking manpower, and this was something to be happy about. However, Li Mu did not hear the Empress's happiness. She was like a salted fish as an empress. She did not have the slightest bit of initiative, nor was she active in doing things. Her most active activity was to run to Li Mu's house to freeload food, and to help Li Mu with the spirit snail to check on him. More than 100 times in 3 days. Not to mention a superior, even a girlfriend rarely did this. Fortunately, Lu Hanyan was different from her. Otherwise, Li Mu would probably go crazy. In the spirit snail, the Empress said calmly, "You can decide on this matter." This could also be considered a national policy. From a certain point of view, it was Li Mu's duty as the censor of the palace secretariat. However, he still had to ask for the Empress's permission, so as to avoid the bad reputation of a favored official causing chaos in the government. Li Mu sighed. The Empress didn't even care about collaborating with Fulu school. He didn't know what she cared about. On the other side, the Empress no longer mentioned this matter. Instead, she asked, "When are you coming back?" Li Mu replied, "I will do it as soon as possible." The voice in the conch was clearly dissatisfied. "You said it would be quick more than a month ago. How quick is it?" Li Mu explained helplessly, "This time, it's really as fast as possible. The shortest is 3 days, the longest is 5 days. After spending a few days with Lu Hanyan, she went into seclusion with Yu Zhenzi. Li Mu could have returned to the fairy's capital now, but the 7 Peaks disciple competition was about to begin. As a second-generation disciple, he needed to attend. The Empress was really too much. She didn't care about the country's affairs and urged him to go back to work so urgently. This also affected Li Mu's enthusiasm. Great Zhou was her Great Zhou, and Li Mu was working for her. She couldn't always sit at the top and let Li Mu do all the work. She should at least give him some response. This way, Li Mu would have more motivation to do things. Li Mu put down the spirit conch and heard a buzzing sound coming from outside the courtyard. The Dao bell was urging him from outside. Li Mu put away the spirit conch and walked out of the door. He said, "Don't rush me. I'm coming, White Cloud Mountain." Today was the day of the ancestral court of Fulu School's 7 Peaks competition. The all-peak competition was held once every 4 years like the Talisman Dao trial. There was only a month's difference in time. In the past, the results of the Talisman Dao trial would be a hot topic among the disciples of the sect. However, this year, after the trial ended, it didn't cause much of a stir. This was because the trial left too many mysteries for the disciples. First of all, the first place of the previous trial would immediately become a core disciple and receive great support from the sect. They could enjoy cultivation resources that ordinary disciples couldn't enjoy. For a long time after the trial ended, the first place of the trial would be the object of envy of all the disciples. However, the identity of this year's first place was still a mystery. It wasn't just the first place. After the trial ended, the first and second place of the trial completely disappeared as if they had evaporated into thin air. Other than that, on the day of the trial, there was a strange phenomenon on Mount Baiyun. No one knew what was going on. However, according to the ancient books, some disciples guessed that when the sage-level Fulu was born, there would be a heavenly tribulation. The strange phenomenon on Mount Baiyun that day was very similar to a heavenly tribulation. As soon as this was said, there were different opinions. Some people said that the sect master drew the sage-level Fulu. Some people said that the strange phenomenon was caused by the sect master's advancement to transcendence. Some people said that the person who drew the sage-level Fulu was the first place of the trial. However, the sect had never explained this, and this matter had never been concluded. Before the grand competition, the disciples of the various peaks had already gathered around the main peak square. This grand competition was related to the honor of the participating disciples, and also related to the resources that each peak could obtain from the sect in the next 4 years. The top 3 disciples of the grand competition would each receive a heaven-level Fulu. The first place of the grand competition would also have the opportunity to become a direct disciple of the sect master and be promoted to a 3rd-generation elder. The top 10 disciples of the grand competition would also receive an earth-level Fulu and the opportunity to receive guidance from the sect master. Therefore, every time the grand competition was held, the disciples of the various peaks would do their best to obtain the highest ranking. This was not only for themselves, but also for the honor of the various peaks. Li Mu originally wanted to return to the divine capital as soon as possible so that the empress wouldn't nag him all day long. However, Xianxia said that he had to participate in this grand competition. He could skip the disciple recruitment ceremony, but as the disciple of the grand elder and a 2nd-generation disciple of the Fulu school, he had to show his face in front of the disciples of the ancestral court and the important figures of the Fulu school's branches. For this reason, he even gave Li Mu a Taoist name, Ling Jizi. In the Fulu school, not everyone had a Taoist name. The 3rd-generation and 4th-generation disciples didn't have high cultivation bases, so most of them called themselves by their secular names. Generally, only after they advanced to the Dongxian level would they consider giving themselves a Taoist name. After all, Sect Master Xianxia and Sect Master Yuzhen sounded more like experts than Sect Master Wang Ergu and Sect Master Chen Erniu. Although Li Mu wasn't used to his new Taoist name, he didn't resist it. As soon as Li Mu landed on the main peak square, Hanja walked over from a certain direction and asked in surprise, "You haven't returned to the divine capital yet?" Li Mu replied, "I'll leave after the grand competition." "You'll participate in the grand competition?" Hanja was stunned for a moment, then a surprised expression appeared on his face. He asked, "You've also joined our Fulu school? Don't tell me you've also taken a sect master as your master?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "No." Hanja breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Which elder is your master?" Li Mu replied, "Fu Daozi." Hanja touched his head and shook his head. "I've never heard of him. Which peak is he from?" Li Mu replied, "The main peak." Hanja said enviously, "The main peak is good. The main peak is full of core disciples. You can have whatever you want. You don't even need to fight. I told you, with your relationship with Lu, Martial Uncle Lu, you won't do too badly after joining the sect." Li Mu looked around and asked, "Why haven't I seen Junior Sister Qin today?" At the mention of Junior Sister Qin, Hanja looked helpless and said, "Don't mention it. I told her to reflect on her mistakes behind closed doors." Li Mu asked, "What's wrong with her now? You still have the nerve to ask?" Hanja glared at Li Mu and said, "If you hadn't left first last time, I wouldn't have asked Junior Sister Qin to drink with me. With her alcohol tolerance, she got drunk after just a few glasses. Moreover, she liked to take off her clothes when she was drunk. Not only did she take off her own clothes, but she also took off my clothes. Fortunately, I woke up at the critical moment. Otherwise, I really don't know how to face Senior Brother Qin's soul in heaven. The primordial yang body that I've maintained for more than 20 years might have been lost." Li Mu looked at him sympathetically and said, "Yes, it's too dangerous. Anything can happen when a man and a woman are alone. You'd better protect yourself. If you lose your primordial yang, it will be a big loss." Hanja agreed and said, "I didn't expect Junior Sister Qin to be so bad at drinking. I won't drink with her anymore." While they were chatting, more and more people gathered in the square of the main peak, and the sound of discussion was endless. "I wonder which peak's senior brother will get first place in the competition this time. The reward for first place is too generous. Not only will you become a third-generation disciple, but you'll also get a heaven-grade Fulu. That's equivalent to having an extra life. I wonder how many people are eyeing those 3 positions? Why is there an extra seat in front? Well, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 9, there's really an extra one. All the disciples looked at the square in front of them, stunned. During the competition, the sect leader and the 7 peak chiefs would watch from the front. Therefore, there would be 8 seats in front of the square. These 8 huge seats were made of spiritual jade and had runes carved on them. They floated in front of the square, dignified and noble, showing the owner's identity and status. The sect leader and the 7 peak chiefs should have 8 seats. This was the usual practice in previous years. However, this year, there were 9 seats in front of the square. Could an elder have advanced to the 6th realm? I don't know. If an elder had advanced, how could the peaks not know? Could it be that one of the Grand Elders has returned? That's not very likely. The Grand Elders have been wandering outside for more than 10 years without any news. Even if they have returned, they have never cared about the competition between the peaks. Xianxia looked at the 9 seats in front of him with a puzzled expression. He mumbled, "This year's competition seems a little different from the previous years." When he turned around to look at Li Mu, he seemed to have noticed something. He looked Li Mu up and down a few times before lowering his head to look at himself. He asked in confusion, "Why is your Taoist robe different from mine?" Xianxia's Tao robe had a blue base, while Li Mu's Tao robe was mainly white. In the Fulu school, disciples of different levels wore Tao robes of different colors. For 4th-generation disciples like Xianxia, their Tao robes were mainly sky blue. For 3rd-generation disciples, the elders of the peaks, their Tao robes were pale yellow. Only the sect leader and the peak chiefs would wear white Tao robes. Before Li Mu could speak, Xianxia suddenly seemed to think of something. He looked at him in surprise and said in shock, Fu Daozi, isn't Fu Daozi the Taoist name of the Grand Supreme Elder who disappeared for a long time? You took the Grand Supreme Elder as your master?" Li Mu did not deny it, which was equivalent to admitting to Xianxia's words. Xianxia was stunned. Really?" Li Mu replied, "Really?" Xianxia grabbed his hair and mumbled, "Let me straighten it out first. You're a 2nd-generation disciple and I'm a 4th-generation disciple. Doesn't that mean I have to call you Grandmaster Martial Uncle?" Li Mu nodded and said, "In theory, yes." Xianxia suffered a huge blow. Although he didn't want to compare himself to Li Mu, his former friend had now become his martial granduncle. Li Mu even had to bow to him when he saw him in the sect. This was something that Xianxia couldn't accept. However, he quickly realized something and raised his head to look at Li Mu. He asked, "You're my martial granduncle? Doesn't that mean you're Miss Hanyan's martial granduncle and junior sister Li's martial granduncle? Wait, your relationship is too messy. Let me sort it out." After counting with his fingers, he finally figured it out and said, "Junior martial sister Li is no longer a disciple of the Fulu school. But Miss Hanyan is Yu Zhenzi's disciple. You're Yu Zhenzi's junior martial brother, so you're her grandmaster martial uncle. You're your future wife's grandmaster martial uncle. Then what's the seniority of your child? Is he the same generation as me or a generation older than me? Wait a minute, I'm confused again." Before Xianxia could figure it out, a bell rang from above, indicating that the competition was about to begin. Xianxia glanced at Li Mu, then ran away like a wisp of smoke. Li Mu felt that it would be difficult to find him for a drink in the future. As the bell rang, the disciples of the various peaks had already taken their positions outside the square. Several figures flew out from the Tao Palace of the main peak. Xianxia and the heads of the various peaks each took a seat. Even Yu Zhenzi, who was in a state of seclusion, came out and sat to the right of Xianxia. Of the 9 chairs, only the one to the left of Xianxia was empty. The disciples of the various peaks gathered and began to discuss in low voices. That seat was originally Yu Zhenzi's. Why is Yu Zhenzi sitting to the right of the sect master this time? Who else can sit to the left of the sect master? Even if there's a new elder, he doesn't have the qualifications to sit there. Could it really be a grand elder? That should be it. Perhaps one of the elders is interested in watching the grand competition of the mountains. During the competition, the seats in front of the square were carefully chosen. The sect master's position was the most revered. His seat was in the center of the square, while the heads of the various peaks sat on either side of him. Among them, the left side was the most respected. Sitting to the left of the sect master was a position that was second only to the sect master. In the past, this seat had belonged to Xianxia, the head of Baiyun Peak. However, today, Xianxia was sitting to the right of the sect master. Apart from the Grand Elder, the disciples couldn't think of anyone else who had a position more respected than Xianxia. They looked at the seat with curious eyes. Most of the disciples and even the elders had never seen the Grand Elder's true appearance since they entered the sect. Outside the square, the disciples of the various peaks had already returned to their positions. Li Mu stood alone in one corner. He originally thought that he only needed to show his face. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so serious. Xianxia was Lu Hanyan's master and half his mother-in-law. Li Mu still felt some psychological pressure to replace her position. Of the 9 seats in front, he was the only one who hadn't taken his seat. Li Mu slowly flew over the square and sat to the left of Xianxia. The disciples of the various peaks of the Fulu school, the elders, and the important figures invited by the various subsects were almost all paying attention to that seat. When Li Mu took his seat, the square was quiet for a moment. The next moment, it was in an uproar. Countless people looked at that seat with a stunned expression. Who is this person? Why is he sitting in that seat? Could he be one of the Grand Elders? Isn't he the one who scared the runway bell? Why is he sitting in the Grand Elder's seat? During the Talisman Dao trial, Li Mu was always shrouded in fog in the image shown by the dark light technique. Most of the disciples of the Fulu school didn't recognize him. Only those who participated in the Talisman Dao trial with him could see his true appearance. At this time, among the disciples of the various peaks, those who passed the Talisman Dao trial were even more shocked. Isn't he the first place of this trial? He finally appeared again, and he's sitting in that seat. That's a seat that only the second-generation disciples can sit in. What qualifications does he have? Could it be? Xianxia's figure slowly flew up from his seat. He stretched out his hands and pressed down. The noise in the square instantly stopped. He looked back at Li Mu. Li Mu's figure also slowly flew up and stood beside Xianxia. Xianxia looked down and said slowly, "The one standing beside me is the disciple of the Grand Elder, Martial Uncle Fu Dozi, Junior Brother Ling Jizi. From today onwards, every disciple of the Fulu school will see him as if they see me." Xianxia's short words set off waves in the hearts of countless people in the square. The disciples of the Grand Elder were the second-generation disciples of the sect and had the same status as the chiefs. However, not all the chiefs could make the sect master say, "See him as if they see me." This sentence had always been used on the future sect master. Even the current peak chiefs didn't have such qualifications. The sect master's words were tantamount to announcing that the young man was the future sect master of the Fulu school in front of all the important figures of the Fulu school's subsect. If he was only the disciple of the Grand Elder, then the sect master had no reason to say this. Because all the peak chiefs were the disciples of the Grand Elder. There must be another reason why he could sit to the left of the sect master. Xianxia floated in the air and said in a dignified voice, "Junior Brother Ling Jizi is the champion of the Talisman Dao trial this time." As soon as these words were spoken, the doubts that had been in the hearts of countless people for a month were solved. The champion of the Talisman Dao trial this time was different from all the previous times. There had never been a trial taker who was able to walk above the 50th step. There had also never been anyone who was able to cause a phenomenon of heaven and earth during the trial. The square was in an uproar again. So it's him. That phenomenon should be caused by him. He's the one who drew the Fulu saint rank. No wonder he was accepted as a disciple by the Grand Elder. No wonder the sect master thinks so highly of him. This is simply reaching the heavens in a single step. Chapter 341. Before the grand competition of the peaks began, Fulu School's head teacher Xianxia's short words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up thousands of waves. Being accepted as a disciple by a Grand Elder was not a shocking matter. At most, the disciples were a little envious. However, sitting to the left of the head teacher and being regarded as the future head of Fulu School was too inconceivable. Fulu School was one of the 6 Taoist sects. Its Taoist teachings were spread throughout the ancestral province, and it had a great influence in the cultivation world. The selection of the Fulu School's head teacher was a major matter for the entire cultivation world. After today, the name of Fulu School's Ling Jizi would spread throughout the cultivation world. After this unexpected matter spread, no one paid attention to this competition. Around the square, countless gazes swept back and forth over the young man sitting to the left of Xianxia, as if they wanted to see through him. Just what kind of ability did this person have to deserve such attention from Fulu School? Li Mu sat in his chair, feeling the gazes from all around him. At first, he was not used to it, but now he was calm and collected. Xianxia saying these words before the large competition was completely out of Li Mu's expectations. In truth, his motives for joining Fulu School were impure. Whether it was for Li Qing, the Empress, or to become fellow disciples with Lu Hanyan, in short, there was no reason for him to truly join Fulu School. Not to mention becoming the head teacher of Fulu School. At that time, this goal was simply an unrealistic dream for Li Mu. It was just an excuse he used to coax the Empress. But who would have thought that after only a month, his dream would come true? The position of head teacher of Fulu School was not only about glory, status, and responsibility. There were thousands of disciples in the ancestral court, and countless outer disciples. As the head teacher of Fulu School, he had to be responsible for them. In addition, the allocation of the sect's resources, the strengthening and revitalization of the sect, all of this pressure rested on the head teacher alone. Once he became the headmaster, Li Mu would not only have to worry about the Empress, but he would also have to worry about the Fulu School. There were all sorts of things happening in the imperial court, and it was enough to worry about the Empress alone. It was better for the Fulu School to slip away as soon as possible. Before the first day of the competition ended, Li Mu planned to sneak away with Wan Wan and Xiao Bai. After Lu Hanyan's closed-door cultivation ended, she would come to Fairy's capital to look for him. Wan Wan was also alone here, so Li Mu planned to bring her back to Fairy's capital this time. This way, she and Xiao Bai would have each other's company. As soon as the 3 of them left White Cloud Peak, several figures flew out from the main peak. Xianxia looked at Li Mu and asked, "Junior brother, where are you going?" Li Mu smiled and said, "I've been away from Fairy's capital for almost 3 months, and His Majesty has urged me many times. It's time for me to go back. If Master comes out of closed-door cultivation, I'll have to trouble you to inform him." Xianxia nodded and said, "Junior brother, you must cultivate diligently this time. Whether or not our Fulu School can prosper in the future will depend on you." Li Mu said awkwardly, "My cultivation is low now, and I can't take on the responsibility of the school. In the next few decades, the school will have to rely on you, senior brothers and sisters." As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, another stream of light flew out from the main peak. The law bell became the size of a palm and flew around Li Mu, circling around him. During this time, with Li Mu's help, the cracks on the law bell had healed by half. Li Mu reached out his hand, and the law bell obediently landed in his palm. Li Mu patted the law bell lightly and said, "I'm leaving. I'll come and see you again in the future." The law bell flew up again, buzzed a few times, and landed on his shoulder. Li Mu shook his head and said, "You have to stay on White Cloud Peak." "You can't go with me." Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "If the law bell is willing to follow you, then let it follow you." Li Mu looked at the law bell and gulped. He said, "That's not good." "Without the law bell, what will happen to White Cloud Peak?" Xianxia said, "Don't worry. Our Fulu School hasn't fallen to the point where we need a spiritual treasure to protect us. Besides, the cracks on the law bell still need to be repaired by you. Only when the law bell is complete can it be used to its full potential," Li Mu said reluctantly. "All right then." After bidding farewell to Xianxia and the other first seats, the 3 of them and the law bell quickly flew away from White Cloud Peak. Hyun Jinko looked ahead until their figures disappeared. Then, he said slowly, "It's good to let the law bell follow Junior Ling Jizi. If he encounters danger, it can protect him. However, senior brother, have you thought it through? The headmaster of Fulu School doesn't only need attainments in the Tao of talismans or cultivation, but also responsibility. Xianxia smiled and said, since we've already taken a gamble, why don't we take another one? North County, Xianxia County. In the courtyard of the old mansion, Li Mu looked at Su He and asked, are you really not coming back to the divine capital with me? Su He shook her head and said, I've been in the same place all these years, and I'm getting tired of it. I don't want to be stuck in one place anymore. I want to go to other places and see other sceneries. I'll look for you when I'm tired of it. After 20 years, she no longer had any family or friends. Li Mu wanted her to return to the divine capital with him because he wanted her to have a home to return to. However, she had been trapped in the Bay of Clearwater for 20 years and couldn't take a single step out of that tiny place. She indeed needed to go out. The divine capital seemed lively, but it was also a prison. Once she stayed there for a long time, it would become another Bay of Clearwater to her. Li Mu looked at her and said, come back when you're tired. There'll always be a courtyard for you there. After having the last hot pot meal with Su He, she gave Li Mu a hug and then left with the two female ghosts, one big and one small. Li Mu naturally hoped that Su He could stay by his side. However, he also understood that after taking revenge, what she needed the most was freedom. Only complete freedom could heal the trauma in her heart for the past 20 years. After Su He left, the three of them didn't stay in the old mansion. Li Mu released a flying boat that Fu Daozi had gotten from the Green Bamboo Peak's first seat, Dong Shuzi. It carried Xiaobai and Wanwan and flew towards the divine capital. This flying boat was also a heaven-grade Dharma treasure. When driven by spiritual power, its highest flying speed was comparable to the sixth realm. Li Mu controlled the flying boat. When he was about to fly out of the North County, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Almost instantly, a Fulu appeared in his hand. Driven by spiritual power, the Fulu turned into a golden light shield that covered the flying boat. Boom! Several spiritual power attacks landed on the light shield. The light shield shook violently, and the flying boat also started to shake violently. High up in the sky wasn't suitable for fighting. Li Mu first sent Xiaobai and Wanwan into the flask heaven space. Then he controlled the flying boat to descend rapidly. When he landed on the ground, he put away the flying boat. Several figures appeared around him and surrounded him from several directions. A figure covered in ghostly chi looked at Li Mu and said eerily, we've been guarding here for more than 2 months. We thought you were going to hide in the Fulu school for the rest of your life and not come out. Another brawny man with a towering demonic chi grinned and said, you're finally willing to leave White Cloud Mountain. You made us wait for a long time. Li Mu looked at the two figures in front of him. One of them was a demon, and the other was a ghost. Clearly, they were both fifth realm powerhouses. Not only that, but the other 5 people beside and behind him also exuded an aura that was not weaker than the fifth realm. 7 fifth realm powerhouses. Even the Imperial Court's pursuit of Cui Ming didn't have such a big lineup. These 7 people all had a towering baleful aura, and their auras were strange. Clearly, they were not orthodox cultivators. Li Mu glanced at them and asked, you were sent by the demon sect? The fifth realm ghost said, you have good eyesight. Li Mu pursed his lips and said, you 7 fifth realm powerhouses ganged up to bully me, a fourth realm powerhouse. Are all demonic cultivators as shameless as you? The demon chuckled and said, Cui Ming of the Meizong sect and Emperor Song of the Soul sect both died in your hands. We don't want to end up like them. Compared to our lives, what's face worth? Beside Li Mu, a beautiful woman smiled and said, little brother, you'd better surrender. This time, our 7 sects have joined forces. You won't be able to escape. Be obedient and you'll suffer less. At this moment, Li Mu still didn't know what was going on. There were only 10 sects in the demonic path. Moreover, the sects weren't completely united. Some sects even viewed each other as enemies. This time, 7 sects had joined forces and guarded the North County for more than 2 months just to stop him. Without Su He by his side, Li Mu was alone. Without the help of Fulu, he could at most fight to a draw with one of them. He had no chance of winning against the 7 of them. Li Mu looked at them and said, 7 against 1? What's the big deal? If you have the ability, come one by one. The ghost clearly didn't want to talk about fairness with Li Mu. He said, "This person can kill Cui Ming and Emperor Song. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. Let's attack together and split the rewards equally." Li Mu looked at them and said angrily, "You want to compete with me in terms of numbers?" As his voice fell, a stack of fulu appeared in his hand. Li Mu threw out the fulu. 18 fulu floated in the air and surrounded Li Mu and the 7 people. Illusory figures emerged from the talisman one after another. Every illusory figure had the aura of a 5th realm cultivator. The 7 people who were originally surrounding Li Mu were now surrounded by these 18 phantoms. The situation was instantly reversed. The 18 shadows that emerged from the fulu formed a formation. The 7 people's expressions changed. The ghost decisively formed 2 ghost claws and grabbed at Li Mu's vitals. Li Mu still had a fulu in his hand. Facing the 2 ghost claws, Li Mu didn't dodge. He only activated the fulu in his hand. His figure disappeared on the spot. The next time he appeared, he was already outside the formation. The Fulu School's research on Fulu had reached the peak. Talisman Daozi was a genius in this field. He was best at talisman formations. His talisman formations weren't inferior to the profound formations of the Spirit Formation sect. The ghost claws missed. Before the 7 people could react, the 18 shadows had already attacked them. One of the figures held a huge sword and slashed at the ghost. The ghost was hit by the huge sword and its figure immediately faded. It warned loudly, "Be careful, this sword specializes in injuring the soul." Another figure's hand seals changed. Within the formation, dense purple lightning fell from the sky. The lightning covered a wide area and almost covered every corner of the formation. The 7 people couldn't avoid it and could only resist it. At this moment, a flame rose under their feet. This flame wasn't an ordinary flame. It seemed to even burn their souls and soul. The 7 people joined forces to defend against the lightning above their heads and the flame under their feet. Within the formation, a green wind suddenly blew. When the wind blew on their bodies, it was as if it was cutting their flesh and bones. Even the strong demon couldn't help but roar in pain. The rest of the people were screaming in pain. Li Mu stood outside the formation with his arms crossed. He looked at the 7 people trapped in the formation and said coldly, "Scream. Even if you scream until your throat is broken, no one will come to save you." Chapter 342. There were many branches of Taoism: Fulu, pills, formations, martial Tao, divine arts. Under each major branch, there were countless smaller branches. The cultivation world revered divine arts and Taoist techniques. Xuanzong, which was famous for its Taoist techniques and divine arts, was also the strongest among the 6 sects of Taoism. Comparatively speaking, Fulu school was a minority in the cultivation world. However, no one dared to look down on a minority like Fulu school. It was to the extent that most of the cultivators would rather compete with the disciples of the Xian sect in terms of divine path and arts or engage in close combat with the disciples of the South sect than to fight with the disciples of the Talisman sect. This was because they didn't know the trump cards of Fulu school disciples. Once they looked down on Fulu school disciples, they would end up in such an awkward situation. Li Mu, a small cultivator at the 4th realm, had trapped 7 cultivators at the 5th realm in a talisman array with 18 upper-grade Earth-rank golden armor talismans and a short-distance teleportation talisman. Talisman Daozi deserved to be a genius in the Tao of talismans that was hard to come by in the last few hundred years of the talisman sect's history. This 18 Heavens Grand formation that was formed from 18 golden armor talismans was something he'd obtained inspiration from the 18 Nether Prison Grand formation of the Devil Tao, and he'd spent a few years of time researching it. This talisman array not only had a power equal to the 18 prison array, it also overcame the 18 prison array's weakness. The 18 prison array set up by Chu Jiang of Gojoseon required 18 ghost generals to sacrifice their lives. Moreover, their positions couldn't be moved. The 18 Heavens array only required 18 golden armor talismans. The array was portable and mobile. The power of the array was related to the Fulu's grade. 18 Earth high-grade Fulu could trap Dongxian. If there were 18 heaven high-grade Fulu, it wouldn't be a problem to trap a Transcendence Realm cultivator. These golden armor talismans each had their own divine arts. The 7 people in the array had to endure 18 different attacks. They complained incessantly and could only work together to create a dermic power shield. They hid within the shield and passively defended. The ghost cultivator among the 7 was King Wuguan, a subordinate of the Nether Hell Saint. He also had the highest cultivation among the 7. As he used his mana to maintain the defensive shield, he observed the 18 heavenly soldiers and said, "Everyone, don't panic. The Fulu can only be maintained for a limited time. Once the spiritual energy is exhausted, it will lose its effect. As long as we hold on for a while longer, he will be at his wit's end." The 7 of them were caught off guard by the 18 heavenly soldiers. It was only then that they realized why the Heavenly Lord would place a bounty on a mere 4th realm cultivator. Although his own strength was weak, Fulu was really powerful. Cui Ming and Emperor Song deserved to die in his hands. Li Mu stood outside the array. Ever since the 7 of them gave up attacking and joined forces to resist, the situation on the battlefield had become a stalemate. Although the Fulu formation was simple and easy to carry, it also had its flaws. If the 18 Capital Heaven formation was set up by 18 Creation Realm experts, their mana would be endless. When it was exhausted, spiritual jades could be used to replenish it. The array could last for a long time. However, the Fulu's spiritual energy was limited and could not last indefinitely. The few of them joined forces to create such a protective shield. As time passed, it was possible that it could last until the Fulu's spiritual energy was exhausted. King Wuguan hid in the shield and looked at Li Mu mockingly. He said, "Emperor Song died in your hands like this. I don't believe it. Your Fulu's spiritual energy is endless. Let's see how long you can trap us." Of course, the Fulu's spiritual energy was not endless. At most, in 15 minutes, these heavenly soldiers would dissipate due to the exhaustion of their spiritual energy. Of course, Li Mu had more than one set of array talismans in his hands. Because a certain first seat really did not have anything good to give as a meeting gift, Talisman Daozi had extorted many talisman materials. Li Mu had used them to draw many Fulu formations. Just the 18 Capital Heaven formations array talismans alone was enough for him to gather 2 sets. However, Li Mu was not willing to use both sets of array talismans on these people from the demon sect. He whistled. Suddenly, something flew out of his ear. At first, it was so small that it was almost invisible. In an instant, it grew to about 10 feet tall. Li Mu whistled again. The enlarged Dao bell suddenly charged into the array formation. Under the horrified gazes of the 7 people, it fiercely slammed into the protective shield that they had conjured. When the Dao bell hit the shield, it was like an egg hitting a rock. It instantly collapsed. Puff! Among the 7 people, those with physical bodies spat out blood. Those without physical bodies had their souls dissipated. What was more serious was that without the protection of the shield, the 7 of them had to face the attacks of the 18 heavenly soldiers again. King Wuguan was already seriously injured. After the shield disappeared, he was caught off guard by a thunderbolt. His soul was even more scattered. He used the last of his spiritual energy to resist the burning of the Samadhi true fire. At this moment, a heavenly soldier had already slashed down with a giant golden sword in his hand. "No!" King Wuguan roared. His voice was filled with unwillingness and fear. As the giant sword fell, King Wuguan's soul collapsed and turned into pure spiritual energy. Of the 7 people from the demon sect, only 6 were left. Following that, the beautiful woman's physical body was finally destroyed after enduring several attacks. Her primordial spirit had just escaped when it was sucked into the Samadhi true fire. After letting out a series of shrill cries, it was quickly burned into nothingness. There was also a man in a red robe. When he saw that 2 of his companions had already been killed by the array formation, his body decisively exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. It was unknown what mysteries this blood mist had, but it actually passed through the array formation directly. After escaping from the array formation, the blood mist didn't stop at all. Without hesitation, it fled into the distance. Li Mu looked at the blood mist in the distance and threw out another fulu. The fulu turned into a small purple person. Inside the small person's body, lightning flashed chaotically and emitted a terrifying pressure. With a step, it crossed a distance of several hundred feet and appeared in the blood mist. After the small lightning person exploded, an extremely shrill scream came from within the blood mist. The blood mist began to boil and eventually evaporate into nothingness. The blood sect expert's body and soul were also destroyed. After the protective shield was destroyed by the Dao Bell, 3 of the 7 demon sect experts were killed in the blink of an eye. The remaining 4 were scared out of their wits and joined forces to break out of the encirclement. However, in the face of 18 divine weapons of the same level as them, they could only hold on for a while before they followed in the footsteps of the previous 3. Not long after, the spiritual energy of the 18 Fulu was exhausted. The figures of the divine weapons slowly dissipated between the heaven and earth. Of the 7 people in the array formation, only the monster was left. Its intelligence had been erased and its eyes had lost their light. It was only left with a walking corpse. Li Mu walked over and pressed his hand on its head. Although the monster was at the 5th level, its intelligence had been erased. Li Mu could easily search its memories. 10,000 illusions Lord, Bounty, Enlightenment page. After searching through the monster's memories, Li Mu's face was filled with astonishment. It turned out that after he killed the 10,000 illusions Lord's avatar, the 10,000 illusions Lord had issued a bounty for him. As time passed, the bounty on his head became heavier and heavier. At first, the bounty was only a precious treasure and personal guidance. Later, the bounty was increased. Anyone who captured or killed Li Mu would get a chance to comprehend the Dao page. This bounty had caused many people in the demon sect to fall into a frenzy. Li Mu didn't expect that the demon sect would also have a Dao page. If the Dao page in the hands of the 10,000 illusions Lord was the same as the one in the Fulu school, then there might be some kind of inheritance in that Dao page. The Talisman Dao of the Fulu school, the Alchemy Dao of the Elixir Cauldron sect, the Array Dao of the Spirit Array sect, Xuanzong's Divine Power, the Martial Dao of the South sect, and the Artifact Refining Dao of the North sect were all comprehended and passed down by the seniors in the sect from the Dao pages. Which one did the 10,000 illusions Lord have? Li Mu casually struck the monster with a bolt of lightning and turned it into ashes. He released the flying boat again and didn't let Wan Wan and Xiaobai come out. The 10,000 illusions Lord had spent a lot on him. The journey from the North County to the divine capital wouldn't be peaceful. Li Mu left on the flying boat. 15 minutes later, several figures rushed over from afar. There are strong traces of a battle here. Did King Wuguan and the others beat us to it? Damn it, this place is too close to Baiyan Mountain. We were worried that the Fulu school would discover us, so we stayed a little further away. I didn't expect them to beat us to it. Chase. We still don't know who will win. King Wuguan and the others have just experienced a great battle and might not be able to unleash their full strength. If we join forces, we won't be afraid of them. Only one person can comprehend the Dao pages. How are we going to split them? Let's capture that Li Mu first. 3 days later, Jiangyin County. Li Mu flew across the sky on the flying boat. His clothes were a little messy, and a few strands of his hair fluttered in the wind. He looked a little wretched. It would only take a little more than a day to travel from the North County to the divine capital with the flying boat at full speed. However, 3 days had passed, and Li Mu was still more than half the distance to the divine capital. The people from the demon sect clearly knew his whereabouts. Along the way, Li Mu was blocked by the demon sect's experts several times. More than 50 people from the demon sect had died in his hands. Among them, there were more than 20 people who were at the 5th realm. Because of this, Li Mu's Fulu had decreased by more than half. After all, his cultivation was only at the divine power level. If he encountered several 5th realm experts at the same time, he could only rely on his Fulu to win. Comprehending the Dao pages was too attractive to cultivators. Along the way, Li Mu didn't only encounter people from the demon sect. Even many cultivators who weren't from the demon sect couldn't resist the temptation of the Dao pages. Li Mu didn't hold back at all to anyone who wanted to take his life. This was also the reason why his Fulu was depleted so quickly. 2 months ago, because of the myriad illusion lord's bounty, there were people from the demon sect lying in ambush along the way from the North County to the divine capital. Li Mu advanced along the original route and directly entered their encirclement several times. Therefore, he simply chose to take a detour. Although this would waste a lot of time, the speed of the flying boat was comparable to that of Dongxian. As long as they weren't ambushed halfway, they wouldn't be able to catch up to Li Mu. Most of the people who blocked the way were at the 4th realm and 5th realm. He hadn't encountered any 6th realm experts yet, but Li Mu didn't let down his guard at all. The temptation of the Dao pages was too great. It was possible that 6th realm experts wouldn't be tempted. After taking a detour, he didn't encounter any more people from the demon sect. Li Mu accelerated the flying boat but suddenly stopped at a certain moment. A figure floated in the air a few hundred feet in front of him. That person looked to be in his 20s. He wore a long black robe and his hair was tied up in a bun. His appearance was somewhat scholarly. His hands were clasped behind his back as he stood facing Li Mu. His gaze was indifferent. The moment he saw this person, Li Mu became extremely vigilant. He just stood there casually. There wasn't a trace of spiritual power fluctuation on his body. He looked no different from a mortal. But he definitely wasn't immortal. The only possibility was that his cultivation was 2 realms higher than Li Mu's. That person looked at Li Mu and said, "I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Li Mu stood on the flying boat. Some memories belonging to the 1,000 Illusions venerable master surfaced in his mind. Li Mu wasn't unfamiliar with this person. To be precise, he wasn't unfamiliar with the 1,000 Illusions venerable master. The 10 sects of the demon sect didn't have a sect master. They were led by the Grand Elder. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, Emperor Song, and King Wuguan's master was this person. He was the Soul Sect's Grand Elder, the Nether Saint. Although this person looked young, he was actually an old monster who had entered the 6th realm many years ago. His strength was considered average among the 6th realm. This time, he actually took action personally. Li Mu was very clear about his strength. Not to mention that Su He wasn't here. Even if Su He was here and the two of them combined, they still wouldn't be a match for the Nether Saint. But Li Mu wasn't worried. Although he couldn't defeat the Nether Saint couldn't do anything to him. With the Dao Bell, even if he encountered a transcendent, Li Mu would be in an invincible position. He put away the flying boat and floated in the air. At a certain moment his temperament changed. He looked at the Nether Saint and asked, "We haven't seen each other for a few years. Nether Saint, don't you recognize me?" As Li Mu's voice fell, the Nether Saint was dazed for a moment. Then, his expression changed greatly. He said in shock, You are the 1,000 Illusions venerable master. Weren't your body and soul destroyed?" Chapter 343. Li Mu floated in the air with his hands behind his back as he looked at the Nether Hell Saint from afar. After a moment of shock, the Nether Hell Saint quickly regained his senses and said, "Qian Huan's soul lamp has been extinguished, and his soul has already dispersed. You can't be Qian Huan. You have obtained his memories." The Nether Hell Saint wasn't as gullible as Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. After being exposed, Li Mu decisively took out the mid-grade Heaven-tier golden armor talisman. After the Fulu burned, it condensed into a golden armored figure that emitted a 6th realm aura. With a thought from Li Mu, the golden armor talisman flew towards the Nether Hell Saint with a huge sword. At the same time, Li Mu also released the flying boat and shot into the distance. The Nether Hell Saint wanted to give chase but was blocked by the golden armored divine soldier. The Nether Hell Saint watched Li Mu disappear from his sight from afar. He reached out his hand and condensed a black soul sword in his hand. He then clashed with the golden armored divine soldier's golden giant sword. On the flying boat, Li Mu used all his strength to activate this treasure and quickly fled forward. Even though he was no longer who he used to be, a powerhouse of the 6th level was still an insurmountable mountain to him. The Nether Hell Saint's strength was considered average among the 6th realm experts. That golden armor talisman wasn't a true 6th realm expert, and the spiritual power in the Fulu was limited. It couldn't stop him for long. Along the way, Li Mu met many people from the Demon Dao, But he didn't expect that even the sixth realm Nether Hell Saint, a grand elder of a sect, would be summoned. With his current strength, he could handle anyone below the sixth realm. In order to hone his combat ability, Li Mu didn't send a message to White Cloud Mountain. Along the way, he was more proficient in both divine arts and the use of the Fulu. But when the Nether Hell Saint attacked, he couldn't handle it alone. Li Mu steered the flying boat and flew forward at full speed for about an hour. At a certain point, he sensed another powerful aura behind him. "You can't escape," the Nether Saint's sinister voice sounded from behind. As soon as he said that, a long spear condensed from black chi shot out from behind. It seemed to be constantly traversing space. It was faster than the flying boat, heading straight for Li Mu. Li Mu whistled, and a giant bell instantly enveloped his body. Dunk. The black chi spear smashed into the giant bell, creating a deafening sound. The spear collapsed, and the surrounding 300 meters was filled with sand and stones. Trees were uprooted, and a huge shockwave continued to spread out. Li Mu was not affected at all within the Dao Bell, but the Nether Hell Saint was already approaching. The Nether Hell Saint was outside the bell and could only see the giant bell. He couldn't see the situation inside the bell. His face was filled with surprise. The spear he threw seemed casual, but it was actually his full-strength attack. Everything within 1,000 feet of him was turned into ruins by the recoil, but the bell was unharmed. He condensed another soul sword in his hand and slashed at the Dao Bell. Dunk. Another deafening sound rang out. The soul sword in the Nether Hell Saint's hand dissipated, and his body was also forced back a few steps. The defense of the bell was beyond imagination. The Nether Hell Saint retreated 30 meters, and countless black chi gushed out from his body. The black chi condensed into several giant pythons, which twisted their bodies and crashed into the giant bell. Dunk, dunk, dunk. The giant pythons dissipated when they crashed into the bell, but the giant bell remained in its original position, undamaged. Lord Netherhell's expression darkened, and he tried to attack it several more times, but it was still to no avail. The sturdiness of this bell was beyond his imagination. Even with his sixth realm power, he was actually unable to do anything to it. The recoil from the bell caused his own aura to become unstable instead. He looked at the bell again and finally discovered something. His body transformed into a ball of black chi and completely enveloped the bell. Li Mu stood inside the bell and observed the Nether Hell Saint's every move. The Nether Hell Saint's black chi completely enveloped the Dao Bell. Li Mu didn't know what the Nether Hell Saint was doing, but in the next moment, his expression changed. Wisps of black chi were seeping in from the cracks on the Dao Bell. Li Mu didn't hesitate to throw out that set of array talismans again. The 18 golden armored soldiers appeared again and formed a talisman array, trapping the Dao Bell and the black chi in it. One of the soldiers slashed at the black chi with his giant golden sword. Another soldier formed hand seals with both hands, and thunder exploded in the black chi. As for the other two soldiers, one transformed into a frost giant, and the other into a flame giant. They pounced at the black chi. The 18 soldiers each used their own abilities. The black chi rolled, and the Nether Hell Saint appeared again. He had 2 soul swords in his hands, and one of them shattered the giant golden sword of the soldier. After withstanding several thunderbolts, the Nether Hell Saint only had an unstable aura. He swung the other sword, and the frost giant and the flame giant immediately collapsed. When the 2 soldiers reformed again, their bodies were much dimmer. The great heavenly array could trap a cultivator who had just entered the 6th realm, but it was still difficult to trap a long-established expert like the Nether Hell Saint. Moreover, Li Mu could see from the Dao Bell that the Nether Hell Saint seemed to be very effective against these divine soldiers that didn't have physical bodies. In less than 15 minutes, this talisman array would run out of spiritual power and dissipate. At this moment, Li Mu's Fulu was almost used up. He had used all his trump cards, and he had no other choice but to hide in the Dao Bell. Li Mu stretched out his hand, and a jade talisman appeared in his palm. The Empress had given it to him before he left the divine capital. The Empress didn't tell Li Mu what the talisman was for. She only told him that he could crush the talisman in an emergency. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from outside the Dao Bell. Li Mu looked outside the Dao Bell and realized that the Nether Hell Saint had already broken the talisman array. It was much faster than he had expected. The Nether Hell Saint floated in front of the Dao Bell and sized it up. He said, "This Dao Bell is a good treasure, but it's a pity that it's incomplete." The Dao Bell buzzed and slammed toward the Nether Hell Saint. The Nether Hell Saint disappeared, and the Dao Bell's attack missed. When the Nether Hell Saint appeared again, he was already on top of the Dao Bell. He pressed his palm down, and the Dao Bell was pressed to the ground. Li Mu looked up and crushed the jade talisman in his hand without hesitation. The jade talisman shattered, and it seemed like nothing had happened. However, the Nether Hell Saint's expression changed. He immediately retreated a few hundred feet and looked in Li Mu's direction with vigilance. The space in front of the Dao Bell fluctuated, and a figure stepped out of the void. "Your Majesty, the Empress of the Great Zhou." The voices of Li Mu and the Nether Hell Saint could be heard. One was surprised, while the other was frightened. However, the latter's fear quickly turned into calmness. The Nether Hell Saint looked at the illusory figure of the woman in front of him and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "So it's just a divine clone. If your true body came, I would naturally retreat. However, a mere divine clone that has just reached the 6th stage of cultivation, what can you do to me?" The Empress looked at him indifferently and said, "You are not worthy for me to come personally." The Nether Hell Saint reached into his chest and took out a pair of ghastly hook-shaped weapons. He smiled at the Empress and said, "I have long wanted to see what the Empress of the Great Zhou is capable of." As he spoke, his figure had already disappeared from where he stood. Li Mu's mind moved, and the Xianxia sword appeared in his hand. He threw the Xianxia sword forward and said, "Your Majesty, take this." The Empress stretched out her hand, and the Xianxia sword flew into her hand. She casually swung her sword, and the Nether Hell Saint's hooks appeared from the void and collided with the Xianxia sword. The ground within a radius of several hundred feet immediately collapsed. Li Mu hid in the Dao Bell and could not see the two figures. He could only feel waves of powerful magic power fluctuations. His surroundings were already in a mess because of the aftermath of the battle. He was in the center of the battle between two 6th stage cultivators. If it were not for the protection of the Dao Bell, he would have been severely injured even if he did not die. With Li Mu's cultivation, he could not even see the two figures clearly. Naturally, he did not know who had the upper hand. However, the Nether Hell Saint was the true body, and the Empress was only a divine clone. A divine clone could not exist for long. Li Mu's mind spun rapidly. He decisively walked out of the Dao Bell and shouted, "Your Majesty, enter my body." In the void, a figure paused for an instant. Then, without hesitation, it returned and entered Li Mu's body. Li Mu's aura instantly surged. From the divine arts realm, he quickly broke through the creation realm and finally gave off the aura of the early stage of Dongxian. The Nether Hell Saint floated high in the sky and looked down at Li Mu. Although the aura on his body was similar to the Empress of Great Zhou's divine clone, the current Li Mu gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Li Mu raised his head and looked at the Nether Hell Saint. He cracked his knuckles and said, "It's my turn, Yudu's ghost region." It was a place that was forever shrouded in darkness and could not see the sun. In a palace that was filled with a ghostly aura, a weak light shone. In front of the palace, 2 rows of ghostly blue lights flickered with a strange light. There were 2 rows of lights. The first row only had 1 light, and the second row had 7 lights. That 1 light was brighter than the other 7 lights combined. 2 ghostly figures stood in front of the palace and conversed softly. "His Highness Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is dead. His Highness Emperor Song is dead. His Highness King Wuguan is also dead. There are only 7 Yama kings of the 10 halls left under the saint. I wonder who will replace them in the future. When the saint returns, he will probably fly into a rage again. I hope it won't affect us." The 2 ghostly figures conversed softly and turned back to look at the light that was burning the brightest. Fear appeared on their faces. In the next moment, the fear on their faces turned into astonishment. The light that was burning peacefully suddenly started to shake violently. What happened? Could it be that the saint is fighting with someone? The saint might have met a sixth-realm strong practitioner of the righteous path. The two ghostly figures' faces were filled with fear as they quickly ran into the palace. However, before they could reach the front of the palace, the light that was burning the brightest in the first row suddenly extinguished after shaking violently for a while. The two ghostly figures fell to the ground. Their faces were filled with astonishment, and their voices were filled with boundless fear. The saint has fallen. Chapter 344. The 10 sects of the Devil Path were spread all over ancestral state. Among them, the Soul sect was located in the ghost region of Yudu. At this moment, the Soul Palace was in chaos. A soul lamp was a soul flame that was ignited using the soul as a guide. Its function was no different from a life talisman. If the soul lamp burned, the owner's life would not be in danger. If the soul lamp extinguished, it meant that the owner's soul had dissipated. All the experts of the Soul sect, including the great elder Nether Saint Monarch, had left their soul lamps in the Soul Palace. More than half a year ago, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's soul lamp extinguished. 3 months ago, Emperor Song's soul lamp extinguished. 3 days ago, King Wuguan's soul lamp went out. Today, the Nether Saint's soul lamp was extinguished. The great elder was the faith of the sect. The sudden extinguishing of his soul lamp had caused a great uproar in the Soul sect. Countless disciples of the Soul sect were at a loss when they heard that the great elder's soul lamp had extinguished. The entire Soul Palace was in chaos. How did the Grand Elder's soul lamp go out? Could it be that the Great Elder has really fallen? The Great Elder has fallen. What's going to happen to the Soul sect? What are we going to do? Shut up! An angry roar came from outside the palace, causing the chaos in the Soul Palace to calm down. The ghosts saw a tall and sturdy figure floating in from outside the palace. They all bowed and said loudly, "Greetings, Your Highness King Qingguang." King Qingguang walked to the front of the hall and looked at the extinguished soul lamp in the first row. His face darkened completely. As long as the owner's soul was not extinguished, his soul lamp would last forever. If the sage's soul lamp was extinguished for no reason, it meant that he had already died. It was very likely that he had encountered a righteous expert when he went out to investigate the cause of Emperor Song's death. King Qingguang looked at the extinguished soul lamp again and said in a deep voice, "King Pingding, King Kakravarti." 2 ghostly figures floated in from outside the palace and said, "Big brother." King Qingguang said, "Something has happened to the holy monarch. I'm going to report to the sacred sect. You two stay here and guard the Soul sect. Don't let anything happen here." The 2 of them replied in unison, "Yes." King Qingguang floated out of Soul Palace and quickly disappeared. Under the pacification and suppression of the King of Equality and the King of Kakravarti, the chaos in the Soul sect gradually subsided. At the entrance of Soul Palace, the 2 little ghosts let out a light breath. I didn't expect that an existence like a saint would actually fall. I don't know who killed the Saint Monarch. The sage has fallen. King Wuguan's death cannot be blamed on us. What you said makes sense. The death of the first elder was a huge matter. Naturally, it was impossible to hide it. Soon, through a special method of communication, the various demonic Dao sects learned of this matter. Because of this news, all of the demonic path subsects were in an uproar. What? Yu Ming has fallen? How is that possible? Who would have the ability to kill him? Could it be that he encountered a righteous 7th realm cultivator? Damn it! First it was the 1,000 illusions, and now it's the netherworld. Do they really think that our demon sect is easy to bully? In the past year, the demon sect had lost 2 first elders. Among them, the 1,000 illusions of the corpse sect had already reached the peak of the 6th realm. He had hopes of peeking into the transcendence great Tao. The sage sect had high hopes for him. Once the 1,000 illusions of the 1,000 illusions advanced, the demon sect would have another supreme expert. Although the netherworld saint's strength was not as strong as the 1,000 illusions of the 1,000 illusions, he was still in charge of a sect. He was one of the core higher-ups of the demon sect. His fall made the strongest sage sect elder of the 10 sects furious. He ordered all of the demon sect disciples to investigate this matter. After leaving the ghost region of Yudu, the Netherworld Saint did not hide his tracks. Some of the demon sect disciples in the North region knew that the first elder of the Soul sect was chasing after Li Mu, who was wanted by the Heavenly Lord, because of the death of his subordinate. Later on, a disciple provided information that he had seen the battle between the Netherworld Saint and Li Mu from afar in Jiangyin County. However, because he was afraid of being affected by their battle, he hid from afar. He originally thought that the bounty this time would be taken by the Lord Saint. Who would have thought that the first elder of the Soul sect would also die in the hands of Li Mu? This news was no different from a sudden clap of thunder. It shocked many people. Using this matter, the various demon sects exchanged information and found out that in these 3 days, dozens of demon sect disciples had died in the hands of Li Mu. Among them, there was no lack of 5th realm experts. More than 25th realm experts, and 1/6th realm first elder. After knowing this number, those demon sect disciples who were still dreaming of capturing or killing Li Mu alive to obtain the Heavenly Lord's reward instantly extinguished this thought. Although the reward was great, one still needed to be alive to receive it. Even the first elder of the Soul sect, a 6th realm expert, had died in body and soul. How could they be stronger than the Netherworld Saint? After this incident, Li Mu's name had become a kind of deterrent in the demon sect's 10 sects. Shin, Du, Li residence. Li Mu lay on a chair as Xiaobai massaged his shoulders. Wan peeled the seedless grapes from the west region that the Empress had rewarded him and fed him. It was good to have one more person at home. It was really a wise decision for him to bring Wan to Shin, Du. His days in Shin, Du were much more leisurely and comfortable. After returning from the North region, Li Mu wasn't in a hurry to go to the Secretariat. Instead, he enjoyed the last of his leisure time at home. Of course, he didn't spend all his time enjoying the service of Wan and Xiaobai. After returning to Shin, Du, Li Mu spent most of his time repairing the Dao Bell. Because of his own sins, he almost died in the hands of the Netherworld Saint. The Dao Bell enveloped Li Mushi. Other than the bell's body, the bottom of the bell was also impenetrable. The only flaw was the crack on the bell's body, which had almost allowed the Nether Hell Saint to take advantage of it. In the end, he had to crush the jade talisman that the Empress had given him to allow the Empress's avatar to descend. If one were to say that the Empress doted on him, the bunch of old men from the Fulu school wouldn't be so considerate. After being possessed by the Empress avatar, Li Mu's cultivation temporarily reached the early stage of the 6th realm. With the help of Dao techniques, he was almost invincible below the 7th realm. The Netherworld Saint was only at the middle stage of the 6th realm. Under the joint attack of Li Mu and the Empress, he couldn't even escape. Li Mu had never thought that he would have the chance to kill a 6th realm expert with his own hands. In terms of strength, people like Lord Thousand Illusions and the various peak masters were unreachable in his eyes. However, when he was possessed by the Empress, Li Mu even developed a kind of confidence that he could compete with a transcendent being. Of course, this confidence also disappeared without a trace when the Empress avatar left. Back then, Cui Ming sacrificed his blood essence and lifespan to allow the 10,000 Illusions Lord to descend. The Empress avatar descended without any sacrifice. She used her own great magic power to break open space and force the avatar to travel thousands of miles. The Empress herself also paid a considerable price because of this. After Li Mu returned to the Immortal's capital, she went into seclusion and didn't hold morning court for 2 times. At a certain moment, the space in the courtyard fluctuated, and a familiar figure appeared before Li Mu's eyes. Xiaobai ran over quickly and said happily, "Big Sister Zhou, you're here." She pulled Wan and introduced her to Zhou Yi. "Big Sister Zhou, this is the Big Sister Wan I always tell you about." Wan was different from Xiaobai. After knowing that the beautiful Big Sister in front of her was the Empress of the Great Zhou, she was a little restrained. She grew up in the Immortal's capital and had a very strong sense of hierarchy. She didn't dare to imagine that Xiaobai actually dared to call the Empress Big Sister Zhou. After a while, she pulled Xiaobai into the room. Li Mu gave up his seat and said, "Your Majesty, have some grapes." Zhou Yi sat in Li Mu's seat and said, "The imperial court found out from the spies in the demon sect that some elders of the demon sect were furious because of the Nether Saint's death. It's best that you stay in the Immortal's capital from now on and don't go out casually. Li Mu nodded and then asked, Is your Majesty's injury all right? Zhou Yi shook her head and said, It's fine. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. When a transcendent expert sent their avatar from afar, if they didn't sacrifice others, they would have to sacrifice themselves. The myriad illusion monarch naturally wouldn't sacrifice his own cultivation for Cui Ming. If he knew that the Empress didn't hesitate to get injured for him, Li Mu would also be willing to stab himself a few times like Cui Ming. Li Mu bowed and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving my life. Zhou Yi said indifferently, You're working for me. I won't let anyone hurt you. Li Mu was slightly moved. As the Empress of a country, she was willing to go to such extent for a subject. This made him feel that all his previous efforts were worth it. In a dream, Li Mu dreamt that he fought with the Nether Saint for dozens of rounds and still wasn't a match for him. Just when he was about to lose his life, a familiar figure suddenly descended from the sky. The Empress hugged Li Mu, who was sent flying by the Nether Saint, and landed on the ground. She then raised her hand and gently pointed at the Nether Saint. With this point, the Nether Saint's soul body directly collapsed and dissipated between heaven and earth. The Empress looked at Li Mu and said gently, I won't let anyone hurt you. Li Mu sat up from the bed with a blank expression. Chapter 345. Li Mu sat on the bed for 2 hours. After careful analysis, he felt that the reason he kept having these kinds of dreams was because he relied on the Empress too much. Other people were always the hero saving the damsel in distress, but he was always waiting for the damsel to save him. Over time, his subconscious would be affected. Li Mu didn't want to completely fall to the point of relying on a woman's protection. He decided to take the initiative to do something. If he could make the Empress rely on him, perhaps she would be the one having these kinds of dreams in the future. But she was the Empress of the Great Zhou, and also a 7th realm cultivator. If she couldn't handle someone, Li Mu couldn't either. How could he become the Empress's reliance? After deep thought, the only thing he could rely on was probably his cooking skills. Although his cooking skills couldn't compare to the imperial chefs in the palace, it was obvious that the Empress was used to eating delicacies and preferred his home-cooked meals. When she completely got used to Li Mu's cooking and couldn't leave Li Mu's side, it would be time for him to take the initiative. After the morning court session ended, the Empress's figure appeared in the courtyard of the Li Manor as usual. Li Mu rolled up his sleeves and said enthusiastically, Your Majesty, you're out of court. What do you want to eat today? I'll make it for you. Zhou Yi thought for a moment and said, Crucian carp tofu soup? Okay, Your Majesty, please wait here for a moment. Li Mu smiled and walked towards the kitchen. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped. He realized that he seemed to have gone in the wrong direction. He was a favored official. Why did he always do what a favored concubine should do? He made an official into a concubine. No wonder he often had those strange dreams at night. So this was the reason. If this continued, not only would the situation not improve, but it would also worsen. It was never too late to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. Li Mu waved to the 2 girls in the corner and said, Xiao Bai, you 2 go cook. I have something to discuss with Sister Zhou. Li Mu walked to the Empress and sat down. He asked, Your Majesty, how are you suppressing your inner demons? Zhou Yi glanced at Li Mu and said, He hasn't appeared for a long time. When Li Mu heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. The heart demon of the 7th realm was extraordinary. Since ancient times, there have been many powerhouses in the upper realm who were not destroyed by the enemy but were destroyed by the heart demon. Li Mu didn't want the Empress to die because of the heart demon. When it came to inner demons, the clear heart art could only treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. In the end, she still had to rely on herself. Speaking of the art of tranquility, Li Mu had originally planned to draw some high-level fulu with the help of the Empress's mana after returning to the Immortal's capital. Later, he realized that he had already taught the art of tranquility to the Empress, so she could draw it herself. High-level fulu was very attractive to cultivators. This was a rare cultivation resource. A saint-level Tianji talisman could allow a half-step transcendence cultivator to work for the imperial court for several years. The Tianji talisman didn't just increase their lifespan, It also increased their chances of breaking through to the Transcendence realm. Heaven-level and Earth-level Fulu weren't very attractive to 6th realm cultivators, but they were still very attractive to those below the 6th realm. There were very few 6th realm cultivators. Most of the 4th and 5th realm cultivators were the mainstays of the cultivation world. Li Mu thought for a moment and looked at the Empress. He said, "The art of tranquility that I taught your Majesty can not only be used to calm your Tao heart, but also to increase the success rate of drawing a talisman. As long as there are enough treasures to make talisman fluid, your Majesty can easily draw saint-level Fulu with your cultivation. You can use the Fulu to recruit more powerhouses for the imperial court." The Empress looked at him and said, "I have already discovered that this art can increase the success rate of drawing a talisman. However, it seems to be limited to Fulu below the heaven level. Those above the heaven level will still fail." This time, it was Li Mu's turn to be surprised. He knew the effects of the art of tranquility better than anyone else. Not to mention the heaven level, even the saint level could be easily drawn as long as there was enough transcendence energy to support it. Why didn't it work when it came to the Empress? Li Mu was puzzled. He asked, "Your Majesty has already tried it?" The Empress nodded. After confirming with the Empress again, Li Mu fell into deep thought. It was the same art. There was no reason to favor boys over girls. The Empress looked at him and said, "You were the one who drew the heaven-level Fulu on Mount Bayun." Li Mu nodded and said, "Your Majesty already knows." Li Mu didn't tell her much about the details of the trial, but he couldn't hide it from her. The Empress was silent for a moment. Suddenly she asked, "The master that you mentioned called Laozi is actually yourself, right?" Li Mu was shocked. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, why do you say that?" The Empress glanced at him and said softly, "When Tao techniques are first born, they will be recognized by heaven and earth. Only their creator can unleash their strongest power. It's the same for the art. This is the rule of heaven and earth. There is only one reason why my art of tranquility is inferior to yours." The Empress's words made Li Mu think of Xiao Yu. Although he couldn't use Xiao Yu's Tao technique, Xiao Yu's Tao technique didn't have any effect on him. Li Mu could dissipate her Taoist technique with just a thought. In other words, whether it was the art of tranquility or the 9 syllables, as long as it was Li Mu who brought them to this world for the first time, he was their creator. Even if the people who came after could learn it, they would never be able to reach his level. Using his Tao technique to attack him was suicide. However, the fact that he didn't have a master was exposed in front of the Empress. Li Mu said awkwardly, "Your Majesty, actually." Zhou Yi waved her hand and said, "This is your secret. You don't have to explain it to me." Li Mu looked at her and said, "There are some things that I can't tell you, Your Majesty. However, I swear by heaven that my heart has always been with Your Majesty. I am loyal to Your Majesty and am willing to go through fire and water for Your Majesty. I won't hesitate to die 1,000 times, Zhou Yi said. I don't want you to go through fire and water. Go and cook. I like to eat the dishes you make." Li Mu rolled up his sleeves again. Okay, 2 days later, in the Secretariat. It had been many days since he returned to the capital. It was even longer than his 3-month holiday. After taking Wan Wan to see her old friends at the wonderful music lane and accompanying her and Xiao Bai to walk around Shen-Du for 2 days, Li Mu finally stepped through the gates of the Secretariat. After the imperial examinations ended, the Empress transferred him to the Secretariat. His official position was the Secretariat Censor. His rank was not high, but it was extremely important. He usually participated in national affairs. After the guard at the door reported, Lu Yi walked out of a yamen and said, "Lord Li, you're finally here." Li Mu saluted him and said, "We'll be officials in the same yamen in the future. Please take care of me, Assistant Minister Lu." Lu Yi smiled and said, "We're all colleagues. We should take care of each other. I'll take Lord Li to your yamen." In the Secretariat, there were 6 Secretariat censors. They were the backbone of the yamen. Each of them had a yamen that corresponded to the affairs of the 6 ministries. Li Mu took over Lu Yi's original position and was in charge of the Ministry of Justice. The Secretariat censors didn't specifically interfere with the operations of the ministries. However, They had the responsibility of supervising and guiding the official affairs of the ministries. Li Mu's yamen was very large. When he walked in, the table in the yamen was neatly piled with memorials. Lui said, "Lord Li, you haven't been in the yamen for the past 3 months. These memorials have to be dealt with as soon as possible. There are many affairs in the secretariat. If you don't deal with them in time, they will pile up." Li Mu nodded and said, "I know." Lu Yi smiled and said, "Lord Li, you just came to the yamen. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me." After seeing Lu Yi off, Li Mu sat down and used a short time to familiarize himself with the unfamiliar surroundings. Then, he began to deal with the memorials on the table. Among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Justice had the most affairs. Especially after the law reform, the serious cases in each county had to be submitted to the Ministry of Justice for review, then to the Secretariat for review, and finally to the Empress for approval. Most of the memorials on Li Mu's table were such memorials. Human lives were at stake. Li Mu read through these reports very carefully. If there were any suspicious points or omissions, he would put them aside and wait until he went back and re-examined them. As for those that had solid evidence, they were just going through the process. They would be put aside and handed over to the Empress for her approval. There were a lot of memorials piled up in the past 3 months. Li Mu had read less than half of them from the yamen to the yamen. He picked up the last one and prepared to go home after reading it. The rest of the memorials should be finished in 2 days. Li Mu opened the memorial. This memorial was from Danyang County. It was sent by the county chief of Danyang County. In the memorial, it said that a few months ago, the county chief of Ani County of Danyang County was assassinated. Danyang County had reported this case to the Ministry of Justice several times, but there was no response. They had no choice but to submit the memorial directly to the Secretariat. Li Mu put away the memorial with a puzzled expression. The assassination of a 7th-grade official was related to the dignity of the imperial court. The death of the county chief of Anyang County had caused a huge uproar in the North County. What was the Ministry of Justice doing? Such a big thing, but they didn't report it. Chapter 346. P.S. It's almost midnight. I can't finish writing. This chapter has 2001 words. I'll update it first and then write a few hundred words. You can subscribe first and refresh the chapter half an hour later or tomorrow morning. The extra words won't cost you anything. It took Li Mu 3 days to deal with the backlog of memorials during this period of time. Other than the 2 memorials beside him, the table in front of him was empty. The contents of the 2 memorials were very similar. The county magistrate of Ani County of Danyang County was assassinated a few months ago. A month later, a deputy county magistrate of Tianhe County of Hanyang County was also assassinated. Although there were many places in Great Zhou where demons and ghosts wreaked havoc and disturbed the lives of the people, it was rare for an official to be killed. Murdering an official of the imperial court was a capital offense. The Ministry of Justice had always been strict in investigating such acts that challenged the authority of the imperial court. These 2 memorials were submitted by Danyang County and Hanyang County. They should have directly notified the Ministry of Justice when their local officials were assassinated. However, the Ministry of Justice had not dealt with these 2 cases after receiving the requests from the 2 counties. The officials of the 2 counties had no choice but to send the memorials directly to the Hall of Secretaries. Li Mu had originally planned to send these 2 memorials to the Hall of Secretaries and have them send it to the Ministry of Justice to urge them to implement it as soon as possible. However, if he followed this process of sending the memorials from the Hall of Secretaries to the Hall of Secretaries, then from the Hall of Secretaries to the Ministry of Justice, then from the Ministry of Justice to the Hall of Secretaries, then from the Hall of Secretaries to the Hall of Secretaries, this round trip would probably take half a year. The backlog of memorials had been dealt with. Li Mu left the Hall of Secretaries, walked out of the palace gates, and went to the Ministry of Justice's yamen. "Greetings, Lord Li." "Long time no see, Lord Li." "Lord Li, come have a pear." After leaving Fairy's capital for 3 months, the people seemed to be more welcoming to him. Li Mu munched on a pear and leisurely went to the Ministry of Justice's yamen. The constable at the entrance of the Ministry of Justice was shocked when he saw Li Mu. Li Mu asked, "Is there an official in the Ministry of Justice in the Yamen?" The bailiff replied, "The minister and the assistant minister are not here. The doctor is investigating the case." Li Mu stood outside the court and waited for the director of the Ministry of Justice to finish the case. He glanced at the courtroom and saw someone who surprised him. Li Mu looked back at the bailiff and asked, "Why is Wei Peng in the Ministry of Justice?" If he remembered correctly, Wei Peng should have failed the imperial examinations. At this moment, Li Mu saw him in the court of the Ministry of Justice. He seemed to be wearing official robes. Although the rank was very low, it was indeed official robes. The constable said, "Sir, are you talking about Manager Wei?" Manager Wei was specially recruited by Sir Lang Zhong 3 months ago, Li Mu said in surprise, specially recruited by the Ministry of Justice. Li Mu was the one who set up the imperial examination system, so he naturally knew what special recruitment was all about. When he set up the imperial examination system, in order to recruit special talents, after the imperial examinations, other than the grand scholars on the honor roll of Azure Clouds, each of the 6 ministries had a quota to specially recruit one person from the examinees who failed the roll. After discussing with a few officials of the Secretariat, he made some restrictions on this quota. For example, even if it was a specially recruited person, they had to pass every subject of the imperial examination. Furthermore, they had to have outstanding results in one subject to meet the requirements of special recruitment. After the ministries proposed special recruitment, the Secretariat would discuss and make a decision before it was finally implemented. There was only one reason why Wei Peng could appear here. That was because of his outstanding results in criminal law. That was why the Ministry of Justice made an exception and specially recruited him outside of the 100 Grand Scholars. Li Mu looked at the court of the Ministry of Justice with interest. In the court, the director of the Ministry of Justice knocked on the gavel. He looked at the 2 people kneeling in front of the court and said, "Brother and Sister Zhang, do you admit to killing Su Shi?" The man kneeling in front of the court said, "Sir, please judge clearly. It was Su Shi who brought his servants and broke into my house in the middle of the night. He wanted to defile my sister. He had the servants control me, but I struggled to break free. I was anxious to save my sister, so I smashed his head with a jar." The director of the Ministry of Justice said, "But in the end, you and your sister are fine. Su Shi is dead, so you naturally have to take responsibility for his death." The man said with grief and indignation, "Am I supposed to just watch him defile my sister?" The director of the Ministry of Justice said, "You could have stopped him, but you killed him. Since it was an unintentional mistake and Su Shi was in the wrong first, I can give you a lighter sentence." The man lowered his head and said with a miserable voice, "He broke into my house time and time again, wanting to do something to my sister. I went to the Yamen 3 times, but you didn't do anything. I just wanted to protect my sister. What crime is there? Where is the justice?" The director of the Ministry of Justice rubbed his forehead and said, "I said before that Su Shi did not harm you, but you killed him. This is excessive self-defense. I will now follow the law. Sir, please wait." The director of the Ministry of Justice was about to pass judgment when a voice suddenly came from the court. The director of the Ministry of Justice looked at the figure that walked out from the corner and immediately felt a headache coming on. Wei Peng had been in the Ministry of Justice for 3 months. He had opposed him in court for 3 months. As a result, he felt a headache coming on as soon as the court started. He wanted nothing more than to have the Yamen runners throw Wei Peng out. But he could not really do that, because it was the assistant minister who had given him the privilege to have Wei Peng raise questions during the trial. He looked at Wei Peng and said through gritted teeth, "Manager Wei, what is it now?" Wei Peng walked into the court and raised his head to ask, "Sir, according to what you said, Su Shi did not harm the women of Xianxia. Xianxia's self-defense was excessive. Then how should he defend himself? Could it be that he has to wait until Su Shi harmed the women of Xianxia before he can defend himself?" The director of the Ministry of Justice said, "Of course, that is not what I meant." Wei Peng continued, "According to what you said, if Su Shi harmed the women of Xianxia, they planned to leave the Zhang family and did not continue to harm them. At this time, if Xianxia counterattacked, would that not be taking the initiative to attack? The director of the Ministry of Justice said, "Of course, according to the law." Wei Peng looked at the director of the Ministry of Justice and asked, "Sir, you are familiar with the law. Then please tell me, when can Xianxia counterattack?" The director of the Ministry of Justice rubbed his forehead. "This," Wei Peng said in a heavy voice, "Sir, if Xianxia was attacked by a group of villains in the middle of the night and wanted to defile your wife, what would you do? Could it be that you still have to consider when you should defend yourself? Is it after they defile your wife or after they draw a sword and slash you?" The director of the Ministry of Justice was speechless. Wei Peng did not wait for him to speak and continued, "The law is used to protect innocent people, not villains. This official believes that the Zhang siblings are not guilty. Su Shi entered their home in the middle of the night and plotted against them. She deserved to die. The Su family should compensate the Zhang siblings for this case." The director of the Ministry of Justice thought carefully and seemed to have been convinced by Wei Peng. He sighed and slammed the gavel. "This official now pronounces that Su Shi trespassed and committed murder. She deserved to die. The Zhang siblings are not guilty. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for upholding justice for us." The Zhang siblings were moved to tears. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Wei Peng. Wei Peng tidied his collar and straightened his official hat. "No need to thank me. This is what I should do." Chapter 347. Li Mu looked at the fulu on the table thoughtfully. The Tao of talismans in this era originated from the ancient times, and it was passed down from the talisman sect's Tao page. Most of the later generations only inherited and used it, and only the geniuses in the talisman Tao of talismans of the talisman sect possessed the ability to innovate and create their own talismans. If this fulu was really created by Zhou Zhong, then his talent in the fulu was not inferior to that of talisman Daozi. He was even better than the peak chiefs of the fulu school. Such a person would not be unknown in the cultivation world. However, Zhou Zhong's name was known by everyone only because he was a pawn of the old party, a lackey of the Shao royal family, and not because of his talent in the way of talismans. At a certain moment, there was a sound of gentle footsteps outside the assistant minister's office. Zhou Zhong walked into the assistant minister's office and looked at Li Mu. He asked, "When did you come back to Luoyang?" Li Mu said, "Not long ago." Zhou Zhong walked to the table and sat down. He asked, "You never come here without a reason. What's the matter this time?" Li Mu asked, "Assistant Minister Zhou, do you know about the assassination of Ani County Magistrate and Tianhe County Deputy?" Zhou Zhong thought for a while and nodded. He said, "I remember that there were 2 cases." Li Mu continued to ask, "Why did the Ministry of Justice repeatedly slack in investigating the case when 2 court officials were assassinated? If it weren't for the fact that Danyang and Hanyang counties failed to report the case several times and directly bypassed the Ministry of Justice and sent the memorial to the Secretariat this time, I don't know how long these 2 cases would be delayed." Zhou Zhong took a sip of tea and explained, "You know that a few months ago, the Ministry of Justice was busy because of the students of the academy and the case of Cui Ming. They could not even take care of the case in Luoyang County, let alone the distant Danyang County and Hanyang County. After that, they were delayed for a long time because of the imperial examination, so I forgot about these 2 cases. I only remembered them when you mentioned them today. I will immediately send someone to investigate this case." Li Mu's job was to supervise and remind the Ministry of Justice. Since Zhou Zhong had agreed, he had nothing else to say. The division of labor between the 3 provinces and 6 ministries was very clear. The Secretariat was responsible for formulating policies, but the specific implementation was decided by the 6 ministries. Li Mu walked out of the assistant minister's office and saw a figure standing outside the duty room opposite him. Wei Peng had once been the most typical hedonistic son of a wealthy family in the divine capital. However, today, Li Mu had a whole new level of respect for him. The 2 of them looked at each other and didn't say anything. Although they were once enemies, the grudges of the past had long disappeared with time. Inside the assistant minister's office, Zhou Zhong looked at the director of the Ministry of Justice and said, "I'll leave the cases of Danyang County and Hanyang County to you." The director of the Ministry of Justice bowed and said, "Yes." The expression on his face was submissive, but he was complaining in his heart. In the beginning, it was Assistant Minister Zhou who didn't let him handle these two cases. Now, it was still Assistant Minister Zhou who let him handle them. When the cases had just happened, it was obviously when there were the most clues and the easiest time to investigate. Now that half a year had passed, the two people's graves were already covered in grass. How was he supposed to investigate? Wasn't it obvious that Zhou Zhong was pushing the blame of his own negligence to him? Although he complained, he still had to do the work that was supposed to be done. After all, he was just a lowly director. At the right time, he took the initiative to take the blame for his superior's mistakes. This was the self-cultivation of a subordinate. The director of the Ministry of Justice walked out of the assistant minister's office and saw a figure standing outside the duty room opposite. He suddenly had an idea and said, "Manager Wei, come here." Wei Peng walked over and asked, "What orders do you have for me, Lord Yang?" The director of the Ministry of Justice patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't you like to handle cases? I happen to have 2 important cases here for you to handle. I give you 3 months to investigate the assassination of Ani County Magistrate and Tianhe County Deputy. If you can't find out, I'll deduct 2 months of your salary." At the Assistant Minister's office, Zhou Zhong picked up a brush and wrote a few runes on a piece of paper. The runes were crooked and couldn't form fulu at all. This was the result of not being able to calm his mind while writing the runes. He slammed the brush on the table and gripped the piece of paper in his hand. The veins on the back of his hand were bulging. After leaving the Ministry of Justice, Li Mu returned to the Li residence. The cracks on the Dao bell had almost been repaired. He was still searching for new spells that had never appeared in this world to help it become complete as soon as possible. Only a complete Dao bell could unleash its absolute defense. Even if there was a small crack, it would be a huge flaw in the eyes of a high-level cultivator. Li Mu only realized now that the group of old foxes had let him take away the Dao bell so easily. As expected, it wasn't that simple. An incomplete Dao bell wasn't very useful to the Fulu school. If it were to slowly repair itself, it would take at least 10 years or even decades. Li Mu thought that he had gained an advantage, but in reality he had lost out again, unless he could keep the Dao bell by his side forever. Inside the Li residence, sometimes it rained, sometimes it snowed, and sometimes it thundered. However, because of the array's obstruction, the fluctuations of spiritual qi and magic power didn't spread outside the residence. The Dao bell was extremely excited. It grew to about 3 feet tall and completely enveloped Li Mu. The golden spots of light at the crack were repairing the cracks on the Dao bell bit by bit. After a while, Li Mu stopped the spell. The Dao bell turned back to the size of a palm and floated on his shoulder. The Empress walked out of the void and looked at the Dao bell that was happily revolving around Li Mu. She asked, "Can I take a look at it?" Apart from Li Mu, the Dao bell was more resistant to everyone. It swayed left and right and buzzed a few times to express its resistance and unwillingness. Li Mu smacked the top of its head and said, "Go." The Dao bell buzzed a few more times before reluctantly flying toward the Empress. Zhou Yi stretched out her hand. The Dao bell floated above her hand and didn't fall down. Zhou Yi looked at it for a while and then withdrew her hand. The Dao bell flew back to Li Mu's side. She looked at the Dao bell and said, "This bell should be a treasure from the ancient era. No wonder it has such power." The ancient era usually referred to the era 10,000 years ago. The Tao of cultivation had developed rapidly in the past 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, the Tao of cultivation had experienced a barbaric period that lasted for thousands of years. Its development was extremely slow, and it only reached a peak in the past 1,000 years. However, countless cultivators discovered through research that in the ancient times 10,000 years ago, there was another peak in the path of cultivation. That was a golden age that was even more prosperous than the current cultivation world. There was enough evidence to prove that whether it was the Tao scripture, the Tao bell, or the treasures of the other sects, they were all products of the previous era. The Tao techniques of that era were even more powerful. Fulu, pills, formations, weapon forging, and martial arts were also more mature. Today's cultivators could establish their own sects just by learning the basics. That was an era that the current cultivators envied and yearned for the most. Li Mu looked at the Dao bell in front of him. In this era, it could become the treasure of the Fulu school. However, in the ancient era, it might just be an ordinary treasure. As Li Mu sighed, the door of the Li residence was suddenly pushed open. A figure walked in from outside. Lu Hanyan looked around and asked, "Is this our new home?" Wan flew over from the corner and hugged her arm. She said happily, "Young mistress." Li Mu's figure flashed and appeared beside Lu Hanyan. He asked in surprise, "Why are you in the divine capital? Are you still going back to Baiyun Mountain?" Lu Hanyan smiled at him and said, "I'm not going back." Then she saw another figure standing in the courtyard. She asked, "She is," Li Mu said, "This is Her Majesty, the Empress." Then she introduced her to the Empress. "Your Majesty, this is my fiancé." Lu Hanyan had lived in the divine capital since she was young. She knew the meaning of the Empress better than Xiaobai. She quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The Empress looked at them and said, "I still have some memorials to deal with in the palace. I won't disturb you." After she finished speaking, her figure gradually faded away in front of the two of them. Lu Hanyan had heard about Big Sister Zhou from Xiaobai a long time ago. She asked Li Mu, "Has Her Majesty been coming to our house often recently?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Quite often. She treats Xiaobai as her younger sister and often comes to visit her." Lu Hanyan only asked one question. Then she stopped thinking about the Empress. After 2 years, she returned to the divine capital. It seemed that nothing had changed, but in fact, everything had changed. Li Mu took her around the house. Lu Hanyan said, "This house is so big. It's spacious enough for 12 people. It's just the 4 of us. Isn't it a waste?" Li Mu said, "There are 4 of us now. In the future, there might be 5, 6, 7, or 8. It won't be a waste then." Lu Hanyan looked up and asked, "What do you mean?" Li Mu said, "What I mean is, should we hire a few maids and servants? Also, the house is bigger. When relatives and friends come in the future, we should have rooms to entertain them." Lu Hanyan nodded and said, "That's true. But we don't need maids and servants. I don't like outsiders in the house. We can live with ourselves." Li Mu took her hand and said, "I'll listen to you." Lu Hanyan held him and said, "Come with me to the wonderful sound bar first. I want to see Shao Qi and the others." Chang'e Palace. Mr. Mei and Shangguan Li were sorting the memorials from the various departments. There was a fluctuation in the space in the hall. The Empress appeared out of thin air. She looked at the two and said, "You two can leave first." Mr. Mei and Shangguan Li walked out of the hall. He was puzzled and asked, "Why did Your Majesty come back so early today?" Shangguan Li shook her head and said, "I don't know." Mr. Mei thought for a moment and said, "You stay in the palace. I'll go to the Li mansion to take a look." In the Chang'e Palace, Zhou Yi calmly opened a memorial. Her eyes were slightly unfocused. She didn't know why, but there was an inexplicable ripple in her calm heart. This was the sign of the inner demon. This time, she used her spiritual power, but she couldn't erase this ripple no matter how hard she tried. She didn't calm down until she silently recited the mind-clearing spell. She looked troubled and murmured, "What's wrong with me?" Chapter 348. Li Mu guessed that Lu Hanyan came out of seclusion early and came to Shen-Du without saying anything. She must have had the intention of checking up on him. Fortunately, Li Mu had kept himself clean for half a year in Shen-Du. He was strict with himself and never flirted with women. Many people wanted to introduce their daughters to him, but he rejected them all. When she went out to ask around, all she heard was Li Mu's good points. As for seeing the Empress at home when she opened the door, Li Mu didn't even need to explain. The Empress was like a god in their hearts. She wouldn't think too much about it. Even if they were in the room or on the bed, as long as they were both wearing clothes, Lu Hanyan probably wouldn't think too much about it, let alone him and the Empress in the courtyard. After being separated from her sisters at Great Music Bar for 2 years, Lu Hanyan went to Great Music Bar on the first day she returned to Shen-Du. She met up with Yining, Miao Miao, 16, 7, and other good friends. Li Mu invited them to a banquet at the fragrance bar to thank them for taking care of Lu Hanyan in the past. 16 sat beside Lu Hanyan and hugged her arm. She rested her head on Lu Hanyan's shoulder and said, "I thought I wouldn't see you again in this lifetime." Her other arm was hugged by 7. 7 looked at her and complained, "Sister Hanyan, you're so cruel. Last time you snuck away, I cried for a long time." Most of the girls at Great Music Bar were sold by their families when they were young. They grew up together and were close to each other even though they weren't family. After a while, the atmosphere started to liven up. The girls started to gossip about her and Li Mu after asking her about her experiences in the past 2 years. "Sister Hanyan, how did you and brother-in-law meet? How did you end up together? When do you plan to get married? When you get married, I'll help you with the arrangements." They had already asked Li Mu about these things once, and it was still the same gossip. But gossip was gossip, and what they said was what Li Mu needed to consider at the moment. When Lu Hanyan decided to go to Mount Baiyun, Li Mu told her that the day she came to Shin-Du was the day he would marry her. Li Mu had already calculated the date, but Lu Hanyan's return to Fairy's capital was a few months earlier than what they had agreed on. The date that Li Mu calculated was a little too late. He recalculated according to their birth characters. The closest auspicious day was the 9th of the next month, which was exactly 1 month away from today. Lu Hanyan's parents were long gone, and Li Mu had always been alone. After some discussion, they decided to keep things simple. They would just invite some friends from Fairy's capital to their house for a meal and drink the wedding wine. Lu Hanyan was supposed to sleep with Li Mu, but before the wedding, she became coy and insisted on sleeping in a different room from Li Mu, saying that she wanted to maintain the modesty of an unmarried woman. Women just like to pretend to be reserved. She had slept with him countless times in the past, and now she was lying to herself. However, Li Mu didn't have any objections. After all, they could sleep together every day in the future, and he wasn't in a hurry for half a month. After waiting for so long, this day finally came. A month later, he was also a man with a family. After being in Fairy's capital for half a year, Li Mu didn't make many friends, but made many enemies. After a careful calculation, he realized that he didn't need to invite many people on the wedding day. The Fulu school had to inform them. Yu Zhenzi was equivalent to Li Mu's half-mother-in-law. She had to come when her disciple got married. As for the peak masters, it wasn't certain. They had already been exploited by Lu Hanyan and Li Mu in turns. If they came this time, they might even take out the last of their family's assets. As for the White Demon King and Xuandu, although Li Mu wanted to inform them, his 2 elder brothers' whereabouts were elusive. Li Mu couldn't inform them even if he wanted to. Lu Hanyan's relatives and friends in Fairy's capital were her sisters at the wonderful music bar. Li Mu didn't know many people, so a few invitations were enough. The first person Li Mu thought of was naturally the Empress. However, as the ruler of a country, it was somewhat inappropriate for her to attend the wedding of her subjects. Even if she was willing, her subjects wouldn't be willing. Therefore, when he entered the palace, he only brought 2 invitations. At the entrance of Changel Palace, Li Mu handed one invitation to Mr. Mei and the other to Shangguanli. He said, "My wedding is on the 9th of next month. Come to my wedding banquet if you have time." "Congratulations." Sir Mei took the invitation card with a complicated look in his eyes. If she was a few years older, she would be Li Mu's mother. Now that Li Mu was about to get married, she was still alone. Shangguanli also reached out to take the invitation without saying anything, which was her usual style. Li Mu gave Mr. Mei another invitation and said, "Sister Mei, help me give one to Mrs. Chu. By the way, is Her Majesty inside?" Lord Mei glanced at him and asked, "You still want to invite His Majesty? What are you thinking? If His Majesty appears at your wedding banquet, the spittle of the courtiers during the morning court session would be enough to drown you." Li Mu shook his head and said, "Even if I can't invite Her Majesty, I still have to tell her." Mr. Mei waved his hand and said, "Go, go." Seeing Li Mu walk into Changel Palace, she glanced in the direction of the palace and sighed in melancholy. Li Mu walked into Changel Palace and saw the Empress sitting behind a table in front. She was probably reading memorials. Li Mu stood in the middle of the palace and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty." The Empress put down the memorials and looked up at him. She asked, "What is it?" Li Mu said, "My wedding will be on the 9th of next month. I wonder if your Majesty would like to attend the wedding banquet." The Empress said in a low voice, "With my status, attending the wedding banquet will cause a lot of criticism. At that time, I'll ask Mei Wei to send a generous gift." Li Mu thought that if the Empress was willing to come, he could change her appearance. Since she said so, Li Mu didn't insist. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll leave now." Li Mu left the palace. The Empress picked up another memorial and put it down after a while. She said in a low voice, "Mei Wei, come in." Mr. Mei walked in and asked, "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" The Empress thought for a while and asked, "Li Mu's wedding is a joyous occasion for him. Why don't I feel happy at all?" Mr. Mei looked up at her. He wanted to say something but didn't. The Empress said, "Say whatever you think. Even if you say something wrong, I won't blame you." Mr. Mei shook his head helplessly and said, "I think Your Majesty is too possessive of Li Mu." The Empress looked at him and asked, "What is possessiveness?" Mr. Mei said, "You only allow yourself to touch the things you like. Even if others get close to them, you won't be happy. This is a manifestation of possessiveness." The Empress thought for a while and seemed to realize something. She asked, "But why would I be possessive of him?" Mr. Mei said, "This is normal. Li Mu is young and promising. He can solve a lot of problems for Your Majesty. Your Majesty trusts him and loves him. You hope that he will be loyal to you forever. When he gets closer to others than you, Your Majesty will be unhappy. This is human nature." She then added, "If a woman likes a man, it's very easy for her to feel possessive towards him. She wouldn't want that man to have any contact with other women. This is a kind of possessiveness. Similarly, if two people are very good friends, when one of them finds out that the other has a new friend who's even closer to him, he'll feel uncomfortable. This is also a kind of possessiveness. Li Mu is His Majesty's right-hand man. It's not strange for His Majesty to feel possessive towards him." The Empress thought for a while and asked, "Are you saying that I shouldn't feel uncomfortable when Li Mu gets married?" Mr. Mei thought for a while and said, "I hope Your Majesty understands that even if Li Mu gets married, it won't affect your relationship with him. He will still be loyal to you. Other than being your official, he has his own life. Your Majesty shouldn't feel uncomfortable because of this." The Empress was silent for a while and said, "You are right. He is loyal to me. I should treat his wife the same way I treat him. Ask the Secretariat to write an edict and give her a 5th rank title. Also, give her a golden hairpin and a pair of jade bracelets." Mr. Mei saw that she had thought it through. He smiled and asked, "Your Majesty, do you feel better now?" Zhou Yi frowned. She didn't feel better. Instead, she felt even worse. She thought for a while and said, "Forget it. He is the one who is loyal to me, not his wife. Don't ask the Secretariat to write an edict." Mr. Mei paused and asked tentatively, "Then the golden hairpin and jade bracelets?" Zhou Yi thought for a while and said, "I won't give them to you either." Chapter 349. Li Mu walked out of Changel Palace with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the Empress wasn't happy about the news of his upcoming marriage. That didn't make sense. He was loyal to the Empress. Shouldn't the Empress be happy for him now that he had successfully resolved his marriage? Unless the Empress had a change of heart. But that didn't seem possible. They were still in love a few days ago. There was no reason for her to suddenly change her mind. Li Mu thought about it carefully and realized that he had been too careless this time. When it came to marriage, other people might think of it as happiness and bliss. However, the Empress' marriage was not blissful. She was used as a political bargaining chip by the Zhou clan and married to the former crown prince. They were only husband and wife in name, but not in reality. She had a failed marriage. Wasn't Li Mu stabbing her in the heart by mentioning marriage in front of her? He hadn't thought about this matter. He should have thought about taking the Empress' feelings into consideration. He sighed. It was too late for regrets now. He had to be more careful in front of the Empress in the future. She was powerful, but her heart was fragile and sensitive. She was very similar to Lu Hanyan in this aspect. Even their experiences had something in common. They were both betrayed by their families. For someone who had experienced this, no matter how high their position was or how powerful they were, there would always be a sensitive and forbidden area in their hearts. Fortunately, Lu Hanyan had met him. Li Mu would use the rest of his life to heal the wounds she had suffered when she was young. The Empress, on the other hand, was not so lucky. No matter how powerful she was, no matter how high her status was, and no matter how powerful she would never be able to obtain a man like him. Li Mu didn't stop when he passed by the secretary's department. He walked past it directly. Li Mu was now a member of the secretary's department and had many colleagues here. However, Li Mu only had a nodding acquaintance with some of them. Some of them seemed to be friendly on the surface, but they were actually mortal enemies. Li Mu hoped to see friends he truly recognized at his wedding. He would invite the constables of the fairies department, not the officials of the secretary's department. The fairies department. When the constables heard the news, they all congratulated him. Congratulations, boss. No wonder the boss doesn't care about the women in fairies' capital. It turns out that she's already taken? Hee hee, if this news gets out, who knows how many women in the fairies' capital will cry. Inside the yamen, Li Si cupped his hands to Li Mu and said, "Congratulations." Li Mu asked, "What about you? When do you plan to get married?" Li Si said, "I'll wait for Miao Miao to go down the mountain. In a few days, I'll be returning to the North County. Do you want to pick up Xianxia?" Li Mu nodded and said, "When you come back, take him with you." It had been a long time since the three heroes of the Yangqiu County government gathered together. After that farewell, the three of them were no longer the same. Xianxia was different from Li Mu and Li Si. He wasn't interested in cultivation. Nothing was more attractive to him than making money. Li Si put his hand on Li Mu's shoulder and said, "Since you've decided to get married, you'll have to settle down." Li Mu was stunned. "When have I not settled down?" All the people in Fairy's capital knew that his primordial yang was still there. He had kept his chastity for Lu Hanyan. Was this not settling down? Li Si shook his head and didn't say anything else. After leaving the Fairy's department, Li Mu returned to the North Court. He didn't go back to the Li Mansion but to the Zhang Mansion first. Before he left Fairy's capital last time, the Empress had rewarded Zhang Chun with a house with 3 courtyards. Although it was still a distance away from his dream of a house with 5 courtyards, it was still the envy of countless officials in the court to own a house with 3 courtyards in a place like the North Court where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Li Mu knocked on the door. Soon, footsteps came from inside. Zhang Chun opened the door and said, "Li Mu, when did you come back to Fairy's capital?" "Come in and have a seat," Li Mu said. "I just came back. I won't be coming in. I'm here to deliver something to you." Li Mu took out an invitation and handed it to him. He said, "I'm getting married next month. Remember to bring Madame Zhang and Miss Yi to the wedding banquet?" Zhang Chun was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He said in shock, "Wedding?" Li Mu was also stunned. He asked, "Is there a problem?" Zhang Chun said in disbelief, "Will the Zhou family agree? Will the Xiao family agree? Even if they agree, all the officials in the court won't agree." Li Mu looked at him strangely. He was marrying Lu Hanyan, not the Empress. Why did the Zhou family and the Xiao family agree? What right did all the officials have to object? Zhang Chun flipped open the invitation and was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses and said, "So it's with Miss Lu?" Li Mu said, "Who else can it be?" Zhang Chun shook his head and said in disappointment, "No, no one." Li Mu frowned and asked, "Old Zhang, you don't seem too happy about my marriage?" "No, of course not." Zhang Chun showed a smile that was uglier than crying. He said, "Congratulations, congratulations. I wish you and Lady Lu grow old together and have a child soon." After a while, Zhang Chun saw Li Mu off and closed the door. He leaned against the door and sighed. Madame Zhang walked out of the room and asked worriedly, "What happened? Why do you look like that?" Zhang Chun sighed again and said, "Madam, I'm afraid there's no hope for our 5-zoned house." Li Mu returned home and found that Lu Hanyan had already finished cooking and was waiting for him in the yard. Usually, he was the one who cooked at home. When the Empress came, the situation suddenly changed. He was not used to it. Lu Hanyan made all the dishes that Li Mu liked. she said with a satisfied smile. Today, I went shopping with Xiao Bai and Wan Wan and heard the people talking about you. The people of Xin Du were his solid support. Li Mu asked calmly, what did they say about me? Lu Hanyan said, they said that you are righteous, not afraid of power, and that you are a good official. Li Mu asked, what else did they say? Lu Hanyan said with satisfaction, they also said that you are clean and do not get close to women. Li Mu looked at her and said, do you believe me now? Even if you don't believe in Xiao Bai, don't you believe in all the people of Xindu? I believe you, I believe you. Lu Hanyan picked up a piece of tofu and put it in front of his mouth. She said, open your mouth, this is your reward. Li Mu was very busy these days. There was only a month before the wedding, but there were many things that needed to be prepared in advance. There were many details involved. Especially for people like him and Lu Hanyan who had never been married before, they did not know how to do it. Among the people he knew, only Zhang Chun and the Empress had experience. He definitely could not ask the Empress. Firstly, she definitely did not need to prepare for her wedding. Secondly, he had already stabbed the Empress in the chest a few days ago. If he asked her now, wouldn't it be the same as rubbing salt on her wound? As for Zhang Chun, he seemed to have encountered something recently and was in low spirits. Li Mu did not bother him anymore. Fortunately, with the help of Wan Wan and Xiao Bai, although the preparation was slow, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. In the Li residence, Li Mu was busy and happy. In the Ministry of Justice, Wei Peng scratched his head in frustration and pulled out a handful of hair. The assassination of the officials in Ani County and Tianhe County really made his head ache. He was familiar with the law and good at judging cases, but not good at investigating cases. Wei Peng felt that the imperial court should separate judging and investigating cases because they were not the same thing. Judging a case tested the officials' foundation in the law, as well as their understanding and application of the law. As for investigating a case, it tested the officials' insight, logical reasoning, and thinking ability. He was good at judging cases, but not at investigating. Wasn't it deliberately making things difficult for him to find the murderers based on just 2 case files? The deaths of these 2 officials could be due to personal grudges, or because they were heartless officials and aroused the resentment of the people. They were killed by cultivators who could not bear to see them get rid of evil for the people. This kind of thing happened in every dynasty. Wei Peng flipped through the resumes of the 2 officials that he had copied from the Ministry of Personnel. He planned to start with the latter possibility. However, the resumes of the 2 officials were very clean. Their ratings over the years were above, and they did not seem like corrupt officials who took advantage of the people. However, he also knew that the ratings of the Ministry of Personnel's resumes were no better than a piece of scrap paper. If he really wanted to know how these 2 officials were like, he would probably have to go to Hanyang County and Danyang County to investigate personally. Wei Peng rubbed his forehead and leaned back in his chair. He was even more frustrated. These 2 cases had happened a long time ago. Even if he went to these 2 counties, he would not be able to find anything useful. His eyes inadvertently swept across the resumes of the 2 officials who were killed, and his gaze suddenly froze. He sat up again and took the resumes. After looking through them carefully, he finally found some clues. The deaths of the magistrate of Ani County and the deputy of Tianhe County were 2 unrelated cases, but they were related. For example, the 2 of them were once in charge of the Ministry of Personnel. Not only that, they were officials in the Ministry of Personnel at the same time and were promoted in the same year. One was promoted to the magistrate of Ani County, and the other to the deputy of Tianhe County. It was definitely an exceptional promotion from grade 9 to grade 7. They were officials in the Ministry of Personnel at the same time, were promoted in an exceptional way, and were almost assassinated at the same time. Wei Peng stood up suddenly and muttered, "This is definitely not a coincidence." Chapter 350. At the Ministry of Personnel. An official walked out of the watchroom and looked at the person standing in the courtyard. He asked, "Manager Wei, what brings you to the Ministry of Personnel today?" Wei Peng went straight to the point. "There are 2 cases in the Ministry of Justice and I need to investigate the details of 2 officials. May I trouble you to help me check their files?" The official asked, "Which county are they from?" "Please have a seat, Manager Wei. I'll arrange for someone to help you. Wei Peng passed him a piece of paper and said, Danyang County's Ani County Magistrate Ding Yun. Hanyang County's Tianhe County's Minister Ho Bai. The manager of the Ministry of Personnel arranged for his subordinate to check the files of the people Wei Peng wanted. He sat in the watchroom and started chatting with Wei Peng. The Wei family used to belong to the old party. However, Wei Peng's father was demoted because he was involved in the case of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights framing Li Mu. He was never hired again. Wei Peng thought that the Wei family would disappear from Luoyang. He did not expect that after the imperial examinations, Wei Peng would be specially recruited by the Ministry of Justice. Although his rank was not high and he was a manager like him, it was said that Assistant Minister Zhou appreciated him. His future was naturally brighter than his. Wei Peng was preoccupied with the case and was not in the mood to chat with the manager of the Ministry of Personnel. Fortunately, the subordinate soon brought over the files of the two officials. The files used by the Ministry of Justice could be copied. However, a lot of the content would be omitted when they were taken back. Wei Peng decided to just read them in the Ministry of Personnel. The files in the Ministry of Personnel were obviously much more detailed. Not only did it record their birthplace, family, and other information, but it also recorded every assessment, promotion, and transfer after they became officials in detail. After looking through it carefully, Wei Peng found more suspicious points. There were many similarities between the two. They were both students of Baichuan Academy and left the academy in the same year to become officials. They were both managers of the Ministry of Personnel. They were promoted at the same time and were assassinated at the same time. Even the way they died was very similar. It was difficult to explain this with the word coincidence. After returning to the Ministry of Justice, Wei Peng told Zhou Zhong about his findings. Zhou Zhong's index finger gently tapped on the table as he asked, So, you suspect that these two cases were done by the same person and that the mastermind has a grudge with these two people? Wei Peng nodded and said, It's impossible for two cases to have so many coincidences. The possibility of a vendetta is very high, but without more clues, finding the murderer is like finding a needle in a haystack. Zhou Zhong said, The Ministry of Justice is only in charge of investigating the case. Pursuing the culprit is the imperial court's business. The Ministry of Justice has already investigated up to this point. Let's leave the rest to the imperial court. Wei Peng bowed. Wei Peng actually wanted to investigate further, but since the assistant minister had spoken, he didn't insist. It was better to hand over the case as soon as possible, lest he lose all his hair at such a young age. After Wei Peng left, Zhou Zhong stood up several times before slowly sitting down again. He seemed a little anxious. In the Hall of Governmental Affairs, Li Mu unhurriedly took out the new report from the Ministry of Justice. These yamen still needed to be beaten up from time to time so that they would know how to do things properly. After he had urged the Ministry of Justice the last time, the Ministry of Justice had given a reply regarding the assassination of the two officials in just a few days. Li Mu hadn't thought that these two unrelated cases would have such a connection. In this way, when the imperial court sent people to pursue the culprit, they would have a clear direction. The matter of pursuing the culprit was the responsibility of the Ministry of Worship. The Ministry of Worship was an organization independent of the imperial court. There were experts recruited by the imperial court from all over the world, and they specialized in dealing with important cases that the local government couldn't handle. After the incident in Yang County, the people who went to capture Xiao Yu were the Ministry of Worship. Li Mu handed the report from the Ministry of Justice to the Hall of Governmental Affairs Assistant Minister Lu. Lu Yi quickly gave an order for someone to send it to the Ministry of Worship. At this point, Li Mu had fulfilled his duty. He returned to his own yamen. Not long after sitting down, he felt a familiar aura coming from outside the Hall of Governmental Affairs. He walked out of the Hall of Governmental Affairs yamen and saw Mr. Mei standing at the door. He asked, Sister Mei, what's the matter? Mr. Mei glanced at him and said, Nothing. I just haven't seen you in a few days, so I came to see you. Li Mu scratched his head. How many days has it been? Mr. Mei said, You really do have a wife. You forgot about His Majesty. You haven't been to Chengel Palace for 5 days. Li Mu corrected her. What do you mean I forgot about His Majesty because I have a wife? I'm just worried about irritating His Majesty. Mr. May asked, Why would you irritate His Majesty? Li Mu said in a low voice, You also know that His Majesty's marriage is not that happy. My wife is so beautiful, and her marriage is so happy. If she appeared in front of His Majesty every day, His Majesty might feel bad. Mr. May hit him on the head angrily and said, If His Majesty hears this, be careful of your but. Li Mu glanced at her and said, Didn't you say that His Majesty's heart is broader than the sea? Mr. May's eyes wandered and said, Even if His Majesty is broad-minded, it is not a reason for you to talk about His Majesty behind his back. What nonsense was this? The Empress' marriage was not happy to begin with. Li Mu was just stating the truth. He was taking care of the Empress' emotions. As long as the Empress was reasonable, she would not blame him. Among all the women that Li Mu was familiar with, there was no one who was more reasonable than the Empress. Merely the fact that she had taken the initiative to admit her mistakes and change after realizing her mistakes had already defeated the majority of women. Not only that, ever since Lu Hanyan came to Shendu, she never entered Li Mu's dream again, nor did she come to the Li mansion. It seemed that even the Empress knew that she should not disturb the couple's private time. Mr. May shook his head and looked at Li Mu. He said, Regardless of whether His Majesty is broad-minded or not, you can't neglect His Majesty just because you have a wife. Did you forget how you felt when His Majesty neglected you last time? Li Mu thought about it carefully. After Lu Hanyan came back to Shendu, he did seem to neglect the Empress. The Empress's heart was not as broad as it seemed. Maybe she was already holding a grudge against Li Mu. When they passed by the market, Li Mu bought a crucian carp and a piece of tofu. He was going to make crucian carp and tofu soup the next morning. When they got home, Lu Hanyan looked at the fish in his hand and said in surprise, We already have one fish at home. Why did you buy another one? Li Mu said, I'm saving this one to make soup for tomorrow. I'll give it to His Majesty during the morning court. Lu Hanyan asked in confusion, Why are you making soup for His Majesty? Li Mu put the fresh fish in a small water tank and explained, It's a long story. The real His Majesty is not like what you see. Li Mu told Lu Hanyan about the Empress. After hearing the story, Lu Hanyan held Li Mu's arm and said in shock and sympathy, If that's the case, His Majesty is too pitiful. Lu Hanyan and the Empress had similar experiences, but they were also different. She was abandoned by her parents because of her pure Yin body. She had not seen her family since she was a child. The Empress was used by her family more than once. Even now, the Zhou family was still using her to achieve their goal of stealing the country. The similar experiences made Lu Hanyan feel pity for her. In her opinion, the Empress was more pitiful than herself. Li Mu continued, When you were not in Luoyang, His Majesty treated me very well. If it were not for His Majesty's protection, I would not have been able to deal with the old and new parties, as well as the academy. The house we are living in now is a gift from His Majesty. His Majesty often teaches me cultivation and has rewarded me with many things. Therefore, I want to do more for His Majesty. Lu Hanyan nodded and said, That's what I should do. Sleep a little more tomorrow morning. I'll make the soup for His Majesty. Li Mu said, Let's do it together. The two of them had to wake up together tomorrow morning, so it was natural for them to sleep together at night. Lu Hanyan seemed to have forgotten what she had said a few days ago. At night, she climbed into Li Mu's bed again. In her sleep, she still held his hand tightly. Li Mu kissed her gently on the forehead and closed his eyes. Late at night, the space in the courtyard fluctuated and a figure slowly appeared. She took a step forward and suddenly stopped. She did not enter the room as usual. The space in the courtyard fluctuated again and the figure slowly faded away. In the room, Li Mu and Lu Hanyan were sleeping in each other's arms. Thousands of miles away, in Baiyu County of Yushan Commandery, the county magistrate of Baiyu County suddenly woke up from his sleep. He looked at the figure in his room and said in shock, Who are you? How dare you trespass into the county office? Leave immediately. What answered him was an incomparably sharp swordlight. Under the sword, the county magistrate of Bayou County was beheaded. A shadow flew out from his corpse. His primordial spirit looked at the figure in the room in horror and said in a shrill voice, "I am an official of the Imperial Court. If you dare to kill me, the Imperial Court will not let you go. No matter where you run to, you can't escape death." Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a purple thunderbolt suddenly exploded in the room. The county magistrate's primordial spirit was struck by the thunderbolt and completely disappeared. A moment later, several constables rushed into the room. Soon, voices came from the room. Someone come quickly. Sir, there was an assassination attempt." Chapter 351. Jade Mountain County. The news of the Bayou County magistrate being assassinated shook the entire Jade Mountain County. How many years had it been since such a vile thing as murdering an official of the Imperial Court had happened in Yushan County? The last time they heard of such a thing was in North Countyong County. They didn't expect Jade Mountain County to encounter it so soon. The county magistrate was furious and ordered all the constables to search every village and city in the county to find the culprit. Even if they only provided clues, they would be rewarded handsomely. Jade Mountain County, Zhongshan County. The assassination of the Bayou County magistrate had affected the entire Jade Mountain County. Zhongshan County was no exception. The county Yaman's constables and Min Zhuang had already checked the villages one by one, looking for suspicious people. Within the county, all the inns, brothels, and places that might be hiding people were searched 5 or 6 times in a day. The Zhongshan County magistrate hid in the county office and didn't come out. He wasn't stingy with spiritual jades and activated the formation outside the county office to its strongest state. He also carried the protective treasure given by the Imperial Court with him to deal with any unexpected situations. The county magistrate of Bayou County was inexplicably infiltrated by someone and destroyed in body and soul. That thief could be an assassin from the Devil's Doctrine or a cultivator who hated the Imperial Court. If he could kill the county magistrate of Bayou County, he could also kill the county magistrate of Zhongshan County. The Zhongshan County magistrate sat in the office and looked at a middle-aged man. He said, "Magistrate Huang, I suggest you stay in the county office. It's obviously not peaceful recently. I heard that Hanyang County and Danyang County officials were also killed. It'll be safer if everyone stays together." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I'm just a magistrate. Even if it's a culprit, I won't care. It's fine." With that, he slowly walked out of the county office. The Zhongshan County magistrate looked at his back with dissatisfaction. Of course, he didn't keep Magistrate Huang in the county office for his safety. It was only because Magistrate Huang had level 4 supernatural power that he could feel more at ease with such an expert in the county office. Magistrate Huang walked out of the county office and passed through 2 streets before arriving in front of a house. As a magistrate, he didn't choose to live in the county office. Instead, he rented a small courtyard in a remote area of the county. He rented it for 14 years. He opened the courtyard door and entered. He saw a figure standing in the courtyard. The figure was tall and slender, and from the silhouette, it should be a woman. The woman stood with her back facing the door. She wore a conical bamboo hat on her head. A black veil hung from the edge of the hat, covering her face. County Magistrate Huang looked at the figure and paused for a moment. The next moment, he walked into the yard and closed the door. He looked up at the woman's back and shook his head. "I've waited here for 14 years. The woman turned around and looked at him through the black veil on his bamboo hat. There was a trace of melancholy on County Magistrate Huang's face as he muttered to himself, "For the past 14 years, I haven't had a good night's sleep. I knew that you would find me in the end. I wanted you to come, but at the same time, I didn't want you to come. Why?" The woman's voice was cold, as if it didn't contain any human emotions. County Magistrate Huang said slowly, "The past 14 years have been too painful for me. I hope that you can set me free. However, I also know that if you come to find me, it means that you've already embarked on this path. This is a path of no return. The moment you set foot on it, there's no turning back." He looked at the woman and said, "Those who have passed away forever. Those who are still alive must live on even more." The woman said faintly, "Some people don't deserve to live." County Magistrate Huang was silent for a moment before he nodded and said, "Some people don't deserve to live, but can you let my family go? That matter has nothing to do with them." The woman was silent for a moment before she said calmly, "All right. Thank you." County Magistrate Huang heaved a sigh of relief and said, 14 years ago, I sent them back to their hometown. I've waited here alone for you for 14 years. You've finally come." His voice was calm, and there was a trace of relief in it. The woman looked at him and asked, "Why?" County Magistrate Huang knew what she was asking. He shook his head and said, "It's meaningless to talk about this now. Everyone has to be responsible for their mistakes. I'm indebted to you, sir. I've let you down." He faced the woman and knelt on the ground. There was a trace of relief in his voice as he said softly, "I'm sorry." After he finished speaking, his head slowly drooped. At this moment, this fourth realm cultivator's 3 souls and 7 spirits dissipated. A day later, in the courtyard, County Magistrate Yushan stood in front of County Magistrate Huang's kneeling corpse. His expression was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Arrogant, too arrogant. If I don't catch you, I'm not human." The Zhongshan County Magistrate lamented, "Sir Huang, oh, Sir Huang. I've advised you to stay in the county office with me. Why didn't you listen? Great, now you've been killed by a criminal." County Magistrate Yushan looked at County Magistrate Huang's corpse with a trace of doubt on his face. He frowned and said, "County Magistrate Huang's death doesn't seem like a homicide. It seems like his soul dissipated on its own." County Magistrate Yushan asked, "What reason does he have to do this?" County Magistrate Yushan shook his head and said, "I don't know. First he killed someone, then he disguised it as a suicide. Did he think he could fool me with such a clumsy method?" Within a few days, 2 officials under his jurisdiction had died. County Magistrate Yushan's mana was surging. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. He said gloomily, "You stay in County Magistrate Yushan and continue to track down the murderer. I'm going to Fairy's capital. I must make the Imperial Court investigate this matter thoroughly and give the people of my county an explanation." Li residence. Li Mu carried the lunchbox and walked out of the house. He had planned to bring breakfast for the Empress the next day. However, that morning he and Lu Hanyan were entangled in bed and missed the time. He had no choice but to raise the carp for another 3 days. He could not bring the fish soup to court. Before morning court, he passed the lunchbox to Mr. May. Mr. May opened the lunchbox and smelled it. He glanced at Li Mu and said, "At least you have a conscience." In the past, the morning court was mostly about trivial matters. There were no major issues. However, compared to the past, there were more unexpected situations today. There were officials from all over the country. Recently, there were more signs of demon sect activities in their jurisdictions. This caused some instability in the counties. County Magistrate Yushan even came to Fairy's capital personally to report the murder of 2 officials in County Magistrate Yushan. The officials were all filled with righteous indignation. Murdering an official of the Imperial Court. We must not let them off lightly. Damn demon sect. They are indeed a great threat to the Great Zhou. One day, the Imperial Court will completely eradicate the evildoers of the demon sect. Some were indignant, while others were puzzled. That's strange. Although the demon sect has always wanted to overthrow the Imperial Court, they rarely attack officials directly. An official thought for a moment and asked, could it be that the top scholar killed too many demon sect masters a few days ago and attracted the revenge of the demon sect? Once this was said, it triggered a new round of discussion. What's going on? You still don't know? It said that when Commander Shangguan and the others were chasing after Cui Ming, they accidentally fell into Cui Ming's trap. It was Zhuang Yuanlang who helped them escape, took down Cui Ming, and even killed an expert from the Devil Sect. After that, Zhuang Yuanlang was listed as a wanted man by the Devil Sect. It said that the Devil Sect put a very high bounty on his head and attracted a lot of experts, but they were all killed by him. He killed more than 25th level experts, and there's even a rumor that even the great elder of the Soul Sect, the 6th level Nether Hell Saint, died in his hands. That's too exaggerated. more than 25th realm masters and 1/6th realm master. The top scholar's cultivation is only at the 4th realm. Although his cultivation isn't high, he must have a treasure bestowed by Her Majesty. I heard that in Jiangyin County, someone even saw the Empress's avatar descend. That nether hell saint must have died in the hands of the Empress avatar. In the imperial court, the officials were discussing fervently. The topic quickly shifted to the demon sect and Li Mu. Many people were shocked to the point of disbelief when they heard that Li Mu had killed dozens of demon sect 5th realm masters. More than 25th realm masters. Among the 100 people standing in the Golden Palace, there were only 25th realm masters. Even if they were to calculate, it might not be enough for Li Mu to kill. In the Great Zhou's 36 counties, the county governors and county ministers were all 5th realm masters. There were less than 100 of them in total. If more than 20 of them were killed by the demon sect, the transcending state masters of the Great Zhou would probably join forces and attack the demon sect's lair. Moreover, other than the death of more than 25th realm masters, the demon sect also lost a branch sect's first elder and a 6th realm master. If they were to calculate, if they only killed 2 minor officials of the imperial court to vent their anger, then the demon sect was already very rational. They were even more rational than the Great Zhou court. It was inconceivable that a 4th realm cultivator could achieve such a feat. However, it also proved how much Her Majesty doted on Li Mu. She must have given Li Mu countless high-level fulu and magic treasures. She even sacrificed her own cultivation and sent her avatar to help him. Was this how a favored official should be treated? Even a favored concubine wouldn't be treated this way, right? Since ancient times, the emperors who were known for their incompetence actually doted on their demon concubines and demon empresses so much. Of course, their countries didn't escape the fate of being destroyed in the end. The 25th realm masters of the demon sect, including the Nether Saint, were killed by a 4th realm cultivator. They must have felt very aggrieved when they died. Some of the officials even felt that their deaths were unjust, because their opponent wasn't Li Mu, but the Great Zhou Imperial Treasury. They even guessed that if the person who wanted to kill Li Mu was a 7th realm master of the demon sect, the Empress would probably come personally. So many experts of the demon sect had died, but the officials were only shocked for a moment. 2 7th rank officials had died, but the investigation had to be carried out. This was the principle of the imperial court. The Department of Offerings had sent 5 Blessed Realm offerings to Yu County with the Yushan County chief to chase after the culprit. This was enough to show how much importance the imperial court attached to this case. When Li Mu walked out of Crepe Myrtle Hall, he was very unconvinced. He had killed so many experts of the demon sect. This was a great contribution to the imperial court. Some bastard officials even wanted to blame the deaths of the 2 officials of Yushan County on him. What did this have to do with him? If the demon sect wanted to take revenge, he couldn't stop them. However, if those 2 officials had really died because of the demon sect's revenge, Li Mu would still feel very apologetic. If the trash of the demon sect wanted to take revenge, they could come to him. Why did they have to vent their anger on innocent people? When his cultivation improved a little more, he would equip the Fulu school with a bunch of heaven-rank Fulu. Sooner or later, he would wipe out the nests of the 10 demon sects. After the imperial court, Zhou Yi returned to Changle Palace. Mr. Mei walked in with a soup bowl. "Your Majesty, this is the soup that Li Mu made for you. He gave it to me before the imperial court. He also told Your Majesty to drink it while it's hot." Zhou Yi could already smell her favorite Crucian carp tofu soup. It had been a long time since she drank the soup personally made by Li Mu. After Mr. Mei filled a bowl for her, she picked up the spoon and took a small sip. Then her brows furrowed slightly. "That's not right." Mr. Mei was surprised. "What's wrong? Doesn't it taste good?" Zhou Yi shook her head. "It tastes good, but it doesn't taste like what he made." She closed her eyes and counted with her fingers. Her expression was somewhat complicated. After drinking another mouthful of soup, she looked at Mr. Mei and said, "I think it's better to give her a title of nobility." Mr. Mei froze for a moment. He quickly realized who she was talking about. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Then the jade bracelet and the golden hairpin?" "No." Chapter 352. Mr. May's visit today surprised Li Mu. She was here to reward Lu Hanyan on behalf of the Empress. Li Mu was a 5th-rank official, and Lu Hanyan was also given a 5th-rank title by the Empress. Although the rank of a lady was lower than that of her husband, there were many officials in the imperial court, and not all the wives of officials could have such an honor. In a family, the husband was an official in the imperial court, and the wife was a lady. Only then could she be considered to have entered the circle of nobles. Li Mu had no interest in entering this circle. He just felt that this set of ladies' clothes looked beautiful on Lu Hanyan. Yinin, Miao Miao, and the others happened to be in the residence. They urged Lu Hanyan to put on the dress and then surrounded her with envy. Like officials, a lady had a rank and salary. For a woman, having a lady's title was equivalent to entering the ranks of nobles. Yinin looked around and asked curiously, "Is this the only dress?" Lu Hanyan asked, "What else?" Yinin said, "Even if there isn't any precious jewelry, there should be silk or something like that." "Her Majesty is too stingy," Lu Hanyan defended the Empress and said, "Don't say that about Her Majesty. I didn't do anything, and I got a lady's title. This is already Her Majesty's special gift." Miao Miao said, "Although you didn't do anything, brother-in-law did a lot of things. It's the same as what you did. In a few days, you will be a real family." There was less than half a month before the wedding. Li Mu had prepared most of the things that needed to be prepared. Yinin, Miao Miao, and the others were here to accompany Lu Hanyan to shop. It just so happened that Li Mu was also on break, so he followed behind them and helped them carry their things. Shopping with women was a very troublesome thing. Li Mu bought things decisively and straightforwardly. Once he saw something he liked, he would pay the bill. They, on the other hand, had to pick and choose and shop around. Even though she was not short of money now, she still enjoyed this kind of thing. Lu Hanyan and the girls walked out of a rouge shop. On the street, a young man suddenly walked up and asked in surprise, "Miss Hanyan, is it really you?" Lu Hanyan looked at him and asked doubtfully, "You are?" The young man said, "I am Du Ming, a student of the Myriad Scroll Academy. I used to listen to you play a lot. Don't you remember me?" Lu Hanyan thought for a moment and replied politely, "Oh, it's young master Du I remember." Du looked at her and asked, "Miss Hanyan, are you still there? Ever since you left, there weren't many musicians who were worth listening to." Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, "I'm not there anymore." Du Ming asked, "I don't know which music house Miss Hanyan is playing in now. In the future, I will definitely support you." "Oh right, I'm holding a banquet at the Fragrance House today. I don't know if Miss Hanyan can do me the honor." As soon as he finished speaking, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Du Ming frowned. When he turned around, he was immediately frightened. He said in a trembling voice, "Li Mu, what do you want?" The people who were taken out of the academy by Li Mu were now either dead or sentenced. This caused him to be nervous when he saw Li Mu. Li Mu looked at him and said, "Treating my wife to a meal. I want to ask, what do you want to do?" Du Ming looked at him and then looked at Lu Hanyan. He was shocked, but he quickly came back to his senses. He immediately said, Sorry, I didn't know Miss Hanyan was your wife. I didn't mean to offend you. I'll leave now. After he finished speaking, he quickly left and didn't dare to look at Lu Hanyan again. Seeing Du Ming run away, Yinin smiled and said, "It's good to have brother-in-law. In the past, these people were always pestering us and couldn't be chased away. Now, let's see who dares to bother Sister Hanyan." Not far away, Du Ming had already run far away and was still in shock. A few young people stood in place. One of them looked at him and asked, "Didn't you say you saw someone familiar? Why did you come back so quickly? Did you get the wrong person?" Du Ming looked in a certain direction and still couldn't believe it. He muttered, "How did Miss Hanyan become his wife?" When they heard this, they were all stunned. "What? That Li Mu has a wife? Didn't they say he was still a virgin? Miss Hanyan? Could it be the top musician of the great music workshop 2 years ago? Didn't she leave Shindu? How did she get involved with Li Mu?" The name Lu Hanyan was quite famous in the divine capital. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very good at music. She was loved by some people who liked music. Later on, she left the divine capital for no reason. In a small area, she caused quite a commotion. Other than liking her music, Du Ming also admired her. At that time, he was disappointed for a long time. This time, when he saw her in the divine capital, he was filled with surprise and joy. The flame in his heart that had been extinguished was reignited. Then, it was extinguished by Li Mu's cold water. He looked in a certain direction and sighed. What a pity, what a pity. When the two of them returned home after shopping, Li Mu was carrying something in one hand and holding her hand with the other. A commoner saw this and said in surprise, "Lord Li, this lady is..." Li Mu smiled and explained, "She's my wife." The commoner was puzzled. "Is Lord Li married?" Li Mu replied, "Not yet, but it will be next month. If you have time, come and join the wedding. Congratulations, Lord Li, congratulations. Mrs. Li is so beautiful. She and Lord Li are a perfect match. I wish Lord Li and Mrs. Li a long life together and have a child soon." They walked through the streets and alleys. From time to time, the commoners would ask questions. Li Mu patiently explained to each and every one of them. Listening to the blessings of the commoners, Lu Hanyan's face was filled with shyness, but her eyes were filled with happiness. Li Mu had always been a hot topic in the divine capital. In the past half a year, every discussion in the divine capital was related to him. Once the news of him getting married on the 9th of the next month spread out, it quickly became the topic of the commoners' discussion. I wonder which lady is so lucky to be able to marry Lord Li. I really envy her. Sigh, poor old man's 3 beautiful daughters. They're about to give up. I wonder if Lord Li will accept concubines? Forget it. Lord Li has done us a favor. If you want to repay kindness with enmity, we won't allow it. I saw that lady just now. She's very beautiful. She's worthy of Lord Li. Lord Li reminded me of that Lord Li from more than 10 years ago. He was also a good official who made decisions for the commoners. I think his surname was also Li. Unfortunately, Sai, I remember too. Unfortunately, Lord Li didn't meet a wise ruler. The previous emperor wasn't Her Majesty the Empress. The house Lord Li is living in now is the Li residence from back then. Those who killed him back then will die a horrible death. Shu, you don't want to live anymore. If someone hears you, even if you have 10 heads, it won't be enough to chop them off. The 7th of the 10th month. Today was not a special day. The residences of some officials and nobles were as usual. However, the market where the commoners lived was as lively as a festival. 2 days later was the day of Lord Li's wedding. From today onwards, many shops in the divine capital would sell their goods at a discount to celebrate the occasion. Some commoners hung large red lanterns in front of their houses even though there was no joyous occasion. The streets and alleys were pasted with the word, "Happy." Those who knew would naturally know that Lord Li was getting married. Those who didn't know would think that His Majesty was appointing an empress. Even when the previous emperor appointed an empress, the commoners didn't celebrate spontaneously like this. Countless officials in the imperial court didn't like Li Mu's way of doing things. However, when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of their hearts. As an official, what more could he ask for? As the 9th of the 10th month approached, the streets and alleys were discussing the upcoming wedding. A woman wearing a bamboo hat slowly walked onto the streets of the divine capital. Although her attire was different from ordinary people, it didn't attract any special attention. There were always some people who didn't want to show their faces in public for some special reason. It wasn't uncommon for them to wear veils or cloaks when they went out. The woman seemed to be very familiar with the divine capital. She walked through the streets with great familiarity. Finally, she walked into the north court and stood in front of a tall door. The words, "Li Residence," were written on the plaque in front of the door. The woman's gaze passed through the black veil of her bamboo hat and stared at the 2 words for a long time. This family seemed to have a joyous occasion recently. There was red satin hanging on the plaque. The word, "Happy," was also pasted on the 2 large red lanterns. Creak. The door opened from the inside. An unusually beautiful girl around 18 or 19 years old walked out. She asked in confusion, "Sister, who are you looking for?" The woman didn't answer. She slowly turned and left. Xiao Bai closed the door and walked back. Wan poked her head out of the garden and asked, "Who is it?" Xiaobai shook her head and said, I don't know. She must have entered the wrong door. Outside the door, the woman walked 100 steps before a peddler carrying a load walked over. The woman stopped the peddler and pointed at the residence in front. She asked softly, Excuse me, may I ask who lives in the Li residence in front? The peddler thought that someone was buying and was just feeling happy. However, when he heard that the woman was asking for directions, he became rather displeased. However, when he looked in the direction the woman was pointing at, he immediately beamed with joy again. He put down his load and said, Miss, you must be a foreigner. If you're from the divine capital, you definitely know who lives there. Lord Li is the justice in our hearts. He doesn't fear the powerful and has redressed the grievances of countless people. This residence was bestowed to him by the Empress. Speaking of Lord Li, the peddler began to talk endlessly. At a certain moment he saw two figures walking over from the front. He said, What a coincidence. That's Lord Li and his wife. Miss, don't you think they're a match made in heaven? There was no sound from beside him. The peddler turned around and suddenly shivered. There was no one beside him. There was no girl. It was noon and the sun was warm, but he felt a chill rushing from his tailbone to his brain. He grabbed his load and ran toward the crowded street. In front of the Li residence, Li Mu held Lu Hanyan's hand. Just as he was about to step through the door, he suddenly sensed something and turned to look in a certain direction. There was only a peddler carrying a load there. For some reason, he was running for his life. Lu Hanyan saw him stop and also look back. She asked in confusion, What's wrong? Li Mu shook his head and said, It's nothing. Let's go in. Chapter 353. At that moment, Li Mu inexplicably felt a strong throbbing in his heart. For cultivators who had refined their 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls, it was rare for them to have such a feeling. Most of their senses had a reason, but when Li Mu looked over, he did not find anything. The two of them walked into the house and the door of the Li residence closed. In a shallow alley in the north court, in a place that Li Mu could not see, a woman leaned against the wall. Her face under the cloak was extremely pale. The 8th of October. There was only 1 day left until the wedding day. Lu Hanyan returned to the Great Music Lane, which she regarded as her maiden home. Tomorrow, Li Mu would bring her back in a palanquin with 8 carriers. As the wedding day approached, Li Mu became leisurely. He did not invite many people, and there were not many guests coming tomorrow. Fu Daozi was still in seclusion. Yu Zhenzi and Hyun Jinko came as representatives of the Fulu school. Although the headmaster and the other peak chiefs did not come, they still sent their gifts. The talismans on Li Mu's body had been almost used up in the battle with the killers of the Devil's Doctrine. He took advantage of this wedding to replenish them. Hanja and junior sister Qin also came with Yu Zhenzi and the others. Hanja looked at Li Mu with regret and said, Actually, I thought that you and Li. Before he could finish, he was kicked by Li Si behind him. Zhang Shan covered his mouth from behind and dragged him away. After a while, Hanja came back and said, No matter what, congratulations to you for marrying such a good woman like Martial Aunt Lu. I wonder where my future Dao companion is now. Junior sister Qin casually walked in front of Hanja, coughed softly and puffed out her small chest. Hanja glanced at junior sister Qin and looked at Chen Miao Miao, who was standing beside Li Si and had lost a lot of weight. He said, Even Li Si has junior sister Chen. God is really unfair. Chen Miao Miao also came with Li Si this time. She had an earth elemental body. Before her cultivation reached a high level, her body shape would be different from ordinary people. But after cultivation, she was much thinner than before. Of course, even if she had lost half of her weight, Li Si still looked like a little bird standing beside her. Li Mu's eyes inadvertently glanced and saw a figure passing by outside the door. He was surprised and did not know why Zhou Zhong would appear here. Calm, other than his 2 old friends, Zhang Chun and Li Si, Li Mu did not invite any of the officials of the court. Zhou Zhong belonged to the opposing camp. He could not have come to congratulate Li Mu on his marriage. Li Mu walked out of the gate and saw Zhou Zhong standing beside the carriage, looking at the gate of the Li estate. Li Mu walked over and asked, Assistant Minister Zhou, is something the matter? Zhou Zhong looked at the plaque of the Li estate and said indifferently, Nothing. Li Mu remembered that Zhou Zhong had once said that this was the residence of a friend of his. The original owner of the Li estate seemed to have been a criminal official, but Li Mu did not know what crime he had committed. These 2 days were good days. He could temporarily put aside the matter of the camp. Li Mu said, "Assistant Minister Zhou, do you want to go in and have a cup of tea before you leave?" Zhou Zhong shook his head and said, "Today is the death anniversary of my old friend. I am not in the mood for tea." Li Mu's face darkened. The little good impression he had of Zhou Zhong disappeared. Bang! Li Mu walked through the gate, and the gate of the Li estate closed with a loud bang. Even if today was the death anniversary of his old friend, he should not have said it in front of Li Mu, who was about to get married. If he was not the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, being caught and beaten for speaking so rudely before someone's wedding was already a light punishment. If he met someone with a bad temper, he would probably be hung up and beaten. Tomorrow was the day of the wedding. Li Mu did not want to be affected by these matters. He took a deep breath and threw Zhou Zhong to the back of his mind. The 9th day of the 10th month. The festive atmosphere in the divine capital reached its peak on this day. Li Mu had too many labels on him. The top scholar, the empress favored minister, the divine capital's righteous sky. At noon, when he rode on his horse and married his bride, the streets of the divine capital were empty. There were only a few tables set up for the wedding banquet in the Li estate. However, on the wide street outside the Li estate, the crowd was crowded with heads and feet. There was a row of long tables on both sides of the street outside the estate. No matter the identity of the guests, they could drink a cup of wine here. The commoners lined up outside the Li estate, fighting to be the first to present congratulatory gifts. Some gave half a piece of cloth, while others gave a pair of red candles. Although they were not valuable, it was a token of their sincerity. The entire northern court had never been so lively since the day it was built. Of course, to the high officials and nobles who were used to the tranquility of the northern court, this was noisy. An official sat in his own courtyard. Hearing the noise outside the door, he said unhappily, "So annoying. Isn't it just a wedding? Why do they have to make such a big scene?" His wife stood beside him and said, "They did not make such a big scene. This is the celebration of the commoners. When Master can make the commoners like this, I will wake up laughing in my dreams." The official pursed his lips and said unhappily, "What's the point of winning over these unruly commoners? He doesn't have many friends in the imperial court." His wife looked at him and said disdainfully, "Those in the imperial court can be considered friends. They call you friends on the surface, but who knows how they are scheming against you behind your back." In another mansion, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel stood in the courtyard. He was not affected by the noise outside at all. He walked into the study and asked, "Are you sure?" An official in the study said with a gloomy face, "Tianhe County Minister Hou Bai, Ani County Magistrate Ding Yun, Baiyu County Magistrate Deng Zhua, and Zhongshan County Magistrate Huang Ding. Sir, don't you think these names are familiar?" The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel narrowed his eyes and said, "It is indeed the 4 of them." The official said, 14 years ago, the 4 of them were all in charge of the Ministry of Personnel. They were also involved in that incident. 14 years later, they were killed one after another. These cases were not done by the demon sect. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel said, "You mean that someone is avenging that person?" The official said, "There is no other possibility." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel narrowed his eyes and said, 14 years have passed, and they are still so persistent. Who could it be? Did someone from the Li family escape the net? The official thought for a moment and said, "The entire Li family was wiped out back then. There can't be anyone who escaped the net." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel scoffed and said, "No matter who it is, just capture them and deal with them. If he can make a move on these 4 people, he won't let other targets go. He probably doesn't have the guts to do so in Shindu. Check where the officials who were involved in this incident are now." The official said, "I've already checked. There was a minister-counselor back then. He is now in Yantai County as the Yantai County Magistrate. He is at the peak of the 4th realm. From the looks of these cases, the culprit's strength is not higher than the 5th realm. Should we inform the office of worship and have them deal with that person outside to avoid unnecessary trouble? The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel laughed mockingly and said, "Unnecessary trouble? Haha, if you want to overturn that case, you have to overturn the imperial court first. No one has the ability to do that. Whether it is the new party or the old party, or His Majesty, none of them will let that happen." The official asked, "Then what do you mean?" The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel said, "Have the people from the Department of Offerings guard Yantai County. According to the law, the culprit should be brought back to Luoyang to be punished for murdering an official of the imperial court. Have them follow the rules and don't do anything unnecessary. Bring him back to Luoyang." "I'd like to see who is so overconfident." The official nodded and said, "Yes." A moment later, he walked out of the residence of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel and passed through the bustling crowd outside. When he passed by the Li Manor, he even looked inside curiously. In the Li Manor, the wedding ceremony had already begun. Li Mu and Lu Hanyan did not have any relatives. They were only friends in the manor. Mr. Mei was the host of the wedding. He stood in front with a smile on his face. "First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow, if there are no parents, then bow to master. Husband and wife bow to each other. Send them to the bridal chamber." Tonight was a joyous night in the Li Manor. Both inside and outside the manor were filled with jubilation. In the bridal chamber, Li Mu slowly lifted Lu Hanyan's veil. The two looked at each other and raised their wine cups. As their arms crossed, countless bright fireworks rose into the night sky outside the window, blooming with dazzling colors. In a wine shop in Chengdu, the bright fireworks lit up the night sky and also illuminated the beautiful face of the woman in the wine shop after she took off her bamboo hat. She picked up the wine jar and finished it in one gulp. Putting on her bamboo hat, she turned and walked out of the wine shop. Looking in the direction of the fireworks, she whispered, "Congratulations, Changle Palace." Zhou Yi leaned lazily on the chair and took a sip of wine. He frowned and said, "What kind of tribute wine is this? It has no taste at all. Don't send it next year." Chapter 354. The past night was destined to be a sleepless night for many people in the divine capital. The famous Lord Li had just gotten married. Who knew how many women in the divine capital were sad? He was the top scholar in both civil and military affairs, the empress' favorite, the messenger of justice, and the people's justice. He was also so handsome. For the young women in the divine capital, he was undoubtedly the ideal husband candidate. Especially for such a man. He hadn't even gotten married yet. Some women who thought they were pretty would intentionally or unintentionally linger in front of the Li Manor, fantasizing about having a romantic encounter with him and becoming the mistress of the Li Manor in the future. Before Li Mu's wedding, they still had some hope. Now their hopes were dashed. They couldn't feel any jealousy towards that lucky woman. They could only wish them happiness. Li Manor. The sun had already risen to the top of their heads. Li Mu and Lu Hanyan walked out of the room. Lu Hanyan's face was rosy. She hid the smile in her eyes. Li Mu, on the other hand, was gloomy and unhappy. Just last night, the two of them finally had their first yin-yang dual cultivation. The process of dual cultivation was undoubtedly very happy. But the result was unacceptable to Li Mu. Last night, their yin and yang merged. Many years of pure yang and pure yin power flowed in their bodies. Lu Hanyan's cultivation successfully broke through to the 5th level. Li Mu's cultivation also experienced a surge, but he was still stuck at the peak of the 4th level. He was still one step away from the 5th level. However, this step was the most difficult step. Some people could take this step in a few days. Some needed half a month. Some took 3 to 5 years. Some took 30 to 50 years. There was no pattern. Li Mu started cultivating before Lu Hanyan. He was also the one who led her onto the path of cultivation. But she broke through to the 5th level before Li Mu. Li Mu was so angry that he trembled. Was he destined to be under a woman for the rest of his life? Damn the heavens. They were both yin and yang dual cultivators. This was too unfair to him. Lu Hanyan held his arm and comforted him. "Don't be discouraged. Maybe you'll break through in a few days. In the future, I'll protect you." Although she was comforting Li Mu, there was an unconcealable pride in her tone. Li Mu glanced at her and said, "Do I look like someone who needs a woman's protection?" As he spoke, his voice became softer and softer, because he realized that he really was that kind of person. In terms of safety, they used to rely on Li Qing, then Su He, and then the Empress. In terms of finances, they had always relied on Lu Hanyan. Only when he thought about it carefully did he realize that he had been relying on women all this time. Now that even Lu Hanyan's cultivation was higher than his, Li Mu couldn't help but feel a little sour in his heart. What son of heaven? Maybe he was just a son adopted by the heavens. After the meal, Li Mu decided to enter the palace. Yesterday's wedding went so smoothly. In fact, to a large extent, it was thanks to the Empress. Li Mu didn't have any maids or servants at home, so she asked Mr. Mei to bring some maids from the palace. The dishes at the wedding banquet were prepared by the imperial chef she sent to the palace. The wedding wine prepared for the guests was also the tribute wine she sent from the palace. Although she didn't come herself, she asked Mr. Mei to arrange his wedding very well. Changle Palace. Li Mu walked into the hall. The Empress, who was reading the memorials, didn't even raise her head. She asked, "Why did you come to the palace instead of staying at home with the bride?" Li Mu handed a few food boxes with dishes he made to Mr. Mei and said, "Your Majesty helped me with my wedding. I'm here to thank you." Zhou Yi looked up at him and said, "If you really want to thank me, then help me read these memorials. There are endless memorials every day." It's so annoying. Li Mu found that the Empress was becoming more and more presumptuous after they became familiar with each other. There are endless memorials every day. It's so annoying. Is this something an Empress should say? Even if she was really annoyed, she couldn't say it out loud. Wise emperors were all busy at night. Only a fatuous emperor would be annoyed by the memorials. If this sentence was written down, it would leave a bad name in the future. In the past, she would still pretend and put on airs in front of Li Mu. Now she didn't even want to pretend. Li Mu wanted to help her, but the harem couldn't interfere with politics. How could a minister help the emperor deal with memorials? If this was known, a favored minister would never be able to get rid of the label of messing up the government. Li Mu shook his head and said helplessly, "Your Majesty, this isn't very good." Zhou Qiong looked at him disappointedly and said, "I understand now. You used to say that you would go through water and tread on fire for me, but it was all fake. You weren't even willing to help me look at the memorials, let alone go through water and tread on fire." Li Mu walked up and said helplessly, I'll see, okay?" The Empress completely revealed her true nature in front of him today. She didn't even pretend anymore. She even used Li Mu's words to trick him. If Li Mu refused, it would mean that what he said to the Empress before was all false. Mr. Mei put the food in the food boxes on the table. Li Mu picked up the pile of memorials and went to the corner. The memorials presented by each ministry were sorted according to their importance. The Empress had already dealt with the most important memorials. The rest were the less important ones. There were 36 counties and hundreds of counties in the Great Zhou. Even though the ministries had solved most of the problems, there were still many things left for the Empress to deal with. Zhou Yi was eating leisurely at the side. She glanced at Li Mu and said, "I haven't seen you for a few days. Your cultivation has improved a lot." Li Mu explained, "Because I have a pure yang body, and my wife has a pure yin body. When pure yang and pure yin mixed together, it would produce an incomparably strange power. It had the effect of increasing mana and breaking through the barrier of cultivation." Li Mu didn't say it explicitly, but anyone could understand what he was implying. He meant that last night they mixed their yin and yang. Zhou Yi instantly felt that the food in front of her didn't smell so good. Not only that, Li Mu's words made her involuntarily think of the scene of their yin and yang mixing together. She, who had never experienced such a scene, wouldn't have thought of it. But she happened to see Li Mu's dream. The more she wanted to forget, the clearer the scene became. She could erase other people's memories, but she couldn't erase her own. If her memories were lost, her inner demons would still exist. This would cause her even more trouble. Her inner demons could be suppressed with the art of clear mind, but some thoughts couldn't. The courtier that originally belonged to her had become another woman's husband. They lived in the house that she bestowed upon them, and used the things that she bestowed upon them. She couldn't even go there anymore. Zhou Qiong admitted that she was a little envious. After having a wife, Li Mu's thoughts couldn't be wholeheartedly focused on the palace. He hadn't used the spirit snail she gave him for a long, long time. What made her feel conflicted was that she felt that Mei Wei was right. Although Li Mu was her minister, he should also have his own life. She shouldn't be too demanding of him, and shouldn't be too possessive of him. But why did she still feel so uncomfortable? It was as if her sisters had taken away her beloved doll when she was young. At this moment, the closer she got to Li Mu, the more chaotic her heart became. She put down her chopsticks, stood up and said, "Look first. I'm going out for a walk." The empress chose to be an empress who didn't do anything. Li Mu could continue to help her deal with the memorials. She didn't know about these memorials until she saw them. She didn't know that being an empress was so difficult. There were already a lot of things to do in the 36 counties of Great Zhou. As the superior country of Zhuzhou, Great Zhou also had to deal with the affairs of other countries in Zhuzhou. In some small countries, there was a coup d'etat. The Orthodox royal family would ask for help from Great Zhou. There were also some small countries that were invaded by demons and demons. They couldn't resist with their own strength, so they would ask for help from Great Zhou. The ministers didn't have the right to make these decisions. In the end, it was up to the empress to make the decision. Li Mu couldn't make these decisions for the empress, so he picked out these memorials and put them aside. As for the matters within the Great Zhou dynasty, especially after the various levels of approval, as long as the empress's written instructions were approved, Li Mu would approve them for her. After he finished dealing with the memorials, the empress still hadn't returned. Li Mu left Chang'e Palace and went to the secretariat. In addition to helping the empress, he also had his own matters to deal with. When Li Mu walked into his office, he found that there were a few more booklets on the table in his office. Among the 6 officials of the secretariat, he was in charge of the Ministry of Justice. He was the busiest. Li Mu opened a few memorials and found that they were from Yushan County. Yushan County's Baiyu County Magistrate and Zhongshan County Magistrate were suspected to have died in revenge from the demon sect. The Yushan County Magistrate had personally come to the Immortal's capital to report this matter, which was a step faster than the memorials from the county government. The Imperial Court had already sent the Consecration Department to investigate this case. They just had to wait for the results. Li Mu flipped through the 2 memorials and put them aside, preparing to read the next one. He had already picked up a new one, but he seemed to have realized something and put it down again. Li Mu opened the 2 memorials again and put them together. He found that the Baiyu County Magistrate and Zhongshan County Magistrate had both been transferred out of the Ministry of Personnel before they went to work. Moreover, their official positions were in charge of the Ministry of Personnel. There was only a difference of a few months when they were transferred out of the Ministry of Personnel. If he remembered correctly, the Ani County Magistrate and Tianhe County Magistrate who had died seemed to have experience as officials in the Ministry of Personnel. However, Li Mu did not know what official position they had in detail. Within half a year, 4 officials from the Ministry of Personnel had died. This was too much of a coincidence. If the deaths of the first 2 officials and the 2 officials from Yushan County were committed by the same culprit, then this case had nothing to do with the demon sect. The Imperial Court had investigated in the wrong direction, because from the timeline, when the first 2 officials died, Li Mu had not yet provoked the demon sect. After discovering the connection between these cases, Li Mu went directly to the Ministry of Justice. He found the director of the Ministry of Justice and asked, who was investigating the assassination of the 2 officials from Hanyang County and Danyang County? The director of the Ministry of Justice said, it was Manager Wei. Li Mu said, let him come. The director of the Ministry of Justice walked out of the Yamen and quickly found Wei Peng. Li Mu looked at Wei Peng and asked, what position did the Tianhe County Magistrate and Ani County Magistrate hold in the Ministry of Personnel? Wei Peng thought for a moment and said, Manager of the Ministry of Personnel. Li Mu was surprised. Manager of the Ministry of Personnel again. After saying that, he continued to ask, do you know when they were the managers of the Ministry of Personnel? Wei Peng clearly remembered this matter very clearly. He did not think too much and said, about 12 or 13 years ago, the 4 managers of the Ministry of Personnel at the same time had all been promoted in half a year. Then 12 or 13 years later, within half a year, they all died of unnatural causes. What this meant was self-evident. Li Mu frowned slightly and muttered, "What happened during that time?" Chapter 355. Li Mu had originally thought that these cases were the work of the demon sect. However, when he followed the clues to this point, he was shocked to find that things were not as simple as they seemed. 3 counties and 4 counties, for cases, all pointed to the Ministry of Personnel. If these 4 cases were all done by the same person, then the severity and viciousness of these cases would be raised by several levels. Li Mu immediately made a decision and said, "Someone, come with me to the Ministry of Personnel." The director of the Ministry of Justice glanced at Wei Peng and said, "Why aren't you following Lord Li?" After analyzing the clues of these cases, Li Mu believed that the final answer lay in the Ministry of Personnel. The Ministry of Personnel was not far from the Ministry of Justice, so they arrived quickly. Wei Peng was already a frequent visitor to the Ministry of Personnel, so he quickly sent for detailed information on the 4 assassinated officials. Managers of the Ministry of Personnel at the same time, promoted at the same time, and assassinated at the same time. Li Mu looked at the 4 sets of information and said, "There should be another one." Check, who else was promoted at the Ministry of Personnel during that time? After the minor official flipped through the files, he said, "There's one more person, Lord Yu, who was the minister counselor at the time." After the 4 managers were promoted, he was quickly transferred to Yantai County and promoted to Yantai County Lieutenant. Li Mu could already guess that the reason for these people's promotions more than 10 years ago was probably the reason for their deaths more than 10 years later. Obviously, as long as he found out why they were promoted more than 10 years ago, he would be able to find out the identity of the mastermind behind these cases. Li Mu continued to ask, "Do you know the reason for their promotions?" The minor official shook his head and said, "I've only been in the Ministry of Personnel for 3 years, so I don't know what happened more than 10 years ago." If Lord Li wants to know what happened more than 10 years ago, you can ask me directly. Seeing a middle-aged man walk in, the minor official immediately bowed and said, "Lord Assistant Minister." Li Mu looked at the man, his eyes slightly focused, and said calmly, "Assistant Minister Chen." Li Mu and this left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel had quite a bit of enmity between them. The wife of the county magistrate of Yang County, who was killed by Xiao Yu, was this person's sister. At that time, the enmity between him and Li Mu had already been formed. After that, Li Mu came to the divine capital and scolded this person in the imperial court. He didn't leave him any face, and this caused the enmity between them to deepen. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel said slowly, "More than 10 years ago, there was an official in the Ministry of Personnel who colluded with the enemy and committed treason. He was exposed by the other officials in the Ministry of Personnel. Later, that official's entire family was executed. The other officials in the Ministry of Personnel were all promoted and placed in important positions. The officials who died were all promoted during that period. It was obvious that they were retaliated against by the remnants of the guilty officials' party. However, the honored masters of the Department of Offerings have already gone to Yantai County. I believe that the culprit will be arrested very soon." He didn't expect the Ministry of Personnel to have already found out about this. Li Mu didn't need to make this trip. He was about to leave when the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel suddenly smiled and said, "Lord Li, you may not know this, but the Li residence you're living in now is the residence of that guilty official. The day before your wedding is the anniversary of the death of that guilty official's family. I wonder if you heard the screams of their ghosts on your wedding night." Before the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel finished speaking, his expression changed abruptly. A beam of golden light flew out of Li Mu's ear and shot toward him. The golden light was initially the size of a grain of rice, but it quickly turned into a giant bell. It crashed into him like a speeding carriage. White light flashed on the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel and instantly formed a shield. However, the protective barrier was like a piece of paper when it was struck by the enormous bell. It was directly shattered. The giant bell didn't slow down and crashed into the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the wall of the Ministry of Personnel and spat out another mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground and pointed at Li Mu. He said furiously, You dare! The law bell floated above Li Mu's shoulder. Li Mu walked to the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel and said calmly, Watch your mouth. If there's a next time, it won't just be a few broken ribs. He took one last look at the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel and turned to leave. Seeing this, the other officials of the Ministry of Personnel all returned to their duty rooms. They didn't dare to watch. Although beating up an official of the imperial court was punishable, the assistant minister had brought this upon himself. Anyone who had just gotten married wouldn't be in a good mood after hearing his words. If it were someone else, they might be in trouble. However, Lord Li was His Majesty's favorite official. If the assistant minister dared to make a big deal out of this, he would be the one to suffer in the end. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel got up from the ground and fixed his ribs with a solemn expression. He patted the dust off his body and walked out of the Ministry of Personnel. He was just trying to show off. He didn't expect that Li Mu would dare to beat him up in the Ministry of Personnel. Under the Empress' favor, this person was lawless. However, he could only endure today's humiliation for the time being. With how much the Empress doted on Li Mu, it wouldn't do him any good if this matter reached the imperial court. He walked out of the Ministry of Personnel and quickly arrived at the Ministry of Justice. In the assistant minister's office, Zhou Zhong looked at his sorry state and asked, Lord Qin, what happened? The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel didn't speak. Instead he asked, Are you sure no one from the Li family escaped? Zhou Zhong glanced at him and said, You should know better than me. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel said, I just remembered that he has a daughter. She wasn't in the divine capital at the time and couldn't be found. The 4 managers of the Ministry of Personnel back then all died in the past half a year. I'm afraid she's the one behind this. Zhou Zhong asked, Are you afraid that she'll come after you for revenge? Aren't you afraid? Don't forget that you stood on our side in the end. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel glanced at him and said, However, she won't have the chance to come after us. The people from the Department of Worship have already set up an ambush in Yantai County. They should be able to capture her and bring her back to the divine capital soon. When that time comes, don't let her have the chance to say anything. Although this won't cause us much trouble, the higher-ups still don't want to hear any rumors. Zhou Zhong nodded and said, Don't worry, I know. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel looked at him and said, I'm worried that you'll remember our old friendship. Lord Zhou, you're a smart man. I believe that you'll make the right choice. You should know that we weren't the only ones who wanted him dead back then. Those who make everyone their enemy won't have a good ending. Zhou Zhong leaned back in his chair and said, That's not necessarily the case. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel seemed to have thought of something. His chest where the giant bell hit him started to hurt again. His face immediately darkened and he said, If it wasn't for the Empress' protection, he would have died 1,000 times over. Just wait and see. No matter who wins in the end, between us and the Zhou family, he'll be the first to die. After he dies, the divine capital will remain the same as it was before. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel gloomily said a few more words and left the Ministry of Justice. The door to the assistant minister's office closed. Zhou Zhong slowly stood up from his chair. He clenched and unclenched his fists. His expression was conflicted and pained. He seemed to be making a difficult choice in his heart. When his gaze swept across the law of the great Zhou on the table, he stared at the 3 words for a long time before finally sitting down slowly. I'm sorry, he closed his eyes and muttered softly. Then he curled up his body in the chair. Li Mu left the Ministry of Personnel and returned home. He vented all his anger from Zhou Zhong on the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Sure enough, he felt much better. Lu Hanyan had already finished cooking. She asked, Why did you come back so late today? Li Mu explained, I helped the Empress approve some memorials. Then, I went to the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Personnel. I was delayed for a while. Lu Hanyan asked in surprise, Why did you help the Empress approve memorials? That's going against the rules. Won't you be impeached? Although Li Mu also approved some memorials, the ones that were sent to the Empress were all important matters. Not even the Prime Minister had the right to approve them, let alone a minister from the Secretariat. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. If she doesn't say anything and I don't say anything, no one will know." Lu Hanyan was still confused. She asked, "Why didn't Her Majesty approve them herself?" Li Mu said, "You don't know Her Majesty. She's actually very lazy when it comes to politics. You'll know when you get to know her in the future. But she hasn't been coming to our house recently. Maybe she's afraid of being upset." Lu Hanyan asked, "Upset by what?" Li Mu explained, "Seeing us being so lovey-dovey, and thinking about how she's all alone, she's upset." Aha! Mr. May stood at the door of the Li Manor with a box of food in his hand. He snorted loudly. Li Mu's expression changed instantly. He smiled and said, "Sister May, you're just in time. Do you want to sit down and eat together?" Mr. May was here to deliver the box of food. He handed it to Li Mu and glared at him. "No need. I still have things to do in the palace." She was about to leave when Li Mu remembered something. He ran out of the door and said, "Sister May, wait." Mr. May turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" Li Mu asked, "Sister May, do you know who the previous owner of the Li Manor is?" Mr. May was surprised. "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Li Mu said, "I'm just curious." Mr. May looked around and nodded. "I know. It's the former Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Li Yi." Li Mu said, "I heard from the Ministry of Justice that he betrayed the country and his family was exterminated by the Imperial Court." Mr. May thought for a while and said, "Lord Li is a really good official. He pushed for the reform of the law and proposed to abolish the Silver Act. He tried his best to stop the previous emperor from granting the death exemption. He did a lot of good things for the people." She suddenly looked at Li Mu and said, "Actually, you're very similar to Lord Li. You're in a high position, but what you do is for the people." Li Mu said in surprise, "How could such a person betray the country?" Mr. May shook his head and didn't explain further. Li Mu understood what she meant. What Li Mu and he did affected the interests of the privileged class in Luoyang. Their enemy wasn't one party in the imperial court, but all the parties combined. Without a reliable backer, this kind of reformer usually didn't have a good ending. He was lucky to have met the Empress. Otherwise, his ending wouldn't be much better than Lord Li's. Li Mu had the Empress, but Lord Li didn't. Li Mu asked, "Did the previous emperor just watch this kind of loyal official be persecuted?" Mr. May shook his head. He tried his best to stop the previous emperor from granting the death exemption. The previous emperor was also very dissatisfied with him. The previous emperor tacitly agreed to those people persecuting him. When Li Mu heard this, he was furious and cursed, "This bastard." Mr. May knocked on his head and said, "Mind your status. Is this something you can say?" After that, she touched Li Mu's head and said, "Let's not talk about that bastard. I forgot to tell you that starting tomorrow, you don't have to bring food to Her Majesty anymore." Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I can finally sleep more in the future." Mr. May said, "You can cook in the imperial kitchen from now on." Li Mu was shocked. "What?" Mr. May glanced at him and asked, "What? You don't want to? Did you forget what you said to Her Majesty before? You're willing to go through fire and water for her. Now you don't want to cook a few dishes for her? Were you lying to Her Majesty before?" Li Mu looked at Mr. May blankly. Mr. May stared at him and asked, "Why are you looking at me?" Li Mu murmured, "Why do you speak so much like Her Majesty? As a friend, I have to remind you that Her Majesty is different from you. At your age, you should be down to earth, considerate, and sensible. If you still play the little girl game, you might not be able to get married in this lifetime." Mr. May asked, "What's different about Her Majesty?" Li Mu looked around and whispered, "You still have a chance to get married, but Her Majesty doesn't. Even if she wants to marry, no one dares to marry her. It's more likely that she marries someone else." For Mr. May, Li Mu felt like a younger brother who had a family and saw that no one wanted his older sister. She wasn't in a hurry, and Li Mu was worried for her too. He had to let her know her place. Her age was comparable to two 18-year-old girls. If she couldn't recognize herself, she might still be alone when she was 80. For this reason, Li Mu even criticized the Empress behind her back again. However, he trusted Mr. Mei a lot. At most, she would give Li Mu a slap on the head, but she wouldn't complain to the Empress. Li Mu's trust in Mr. Mei completely collapsed when he slept next to Lu Hanyan at night and saw the Empress waiting for him with a whip in her dream.